Hello everybody, welcome to Krakow tournament.
Hi everyone and welcome to Krakow. Let's go for the win.
Here with
Pierre Canali.
Christian Hout.
I am Matthew Folks.
Kevin Lawrence.
Feel free to visit my booth at the venue and purchase some prints and artworks. Enjoy!
Like, this is definitely something I'm excited about and having a lot of fun playing with my friends.
Blade for a while. We're going to have the new Dawnblade Resplendent coming out soon in the classic battles, which is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how that weapon's going to play out, like if it's going to beat the original. But I suppose that we're going to get some new Dorinthea goodies in those decks anyways, which will definitely help to make the deck even more viable.
So the players have kicked off. Lexi has started. We've just seen a loading of, I think it's a Sleep Dart and an Arsenal, and then passing to Dorinthea for turn 1.
All right, Oscar starting off big with a Dominate turn by the looks of it. He got himself the, what's the thing called again?
Ironsong Determination. And I think this is going to be, I mean, Ironsong Determination is a fantastic card, but I think in this matchup, it's kind of interesting because they're both aggro decks, and Dorinthea doesn't threaten a lot of on-hit, so Lexi's probably not as worried about this Dominate as potentially other decks could be, because with, what, 2 arrows in Arsenal, or if that's a Lightning card, how much is he going to be worried about blocking this turn?
Yeah, but once the Dawnblade starts building up its counters, it becomes incredibly hard for Lexi to gain some footing back, so...
Yeah, that's going to definitely be the tipping point of this match. I mean, we've both played into Dorinthea plenty. Sometimes it is just a race. Can they get counters before you can kill them?
Indeed, but turn 1, if you cannot full block with your hand, that's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, but Dorinthea has the tempo here, unfortunately, because of obviously the Lexi player has chosen to go first to get those 2 cards in Arsenal. So we've got to be thinking that he's looking to do a sort of 6-card turn and maybe outdo the damage that the Dorinthea player can put up.
Do you think the Lex player has the Tree of a Kind in hand now, or in the Arsenal?
Now that would definitely be interesting. I think his optimal here is actually to have something like an Electrify in Arsenal. We've kind of seen the list that it does lean sort of more towards Lightning. So, you know, if he has an Electrify, he can give this Sleep Dart go again, and then he can use Voltaire to give another 2 cards go again, and that would be really powerful.
Yeah, with a 4-card hand, I think Dorinthea is potentially looking at like 12 damage, I guess.
Yeah, Dorinthea comes in very sort of like set amounts. It's kind of easy to predict once you know her cards. It's +3 or +4. So we see here the Out for Blood coming through. And that is obviously +3. So the Dawnblade's coming in for 7. It was blocked for 4. So, you know, it was not hitting. But now, unfortunately, it is going to hit.
Yeah, I'm curious if Oscar is going to go for that go again here, simply to get that +1 on the next weapon swing as well.
Well, he doesn't seem to have... Oh, no, he has. He's cracked the bolters. So he is going to get the go again. Well, I guess once you've got Dominate, you may as well, right?
Yep.
Coming in for the second hit. I don't think he has any more cards, so he's not going to be buffing this, but it will just come in for 4.
5, because the Out for Blood also gives the +1 on the next swing. And
yeah,
he
and +1 from
activated
the...
his gloves, which is another +1, so...
So that's...
and the +1 from the Iron Song also
so that's
end of turn. So
that's
it's
a lot of
6
damage
attack,
turn 1. I mean, that's what, a 7 into a 6, a 13 damage turn 1.
Yep.
And Lexi has kept 3 cards in hand, which is, you know, kind of... I think his deck needs to be aggressive, so we're going to have to see what happens here.
Down to 12 now, so the Lexi player really needs to put a lot of pressure now. I think if the Lexi player can manage to get the Dorinthea under 10 life or so, then it should be possible to regain that tempo.
Ooh, interesting. We see the Deep Blue trigger. Now, Deep Blue obviously is a great card for anyone who hasn't pulled a Spring Tunic yet, or arguably better in Blitz, because obviously it doesn't need to wait 3 turns for the trigger. We see that card in Arsenal was a Rain Razor, which is quite interesting. So now we have to ask, how many attacks is this Lexi going to do? He has 2 Voltaire triggers, and he has a card in Arsenal. But he does need to get the go again. Endless Arrow with Rain Razors and go again, coming in for 6 damage. I mean, this is a great way to start because, of course, if Dorinthea wants to keep the pressure up, has to block that attack. Oh, sorry, can't block that attack, and then, of course, it goes back to hand. Get go again. Coming
with
for
the
another 6.
Endless Razor on a Voltaire, you can just keep on going in over and over.
Yeah, exactly. And that card in Arsenal, it looks like it's a Remorseless and not a Sleep Dart, as I thought it was. But that's going to be, you know, it's all right against Dorinthea. It's better against other heroes, but it's still a 1 for 5, which is quite good.
Yeah, you do get that that 1 life ping every action that the Dorinthea player wants to take in the next turn, so that does help quite a bit as well.
Yeah, so we see the Dorinthea player just thinking here. I mean, he must be thinking, I've dealt so much damage, but how much of this attack and how much of this turn am I going to be able to block?
So we're seeing a 3 block here right now. I'm not sure what that card is.
I think that's another Rain Razors. Very, very nice. Okay, so that's buffing it to 8. Because remember, of course, Rain Razors is an instant that gives all of your arrows +2 while attacking. So Dorinthea blocked for 4. Which isn't enough.
3, I believe. That's not the Skull Cap.
Oh, it's not the Skull Cap.
That's the,
you're correct. That's the new Sharp Eye. So that means that he hits for
5 damage.
5.
So Dorinthea is now down to 15.
And then comes in for another 8. I love this line. This is brilliant. Endless Arrow, like, it was a good card for a while, and then with stuff like Rain Razors, it just became amazing.
Yeah, it became good again. But having a double Rain Razor on the second turn, that's
yeah, it's very spicy.
That's the dream hand, isn't it?
And I think it's quite interesting because, you know, the Dorinthea player threw a lot of his armor in on this turn, but he hasn't stopped a single on hit. So it's not really super effective.
Yeah, but now we have the Bullseye Braces that can potentially put something back in the arsenal.
Well, he doesn't need to because he has the Remorseless, which is going to get plus 4 as well. So that's going to come in for 9 with its on-hit effect too. That is...
Yeah, I think this one is something that Oscar has to block simply because of that 1 life ping every action he tries to take in the next turn.
But it's also lethal. I mean, it's lethal now. This is beautiful. And I find this Lexi deck is really interesting because it is a lightning list and it has enough lightning cards to fuse, but it's also just running some really strong attacks, and its damage potential is actually through the roof.
So the Dorinthea player, he probably needs to block at least 6, which is going to pull 2 cards out of his hand. He doesn't have an arsenal. So the next turn, he does have to count on the Dawnblade, which means like probably has to pitch one card, attack with the Dawnblade, and I guess the other card is probably something like a go again of some sort, just to be able to get that second swing in.
Well, if his best case scenario is that he has some form of glint or go again. But even if he gets go again on a 4-strength Dawnblade, this is kind of what I meant when I said that the damage is very set. The Lexi player knows he'll only take 8 damage from Dawnblade this turn because of the pitch.
Yeah, but he technically still has a 3-card hand because of the helm as well, so...
Yeah, true. If the helm hits. I guess that's kind of a gamble, but with 12 life, I mean, do you not just take the risk?
Yep.
And then take a 5-card hand into your next turn against Dorinthea?
I would, like with a 4-card hand, Dorinthea is normally with a counter pushing maybe 13 damage max, especially if you've already seen the termination being played. Let's have a look. So the Lexi player is giving it some thought now to figure out how much they want to commit to this attack.
I think he's just figuring out how much damage he can deal next turn.
Yep.
And any cards that are excess to that, he'll chuck into the block. But
did Dorinthea take the 1 damage from the Remorses, or is it only for attack actions?
it's only for action cards, so he hasn't actually
Let's pull that card.
he hasn't
up
actually
a
triggered
second.
it yet.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's
So he hasn't played any action cards this turn.
Yep.
And that's why Remorseless isn't the best against Dorinthea, because of course they rely heavily on attack reactions,
Yep.
which don't trigger Remorseless.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Robert. Like, is he gonna block or let it all through and risk that potential go again?
And this, I mean, this is worth noting, I mean, for the people watching it, that, like, one of the reasons that Dorinthea has struggled a lot in this new Blitz meta is just that a lot of heroes are capable of putting out so much damage. And Dorinthea's damage is a lot more predictable and a lot more regular in terms of here's 4, here's 4. You know, where someone like, as we're seeing with Lexi, can just explode. And I mean, as we'll see with probably what is the predicted tournament winner, Viserai, that deck can just explode as well.
I was talking with one of the Belgian national champion yesterday, and he was telling me, like, on the first or second turn, he already presented like 40 damage.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't think there's any other Blitz deck right now that can really do that, other than maybe Kano, if he has a really big turn with a Fork Lightning into a Blazing Aether and the whole shenanigans there.
Yeah, so we do see a Stroke of Foresight red, which is going to give +3. The Reprise doesn't trigger, of course, as Lexi didn't block, but then we are seeing a trigger on the Helm of Sharp Eye. However, I don't think the Helm of Sharp Eye has hit. Oh no, it has. It banished an Overpower, which is going to be too expensive to play, unfortunately.
That was a bit of poor luck. That could have been any other reaction just to be able to push maybe an additional 3 or even get a go again. Finding the Overpower on top, that's... it's quite sad. So I think the Lexi player flipped the Endless Arrow face up. I guess to be able to put something else into the arsenal now.
Yeah, for sure. So just a reminder for those of you who don't know, we have the Helm of Sharp Eye, which if obviously you banish the top card of your deck, you may play it during this combat chain. You can activate it only if you control a weapon with base power greater than twice its base, which Dorinthea was at that point because it had gone up to 7. But obviously it has to be an attack reaction that you can add on to the Dorinthea trigger. And he had the resources for most of the cards in his deck, but unfortunately not the resources for Overpower, which is probably one of the very few cards that it could actually whiff on.
And we see that fuse there, which means that at the end of the chain, I think that's a red one that it's fused with. What's it called again? That one is definitely going to be a 4 damage at the end. It's a Lightning Surge.
So this is a snapshot, which means it gets go again. So he gave it +1 and then gave it go again with the fuse.
I don't think this is a snapshot. This is the other one. Let's see if
sorry, no, this is Dazzling Crescendo.
Yeah,
that's the one that gets go
it has been
again.
fused with the Lightning Surge.
Yeah.
I think that's a red lightning surge, which means that potentially we could see that one at the end of the chain as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky with Fab streaming to see exactly the pitch. I actually suspect that it might be a blue, but we'll have to see how we get there. Well, luckily they're using dice for all the damage, so when we get there, we'll have to figure out what it actually is. But he's got the go again. Now he's got a snapshot, so he can fuse again and use Lexi again. Though I don't think he has another arrow.
Does Snapshot have go again by itself? I think
No,
it does.
no. Snapshot doesn't have go again by itself. It just lets you use the bow again. So he's fused that.
But he probably gave it go again with the Volta then. So.
Yeah, yeah. So that's fully blocked, but it needs to be. I mean, Dorinthea's so low right now.
It's at, Dorinthea's already at 1 life, so...
And we see Endless Arrow, but unfortunately doesn't have go again. But it will still bounce back to his hand. And then he can arsenal the Lightning Surge.
This one has to be fully blocked, because if Oscar doesn't, then he just loses on the spot. He's already at 1 life, unless he is holding a sneaky sigil or something in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Sigil is super powerful in Blitz. That would be a nice surprise. But even then, he has to block and use Sigil, which means he's down to 1 card for next turn.
And I think he can still block 1 with the Courage as well. So he could potentially block with 1 from hand, 1 with the Courage, and just hope that there's no attack reaction. Well, we already know the last card in Robert's hand, so there shouldn't be an attack reaction in this case.
Yeah. There's no, I don't think there's going to be anything extra. And I think we have to remember as well, one of the reasons Dorinthea was strong for so long is that keeping 1 card in hand, pitching and just swinging in with the Dawnblade for 4 is fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bit tricky because his opponent's on 5, so it's not lethal. So he could just take the 4, but it is still, you know, chipping away at the damage as long as you're blocking well.
Yeah, if he can get the opponent to 1, if Robert doesn't block the Dawnblade, then you kind of get in a situation that Dorinthea can start full blocking from hand a few turns to try and sculpt and find a good turn.
Yep, so we see the Sigil.
So there was a Sigil after all.
And then the block. Yeah, so he's going to take 1 damage. I will say, though, this Lexi player is just continuing to present, you know, 12, 14 damage a turn. You can't block it all, right? I mean, you really can't. He doesn't have his Rain Razors left, so he may have a lack of like ability to push. But all he needs to do is draw a 3 of a kind now, and, you know, it's bye-bye Dorinthea.
I'm just surprised to give the Lexi player the Endless Arrow back, if that's the correct choice in this case. Because that is an attack that will come back to haunt Oscar in the next turn. But we see the Courage crack right now. So going into a free Dawnblade swing.
It makes you wonder what the card at hand is. If it's a Glint, then this could be really, really good for Dorinthea.
Yeah, definitely.
He just needs some free go again. And I suppose Glint is the only card that could do it. If he's survived...
I mean, and the thing is, if Robert blocks from hand and he does use the Glint, he even gets that free card draw. Which could potentially be something like an Iron Song response.
Yeah. This is 5 though, because he has 2 counters now? Or is it?
He
no,
has
it's 1 counter.
So the white dice represents the damage of the attack itself.
Oh, of course. Yes.
Okay, so we do see a block here, including the New Horizon, so it's being full blocked by the looks of it. And Oscar decides not to play his last card and simply put it into the arsenal. But he did manage to pull 1 card out of Robert's hand. Plus he was able to get rid of the arsenal slot simply because if the Dawnblade, the New Horizon gets destroyed, so does the arsenal. But I thought, doesn't the arsenal get banished? Let's have a look.
No, it just gets destroyed. So he will have lost his lightning surge in there. So we see a searing shot come in for 4. Obviously, searing shot will cause 1 life loss when it hits, which, you know, is often something people have trouble with because, of course, you want to block for 3, you want to keep that card advantage, but then, of course, you end up taking 2 damage instead of 3, or instead of 1, which can actually add up over the course of a game.
But he is able to. Like, Oscar's right now at 3 lives, so if he took this, he would be down to 1. How many cards does Robert have left in his hand? He blocked with 1. This one went into the arsenal, 1 is pitched, so that's just 1 card left in hand, I think.
Yep, but 2 resources floating, which means we could very easily see another arrow here. In fact, did he block with the endless arrow? I think he still has that in his hand.
I think he still has it. So a 3 block, so Oscar is taking the risk here.
Because if we see endless arrow with Voltaire, and then bullseye bracer, endless arrow, that's still a 12
lethal
damage turn, and it's either keeping the tempo or it's winning the game.
Yeah. Ah, there is the endless arrow.
Yeah.
So I wonder, did he go for the go again or the +1 here? He went for the go again.
So he's telegraphing that he's thinking about using bullseye bracers, but even if he does, I mean, it forces 2 card blocks, so he keeps tempo.
Yeah, but he's going to lose the endless arrow here anyways, because
Yeah.
Oscar's already at 1, so...
Yeah.
But being able to push Lexi in a spot that Lexi does not have an arsenal is very good. So Dawnblade is now coming in for 3 damage, and I believe Oscar still has like 1 card left in hand. Yeah, still has that arsenal from the previous turn.
Yeah.
Robert is having a quick look through Oscar's graveyard.
Yeah, the way he's reading, I'm wondering if he's not as familiar with Dorinthea, because we haven't seen a lot of her this meta. Because he's stopping to just read a few cards, so he might not be as familiar with some of the attack reactions. And I will say that Dorinthea is one of those heroes that if you don't have a lot of practice against, she does become infinitely difficult, because you don't know the capabilities of her attack reactions onto that naked weapon swing. So you don't know, no, I need to block for 6 here, or 9, or, you know. Once you learn all of her potential attack reactions and the breakpoints, it becomes much, much easier to block.
See that eyebrow raised there, like he's he's wondering, what should I do? We see a block tree, that might be lethal. So we get to go again with the card draw.
Yeah. And I mean, two resources
so
and 2 cards.
So it was a glint last turn after all then.
Yeah.
And Oscar decides to just arsenal and pass.
It's interesting that he didn't decide to glint last turn then, because...
Didn't he still have resources left to...
He broke courage, so he could have easily glinted.
But that was last turn that he broke courage.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know why he didn't glint last turn. And this turn he could
I guess because he didn't get the card draw, so at most he would deal like 4 damage, which would push the opponent down to 1.
Yeah.
It's not really worth it.
Yeah.
And I think right now he's just looking to sculpt his hand after like that perfect hand to push lethal. Especially now because the Lexi player has 4 cards in hand.
Well, and he's just played 3 of a kind.
Ah, he just played 3 of a kind.
So, you know, he's...
So he might have some floating. Is that a red card in the pitch zone?
I think that is a red Bolton shot, yeah.
Okay, so at least the value of the 3 of a kind is a bit less.
Oh no, it must be a yellow just because he hasn't pitched again.
Isn't Searing Shot free? But he still needs to activate the Volta, I guess.
No, he's pitched now. Searing Shot costs 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, it does cost 0. We've got it up on the screen. I should check my own cards. Yeah, but he still has to...
He has to pay for the Volta, that's why the
Yeah.
pitch there. And that's a hamstring shot, I believe. Wow, the Lexi player took down Asuka. That's quite amazing.
Yeah. Before, when we were picking this pairing, we did notice that there was a big difference in XP, and we did wonder if we were being unfair to the new Lexi player to put them in against someone who has a lot more experience. But as you can see, there are nothing but turn-ups in Flesh and Blood. Good players can very, very easily take down experienced players, especially when they're playing a deck that's explosive and fun.
Yeah, really well done by Robert.
Yeah,
really
for sure.
Good job navigating Lexi at with so much momentum. Like the deck played magnificently.
Yeah, and I think that's something that people underestimate about Lexi because, you know, in CC she struggles with consistency and she can be fatigued by stuff like Oldham, but she is also just very explosive and she can put out lots of damage over and over again.
Yep.
You know, and some of the decks in the meta will be affected quite badly by her on-hit effects. I mean, Sleep Dart was in there, Remorseless was in there. Like, Viserai gets hurt by both of those massively.
I think Viserai would probably struggle against a Lexi that goes all in, simply because Viserai wants to keep that momentum and keep all cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like, I believe like just missing one card in hand can already be the difference between a 30+ damage turn to a 20+ damage turn. So
yeah. Where Lexi's really going to struggle at that dynamic, though, is that Viserai's looking at 30 damage turn 1 or 2, right?
Yeah.
So Lexi might be dead before she has a chance.
And there is that pulse of Volthaven that can potentially be flipped in order to generate a Frostbite token if the Lexi player happens to have that early on arsenal that activated Lexi to reveal it and create a Frostbite. I think even one Frostbite can be quite harsh for a Viserai player in general.
Yeah. I think the struggle we're going to have there, though, is that Viserai's consistency is so high compared to Lexi's in terms of all the on-hit effects, the good attacks, and all that kind of stuff. It's we could just see the Viserai player draw the cards really, really quickly and just go straight for it.
Yep. And they still have the fridge.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
have massive amounts of block just from the equipment itself, so...
Yeah, I mean, having 8 extra HP, even more, isn't it? It's what, like 11 or 12 over the course of a game. It really just adds up. I mean, you know, you're looking at someone like Benji who's running around with 17 HP or Kano on 15, and then you're seeing some heroes who have, you know, 32 or something. And just like, how is this fair? I mean, you know.
Do you think there's going to be any Benji players today?
I think there's going to be a few Benji players today. I know for a fact that there are favorite heroes, and I know that Blitz really brings out the favorite heroes. Now, while you and I both know from talking to a lot of our contacts, a lot of people are on Viserai today. A lot of the good players are on Viserai today. But a lot of them are playing Oldham as well. But there's always going to be, I mean, there's 320 people here. There's going to be people with their favorites.
Yeah, definitely.
Short break.
What would you be playing if you were coming today?
If I were coming in today, I would probably be playing Kasai myself.
Okay, yeah. That's
like
a personal...
I'm an Ira main, but Ira hasn't been too great lately.
Yeah.
From my playtesting, I feel Kasai is a little bit more consistent. But sometimes I feel like Kasai is a little bit too fair, like you can push that 12 damage every turn, sometimes a big turn.
Yeah.
And the more explosive decks like Viserai, they just have a much bigger edge if the tournament drags on long enough.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
they end up against a hero that's a bit slower, like Kasai, they have much more time to sculpt the hand and to go in with a very big turn. So.
And remember, when we're talking about long tournaments, we have 10 rounds today. It does sound like a lot, but of course they are blitz rounds, so we should still be finished in about 5 hours or so. And of course, to get through to tomorrow, you need an X and 3 record, which, you know, means that you can actually lose 3 rounds. And this amount of rounds, I mean, it seems like to a lot of people, but it is really to take into account the variance of blitz to make sure that the good players rise to the top, even if they have an unlucky match or two.
Yeah, do you think we will see any Oldham players in the top? Because I do think Oldham kind of favors the shorter events, simply because he has a couple of bad matchups?
I think we'll see Oldham in the top. I think Oldham is very, very good against the majority of the field. I think really the question is how many Oldham players get paired up against how many Viserai players.
Yep.
And I think in an event this big, we're going to see some of the Oldhams dodge the Viserais. And, you know, then we'll have them just, you know...
And then get slaughtered.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, come to the break.
All right, everyone, we will have a short break, and we will see you all in a bit in the next round.
So who are you and what are your accomplishments in Flesh and Blood?
In Flesh and Blood, so I'm Christian Haug. Nice to meet you, by the way. And,
nice to meet you as well.
I don't have that many accomplishments actually in Flesh and Blood, other than winning nationals.
Well, that's a big accomplishment already.
It is, kind of. I'm kind of proud of. But
you have a background in Magic, right?
I do actually, yeah. But Flesh and Blood, like nationals was the first big event I played. And I went to win it, which was amazing because I only played for a few weeks back in the days when I played nationals. So this is my first calling actually. Yeah. And Magic, yeah, I played Magic for a long time. I don't know how many years now, like 20 years or something.
So and the experience, does it transfer over well?
I get asked this question a lot, and I don't know. There are a lot of things who transfer over to other card games for sure. But that being said, I think Flesh and Blood is a completely different game than Magic the Gathering. You have to think about different stuff playing a game. So, of course, it helps a lot. But yeah, being a different game, there's also so many new things you have to learn.
It's mostly the mentality that helps from being in a competitive setting that you can transfer easily
to another
one thing. Competition.
Yeah, learning fast and learning the right things. I think, and evolving with a pretty fast pace, playing the game, learning as much as possible, soak it in, and try to convert it in the best way possible. Yeah.
So, if you only were playing for 4 weeks, which hero did you decide to take with you to nationals?
Yeah, I was playing Briar actually. It was a broken hero.
I'm not surprised.
yeah. And we actually played with the channel mount version that wasn't popular. I mean, Briar was broken, everyone knew that. But we were bringing channel mounts. We thought it's even better than playing Lightning Briar. And I think the Briar version nowadays plays channel mount like naturally.
Yeah.
So
you were ahead of the curve.
Kind of,
You
yeah.
were like setting the
Yeah,
trend.
we were playing this deck and everyone was doing fantastic with the deck. Like every one of us playing the deck was doing fantastic. And we were doing some prep before the event and it was kind of fun. Again, playing with a lot of friends, testing for an event. So, yeah, it's kind of, Flesh and Blood is some fresh air for me. I'm having fun playing the game. I'm not saying I'm burned out playing Magic, but like this is definitely something I'm excited about and having a lot of fun playing with my friends.
So from all the Runeblade cards, like which one do you would say like is your favorite?
My favorite rune? I don't like Runeblade. I would love to play a different hero.
I'm very happy with that answer.
Yeah. Actually, I hate Runeblade.
So what would you want to play?
What I want to play?
Yes.
I would love to play Dash, actually. I like Dash a lot. Yeah.
So with Everfest just came out, the new Dash support. What is like your favorite part of Everfest?
The Teklo, how is it called?
Pounder?
Teklo Pounder.
It's very good.
Yeah. I love playing Dash in the Blitz format, like the aggressive Dash version, like boosting a lot and trying to do a lot of damage.
Are you going to bring it
the
tomorrow?
maximum with the... No, I don't.
No? Are you going to bring Runeblade tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
But
I would love to play Dash, but I can't. Like, how can I play Dash if there's Viserai in the room? Like, I can't. I have to play Viserai myself.
Viserai too oppressive at the moment?
It is. If you ask me, it is. And if you want to win the tournament, Viserai gives you the best chances of doing that. So, as a competitive player, I kind of have to play Viserai.
Yeah.
And I played it a lot, but in my heart, there's Dash. I would love to play Dash.
So, another question I actually had is like, which region of Raid would you like to visit? I get the feeling that that would be Metrica for you to get more Dash and Mechanologist support.
What region? What do you mean?
So, like in the lore, like you have like...
Oh, the lore? Oh,
yeah.
I'm so bad with lore. Like,
you know like where the talents come from, right? So like a set focused around Mechanologists.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that.
What kind of support do you think Dash needs to like get at that level where it can fight Viserai head on?
Okay. So step one is ban Rampart of the Ram's Head. Because as long as this card is existing in the format, you can't do any damage. So basically, you have an auto loss against the Rampart deck, which is pretty bad. I would love to have a shot against every deck there. So that would be number one. Or kind of negate the Rampart, kind of, but I don't know how. Like, Rampart is the biggest problem. I think maybe you are decent against everything. Viserai obviously is just too strong. You can't just, there's not one card who can naturally like turn the matchup around or something. But like have something against the Rampart or a different weapon maybe, a different weapon.
Or maybe an equipment in the hand slot by...
Oh yeah, I mean hand is okay. I think you have Goliath Gauntlet, it's the best option, I don't know. But yeah, something to fix the Rampart problem, I would say, would be the best. But I don't know how.
It's interesting, like, because say Viserai is so dominant, but now we're talking about Oldham.
Oh yeah, I already suggest something will be banned in Blitz, so Viserai is not that impressive anymore. Sooner or later,
which card do you think will be banned?
Bloodsheet Scaletta.
Bloodsheet Scaletta?
Yes.
Not Mordor-Tide.
I mean, you can ban Mordor-Tide or Sonata. The problem is with Scaletta, it's just broken. If there's another card being printed with X in its cost, like Scaletta will take advantage of that and eventually abuse it. So I think the card, Scaletta is the most broken of them all. Sonata on its own, I think it's absolutely fair and square card. Mordor-Tide, same. I think it's very, very powerful, but it's fair, kind of. The problem comes with Scaletta, abusing like all the mechanics.
Yeah. And then with the boots, do it in the other person's turn.
Yeah. Like the boots are not.
Well, it's a great like.
Yeah.
No, really.
No, you can play the common boots. They're actually in some matchups they're even better than the.
I would love to get you together with another national champion because he's all about the boots.
He's all about the boots.
I would love to hear that discussion.
Okay, I'm not all about the boots. I'm all about waxing Quillhand and Scaletta, but the boots are kind of replaceable if you ask me.
Okay.
Like a friend of mine, I was beating him over and over with Viserai and he wants to play it by himself, but he didn't have the legendaries. Like I told him, well, it's not a problem at all. We just built a budget version of Viserai. It's just as good as the other versions. Like, I let him play the Sutcliffe boots and the Hood Merchant's Hood. How's it called?
Merchants. Hope Merchants.
Hope Merchant's Hood. So I think this is even better than Skullcap actually nowadays. So if you play these two common equipments, you're good to go for this tournament, I would say. So yeah, I'm fine with the boots. I just think Skeletor is too broken. So.
All right. Well, thank you for the interview. I hope you use Skeletor tomorrow to get some.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if you want, you can start.
Okay. So, what is your name?
I am Matthew Folks.
So, and what are your achievements in Flesh and Blood, if I may ask?
I am the only player in the world to go 15-0 at Nationals this year.
15-0 at Nationals?
Yeah, I went 15-0, completely undefeated.
15 rounds, wow, that's...
Yeah.
How big was the Nationals?
It was around 100 players.
It was in the UK, right?
Yes, it was UK Nationals, yeah.
And so, what deck did you pilot to get that result?
I played Lightning Briar. That was sort of the breakout of the Lightning Briar deck that sort of like set the tone for the rest of the season. Which was great. It was one of the best weekends of my life.
So what, because a lot of people were playing Lightning Briar at that time. So
well, not at that time.
No, really?
No, I was the first person to play it.
Really?
In that tournament, yeah. That's
so
a good part of the reason of why I went 15-0 is because I had this crazy deck.
So what did the meta look like?
Hello everyone and welcome. We got our next feature match coming up soon. We need to wait a couple of minutes before we can get started with that. And we had a very nice match in the previous round, Dorinthea against Lexi. Oscar Cruz, of course, being one of a very experienced player that has been playing that deck for a very long time. And a relatively newer Lexi player that somehow against the odds managed to beat Oscar. And
she just brought the fire, right?
Yeah,
straight hot fire. And the funny thing is, majority of her arrows weren't even lightning. She was just using lightning every now and then. So, you know,
yes.
Oh no, what have we done? We've picked a Viserai mirror for the stream.
Well, we're gonna
Damn
see a lot of rune chants. I predict rune chants. I haven't seen any Viserai player that doesn't work with that mechanic.
I think these guys are running the same deck. Though interestingly, so we were talking just before the stream started about the power of Hope Merchant's Hood in Viserai, and neither of these players is running it. Hope Merchant's Hood obviously in Blitz. Viserai is a very aggressive deck in Blitz, capable of putting out a lot of damage when you draw the right cards. How do you draw the right cards faster? You play Hope Merchant's Hood.
Yep. Yeah, it's a trade-off though, like not having the skull cap, it is still 3 extra life. Do you...
If the game goes long, Skullcap's better.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then, you know.
But how many Viserai games go on long?
Exactly, exactly. There's the point. But I always love it. I have that really happy feeling when a common is better than a legendary. Yeah. I don't know if you get the same feeling.
I do too, because the first thing that comes to mind when I see something like that is like, okay, this is perfect for the budget players. For the people that don't have the money to get all these legendaries, then they can very easily build a top-tier deck, which we've seen, like, I believe it was over in the US, I can't remember which event, but somebody went into the top 8 with a chain deck that ran 0 legendaries. That's that kind of stuff. I love to see that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just every time that happens, we get another tick in our box of like accessibility, and we can.
I believe that's a Spellblade Assault. I think I caught a glimpse that it's a Spellblade. I will try to.
So saw you guys in the chat asking for more lighting, and this is what happens, right? We can't even see the cards. It's all right. They obviously need more lighting, but you know, there can be too much, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry. That was a Spellblade Assault coming in, making 2 rune chants, threatening 4 damage. And we do just see it being fully blocked out because it is turn 1.
Spellblade Assault does not have to go again either, so we're going straight into the next player's turn.
Yeah, Moravian Skies into a Dread Triptych, making some rune chants. You know, just 1 to start with, but obviously if this hits, it will be making even more.
Well, it will get an extra 1 because of Viserai's hero ability as well.
Yeah.
So that's 2 rune chants already. I guess no Mordred Tides. Oh, wait, there is a Mordred Tides, but what's the other one called? No, this is Moravian Skies, not Mordred Tides.
Moravian Skies, yeah. Just the Viserai trigger there, getting the extra rune chant. Obviously, Viserai, for those of you who are less familiar, whenever you have played a non-attack action, and then you play any other Runeblade card, you can, of course, get that extra rune chant token. Very easy to forget. Lots of people do forget it, but hopefully we're not going to see anyone forgetting to generate their rune chants today.
Well, if they do, it does count as a miss trigger, I believe, so I'm sure we have some judges on site to make sure everything will go by fairly. Yeah,
I mean there is a judge on the stream, so they should be catching things like that. But obviously, these things do happen.
Beautiful call for Rosetta.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous card.
It's perfect under this lighting.
Yeah, see the lighting is working out in the end.
Players just need to have the whole deck call foiled, and it.
Yeah, exactly. Then we'll never have another problem. I bet if James White has his way, there'll eventually be a full cold foil deck, and it'll probably be Prism, just based on the number of promos that we are seeing. We're seeing a lot of armor being put up against this turn. I mean, he's trying to preserve his life, but I mean, you know, these aggressive decks do run stuff like meet and greet. They do have on-hit effects.
So we see, another Moravian Skies being played there. I have no idea what that card is, but it has go again, so maybe...
if he's coming for 7, then it's probably a Shrill of Skullform.
Yeah, you're probably right. So we see a block with the Skull Cap and 2 from hand, so the attack itself is fully blocked now. The opponent still needs to decide about the rune chant. I think they decided to take the arcane damage there.
And again, we see armor used, maybe indicating that he's planning on using his Skeletor. There's a logic process that just says...
He did block with 2 cards from hand, though. Like, wouldn't he have just taken the damage in order to have a big turn now?
Yeah, I was going to say there's some logic about using your Skeletor as early as possible so that you make sure you get the 2 block and that it's ready to use whenever you want.
Okay, fair enough.
Just a Spellblade Strike here, generating a rune chant. It's interesting because we talked about explosive damage and Viserai, but actually we're seeing a lot of sort of light trading here. Neither of the players has really sort of gone off in the way that we kind of expect that deck to do.
Yeah, but it doesn't go off all the time, and I think against a mirror matchup they might need to play more of a mid-rangey strategy. Yeah. Just chunking away some damage here and there, trying to push the opponent under that 10 life total. And once you have them there, then you can pretty much OTK them with things like the Vexing Quillant and some rune chant generators.
I think both players are probably just looking for that perfect hand that's going to put more damage that their opponent can block in 1 turn. And once they have it, you know, they just need to keep their life high enough so that they can do it.
So there's the Mordred Tides.
Oh, this is a precursor
this
to
could
something
be-
horrific.
Yeah, the opponent's calculating. When you see them calculating, you almost know they have that Sonata.
Yeah, I mean, Mordred Tide is that really, like, you'll have seen in the interview before the game started, people speculating what cards were going to get suspended or banned from Viserai. And Mordred Tide is definitely on that list, along with Skeleta, along with Sonata. Any of the cards that just allow the turns to ramp up massively. And Mordred definitely allows that.
So we have a Become the Arknight, and I believe the I believe that Tomorrow has discarded a Meet and Greet. And there comes the Sonata. So he really has the perfect setup now. So next he could potentially pop the Vexing Quillan to get like an additional 3.
Oh, I think you definitely do. Yeah, yeah. Because then you've got 5 rune chants, and then, you know, Skeleta, Sonata, 5. It's perfect, right?
There he goes. He goes for that Vexing Quillan, generating another 3,
Yeah.
up to 5.
And when you Sonata, you're also going to make another 2 as well. So, oh, interesting. So he didn't. Oh, that's a good catch there. Kind of half put it on the table and then took it back. That's perfectly fine. So 7 rune chants, but only 5 of them apply to this search. So he looks at the top 7 cards of the deck, which is usually enough to draw 3.
And I believe he pounced at the pitch there, so he might be pitching extra to get some extra value. Well, 2 off the top is not bad.
Yeah.
So that's 2 Arcane as well.
And he is putting a Spellblade Strike and a Rune Flash into his hand.
Well, the Rune Flash will have go again, so that's great to go in with now. And
Yeah.
then we will probably see that Spellblade Strike coming in after that.
Chat is getting mad at me because I suggested they ban Mordred Tide. Listen, guys, I'm just repeating what was said in the interview before this stream, this game started. But it is very much an
These are not
enabler.
our own opinions. These are the opinions of people that were interviewed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I might also think as well, but then I think Viserai definitely needs to be addressed in Blitz in terms of the amount of damage he can put forward. So I think we're seeing this Rune Flash come in now. 7 Rune Chants and 4 with Go Again. That is just 1 under lethal. So, you know,
And straight away generating 2 new rune chants.
Exactly.
That's the nasty part. We know that Spellblade Strike or even potentially a Rosetta will come after this.
yeah.
So some of this Arcane probably needs to be stopped. But because you just cannot go to 1 life in this matchup, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just untenable.
But does he even have Null Rune? Well, he has Null Rune. He has Arcane Barrier through the Skull Cap, I guess.
He has Arcane Barrier through the Skull Cap, and he has his Quill Hand on the
But
table.
you don't want to pitch 3 to stop 1 Rune Chant.
No, but he has his Quill Hand on the table.
The Quillan is still
It
there.
just means he can't use it like his opponent has. But his opponent has only got the Skull Cap now. So, you know, his opponent's not going to be able to block Arcane for a while.
Here comes the next attack.
Oh, it's a meet and greet.
Did any of the Arcane go through? I believe everything was stopped.
We don't see anything in the pitch, so I imagine he's taken a lot of the Arcane.
So the meet and greet should have to go
Yeah,
again already.
it does. He has to fully block this. He can't let the on-hit Rune Chant trigger hit, because that would be another 2 Rune Chants. It just adds up too quickly. He has 1 resource floating. He could just do a Spellblade Strike now, and that will generate, of course, another 4 Rune Chants for next turn. So,
Or just go for the Rosetta. You have 2+2. He can put Spellblade in the arsenal.
yeah, I mean, my instinct is that maybe sitting with 4 Rune Chants is probably the better play rather than the arsenal. Oh, you see the hands on the head. We've reached that moment. The thinking is getting strong, guys.
It always feels extra bad when you lose against the mirror, doesn't it? Like if you lose against another hero, then it's kind of okay, but when you lose against what is practically the same deck as you are navigating, it just adds that extra layer of salt.
Yeah. There are elements of like nuance in the differences in between Viserai decks. They're not all homogeneous.
Of course.
You know, some do build a bit slower, but I think in this format there are a lot of overlap in terms of cards.
Generating 4 rune chants.
Yeah. So I think actually we're just being told that the life totals are unfortunately reversed for the stream. So if you're seeing that, then apologies. It looks like Moro is the one who has gone to 4 now, who is playing with the purple sleeves.
That's why I got confused, because I didn't see the 12 going down. I was thinking like, did the arcane get stopped? So
Yeah, he is still alive. He still has, you know, he still has 1 rune chant, but he has just had to pass and draw up.
yeah, he Arsenal passed. So.
Yeah, so heading into 4 rune chants on 4 life, that is it's not a good position to be in.
Can we get a glimpse of the hand? I'm not sure. Does he even have any blues in hand? Because from a glance, it kind of looks like it's a full red hand.
Yeah, which is not good.
I mean, the opponent doesn't know that, but...
Yeah. I mean, a full red hand with 4 rune chants is actually okay. You can still do a lot with it. But if you've got a full red hand on the defense in this situation, you have no way out. I mean, those 4 rune chants will kill you. You can't even pitch.
Well, he would need to pitch 3 cards from hand, and then any attack would close out the game, so... There's still 1 block left on the Skeleton, but I would guess he would not want to block with that. That's what you see with the Viserai mirrors a lot. Like, whoever gets the Sonata turn first really gains a lot of tempo.
So I know a lot of people have been mentioning about the lighting. That we will be making changes to sort of make that a bit better. Obviously, it's you know, the venue is the way it is. You're going to have to tweak things a little bit, and we can only really do it when the players aren't sitting there. So don't expect massive changes during a round, but we'll obviously try and get some improvements in between the rounds when we have a bit more of a break.
Okay, we see a Revel and Runeblood coming down, followed by a swarming Gloomveil.
Revel to trigger Gloomveil to get go again is... That's a feels bad right there, right? You're throwing one of your best cards just to get go again. But he's probably thinking my opponent's on 2. Go again might be enough here, you know.
I mean, if Maro takes even 1 damage here, then the Rosetta should be lethal already, no?
Yeah, Rosetta's turned on as well, so... You know, this is fine. This is perfectly fine. Okay, so he does have a blue to block a lot of the rune chants. And he's blocking the physical, so he's going to take 1 arcane.
Ooh, risky.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. It's like, how do you come back from this, right? Oh, no. Oh, no.
We're going to see an extra attack.
He took that 1 arcane. Yeah. Oh, the GG. Yep, 100%.
All right. Yeah, getting that Sonata off so early, that's... But then again, we did see like 2 or 3 turns of back and forth. Which,
I was going to say, we did see 2 or 3 turns, which is more than I thought we'd get from this game.
True.
When they came up on the table. So,
switch to you.
You know, that's pretty exciting. Yeah, that was a good game. I mean, we saw a lot of the flexibility of Viserai from both sides in terms of, you know, not every turn was Mordred, Sonata, go, go, go. It was a lot of, you know, here's 1 attack, I make some rune charts, I save them for next turn, I'm looking for the right cards. And I think that's one of the things we were talking about before the stream about Viserai, is that yes, he's very powerful, but his consistency is not always, you know, it's not always up there. You can have that whiff turn where you can't put the damage out.
Yeah, like I've been gathering a lot of data for Blitz in general, and on average, my win rate percentage for Viserai is around 50% from what I've gathered.
Yeah.
However, that does include a lot of inexperienced players, because a lot of newer players, they tend to just go for the best deck without really knowing how to navigate it.
Yeah.
So I do think that consistency in the Viserai deck is sometimes a bit of an issue.
And the other thing we have to remember, of course, is that the player base of the game drastically increased when Tales of Aria came out, which meant a lot of people going on to Briar and going into that Runeblade life.
Yep.
And they've still got those cards. Briar's not as good. Viserai becomes very good. It's very, very easy to just see that pivot over to playing Viserai, but maybe not as good at playing Viserai as some of the people who've been playing it for a long
I've seen a lot also in the local scenes, like people that previously played Briar that are now switching over to decks like Chain, Viserai, simply because they already have the legendaries.
Yeah. Runeblade for life, right?
Yeah.
But you're also 300 quid in, so you may as well keep playing the deck.
Especially if it's top tier, so why wouldn't you?
Yeah. We are going to try and like get a bit more of a mix up. So we know that was a double Viserai. We obviously we expect to see Viserai at the top table. So we obviously want to see him later on. So hopefully we'll pull up some other decks. I will say, however, there are a lot of Viserai in this tournament. We may not be able to avoid him for very long, but we will see what we can find out on the floor and get ourselves some other heroes to look at. I want to see an Oldham on the stream. We haven't seen one of them yet. I really want to see if we can find a KO. There must be a KO out there somewhere.
I hope so. I want to see a Benji on the stream and a KO.
A Benji and a KO.
Perfectly against each other.
Yeah. And of course, we have to see Kano, and we have to see Icelander if there's an Icelander out there. Are there any other young heroes? I'd love to see a Valda. I don't know if there are many Valda here. I know a lot of people would just play, the other Guardians.
I think Oldham is just better in general now.
Yeah.
I personally, I kind of wish that Valda had the Earth keyword. That would have given us some more flexibility.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think Valda with the Earth keyword is so much more interesting as well. And she came out just after Aria. There's no reason she couldn't have just had that.
Yeah, well, Icelander had Ice, so...
Yeah. Valda with Earth.
Valda with Earth.
Yeah, actually. I think there's no reason not to give it to her. I think
she would, like, you have the, what's the thing called? The Earthlaw Bounty, together with Tome of Harvest, would give her a bunch of seismic search.
Yeah, because Stavro gets Earthlaw Bounty, Tome of Harvest. Valda should definitely get that as well. Anyway, with that hot take, we are going to cut to another break here. We are going to go out into the field and try and find us some good pairings. So hopefully we'll bring back something interesting for you guys in a minute. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and talk to you all soon.
Okay. So, what is your name?
I am Matthew Folks.
So, and what are your achievements in Flesh and Blood, if I may ask?
I am the only player in the world to go 15-0 at Nationals this year.
15-0 at Nationals?
Yeah, I went 15-0, completely undefeated.
15 rounds, wow, that's...
Yeah.
How big was the Nationals?
It was around 100 players.
It was in the UK, right?
Yes, it was the UK Nationals, yeah.
And so, what deck did you pilot to get that result?
I played Lightning Briar. That was sort of the breakout of the Lightning Briar deck that sort of like set the tone for the rest of the season. Which was great. It was one of the best weekends of my life.
So because a lot of people were playing Lightning Briar at that time. So
well, not at that time.
No, really?
No, I was the first person to play it.
Really?
In that tournament, yeah. That's
so
a good part of the reason of why I went 15-0 is because I had this crazy deck.
So what did the meta look like? So what were the decks you were facing regularly?
I think Bravo was the most popular deck. Some Prisms. There was some other people who had got a hold of a slightly less refined Lightning Briar list, but they had only had it for about 3 or 4 days.
Ball Lightning was still legal.
Yeah, back in the good old days. Yeah, Plunder Run, Ball Lightning. But you know, I've moved off Briar and now I'm playing Viserai. You know, the new Runeblade. Yeah.
Yes, this is the story I keep hearing.
Yeah.
So why Viserai?
So I started practicing Blitz quite a lot earlier than a lot of people. I won in the first week of ProQuest season. I managed to qualify for the Pro Tour. And then I was like, right, well, I don't care about CC anymore, so I'll just practice Blitz. And they had the Battle Hardened in Leeds.
Yeah.
So I just spent the next 3 weeks just trying to play everything I could. And then I found this Viserai deck. I was like, well, the Viserai deck in CC is really good at dealing 20 damage. How about in Blitz? And it turns out you can just deal 20 damage on the second turn, like, very consistently.
So
way too consistently.
So when coming into an event like this, or like when preparing for a match, like what goes into your thought process of building your deck?
Well, I set the baseline as I want to do something like completely broken, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be playing like on the same level. Like we're playing this this team trios event, and I'm playing Kasai because one of my teammates is playing Viserai, and he needs the practice. It's one of his first events, so he's getting the Viserai reps in. So I said I'll play Kasai, and I hate it. You know, it feels like we're playing a fair game of Flesh and Blood, you know? I want to just make fucking 50 rune chance.
No problem.
And kill my opponent, you know? I don't want to be playing back and forth, you know?
So the big blood on our hands turn is not...
you know, that takes a while though, you know, that takes a while. I'm not a patient man. I want it to happen now, you know?
So I take it tomorrow you're bringing Viserai and not Kasai to the event.
Absolutely playing Viserai. I managed to finish second at the Battle Hardened in Leeds just a few weeks ago with Viserai. And I think the deck is maybe without a bad matchup in the field. You know, arguably Kano is tough. I think, you know, there's probably a few skilled Kano pilots in the room that are worth fearing. But into everything else, it just feels like you have a really, really big advantage.
So how does your build now differ from Leeds?
It's very similar. I like a lot of the work that I did for Leeds. But I slightly refined some of the blue choices, you know, the ratios slightly, a couple of spicy inclusions that I won't say here on the camera today.
I think this won't be aired.
Oh, okay, then okay, I can say, okay, I'm playing Hope Merchant's Hood. Basically, my attitude to Viserai is you just ignore your opponent, you pretend they don't exist, and you make sure that you do your thing as often as possible.
So you're not the first one to mention Hope Merchant's Hood. Can you tell me a bit more about why Hope Merchant's Hood is now the tech to go for?
So, in Viserai, there is a massive difference between the power level of your good cards, such as Mordred Tide, Sonata Arconics, sometimes Become the Arc Knight in the right hand, Swarming Gloomveil, Revel in Runeblood. You know, the power level of these cards is infinitely higher than the power level of the more medium cards. So, you know, winning games, and especially the Mirror, is about finding those high power level cards as soon as possible. Because in this Blitz format, you don't have time to, you know, block about,
you're just like, okay, I'll take everything and
you just say, okay, tell me the number and then I'll tell you my number, you know.
And my number is going to be bigger because I play Viserai.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just trying to find those all important pieces. And that way you can put out like a 25, 30 damage turn, hopefully as consistently as possible, you know, that's the plan at least.
So, if you would like to see, like, is there another deck like you have your eye on? Like, would you like to play another class and hope it gets more support?
Well, when people asked me this one before, I kept saying Kano because I managed to win a gold foil Stormstriders at Nationals.
You want to use it?
Yeah, I was like, I want it to go up in price, you know. I want Wizard stock to rise, but I sold it now. So, but I still would really like to see Wizard rise up. I think it's a really interesting deck, and honestly, maybe there's a chance that it could be a really good choice for this weekend, because I think into Viserai it can actually be quite strong. Like Aether Wildfire especially can just completely obliterate Viserai. It doesn't matter.
And so, what about the new counterpart to Kano, Icelander?
Icelander's actually way overperformed in this split skirmish season. When I saw her, I was like, okay, cool, but she's probably just less explosive and less powerful than Kano. But she gets to play this really weird mid-range game that actually is kind of really good. Like, I've quite liked it. I think it does sort of fall behind the pale when it comes to Viserai, because I think Viserai is just absurd and broken. But like, if Viserai wasn't in the format, I think Icelander would be like a serious, you know, potentially top tier contender, and it's probably just in that tier below Viserai, you know.
What do you think that Wizard as a whole would need to get to that next level, as well in Blitz as in CC?
So I think a lot of classes can be defined by the strength of their equipment. So, you know, for Runeblade and Viserai especially, that's Skeletor, you know, or Rosetta Thorn, two just absurd pieces of equipment, and now Vexing Quillhand as well, that just pushes the class way beyond. And I think although Kano does have some really, really powerful equipment, or Wizard as a whole, they're really missing like a powerful headpiece. Like a pointed wizard hat, if you will.
Would be very thematic.
Yeah, exactly. We need a thematic pointed wizard hat, and I don't know what that would need to do, but like maybe some way to gain advantage or to push more damage or consistency would probably be what Wizard needs.
Like when I think at a helmet that has a similar effect that has impact on Wizard, I think to Skullbone Cross Wraps. Gives you like a free opt every turn, like something like that. Could that?
Yeah. Even something with a medium effect, but with a bit of battle worn on it, would probably be enough to really give Wizard more options. Because currently it can be quite awkward.
That doesn't break.
Yeah, exactly. Because currently it can be quite awkward to block block breakpoints. So if people are pushing 4s at you, you're just like, well, I can't really functionally like stop on hits that way, and so it can be quite inefficient and quite awkward. But if you just 1 or 2 pieces of battle worn can really make the difference for a class, because Wizards a lot of the time are relegated to playing Arcanite Skullcap, when they really want to be playing something that actually helps progress their game plan.
As Hope Merchant's Hood.
Yeah, maybe Hope Merchant's Hood could be honestly, it could be quite good, because you're just trying to find that.
I've seen a lot of Kano players actually bring it. So.
Yeah. There's Talismanic Lens. What's the other one? Ragamuffins Hat, Hope Merchant's Hood. But none of them are quite Mask of Momentum.
They're good commons. Yeah. They're not the legendary slot we need to get where it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that probably pushes Wizard up to where it wants to be.
So, and like for Runeblade, let's say next set you get to choose what's in there. What do you want to see? Or if it's not even Runeblade, just generally, what do you want to see?
Some bands.
Just the set. It's like, all right, here's the box. There's some bands on it.
Yeah.
Which bands?
I think at least in Blitz, I think Blitz is kind of a bit broken as a format right now.
It's a bit. It's an aggro format, like
Like as the game sped up a little bit over the last 2 years, I think in CC that's okay. You still have all the back and forth and the play to it in CC, but in Blitz, you get these games where it's just a one-sided blowout, and that can happen way too often. And I think so. Like things like maybe Kano. I don't know if you were to remove Viserai, what the next Hydra's head that would pop up would be, but you'd probably need to chop a few of those back to a point where like Kasai. If Kasai was the best deck in the format, then I think we'd have a really fun, interactive, attacking, blocking, good old-fashioned flesh and blood format. And I think that would be like both really fun, but also kind of what Blitz is there for, is like an introductory idea, like to bring players into the game.
It should be the introductory format, but it's often really fast, and players don't get to play a lot of turn, no players.
Yeah.
While even in CC, even if you're losing, you have a few turns to actually
like
play your deck.
In this tournament here, I was just playing I'm playing out my turn, I'm thinking I'm blocking with 2 cards, I'm attacking back with my 2 cards, playing Kasai. And I look to my left, and my teammate's just like, so that's 18 rune chants? And I'm like, Jesus Christ, we're not playing the same game, we're playing a completely different game of Flesh and Blood. So yeah, I think the format if they wanted it to keep it competitive and engaging in the long run, it needs to be toned down a fair amount, and that's okay. Like, I think heavy-handed bans in Blitz are different than
it's also a different ban list.
It's different than in CC, where you might have, you know, in CC, if you ban someone's card, they're like, oh, I can't play it, it's the main competitive format, it's a tragedy, you know. But I think Blitz can and should be a different format, you know.
Yes.
It can and should look quite different, I think. And that would be good, I think.
And it should be more than like that the young hero only is like a side, and they provide like even more deviation taking from.
I think that Kasai, Benji, KO, Icelander as well now all add a lot of value to the format. They make it way more interesting. Hopefully we get to see those adult heroes as well, but we'll see.
So what is your, like, obviously you're looking for the very heavy performing unfair cards to play in your deck. So which has been your favorite set like? So if you had to draft a set and you want to get those cards, which is the set you would go with?
In terms of draft, my favorite draft experience was Tales of Aria.
Tales of Aria?
Yeah, we put in a lot of work before Nationals on that draft set, so I really felt like quite experienced and like I understood what was happening in the draft around me. And once you get to that point, it feels really fluid and enjoyable to draft, because then at the end of it, you're like, you don't need to ask the person to your right or left what they were playing, because you kind of just know, and that's a really fun feeling. And I felt like I got there in Tales of Aria, so that's for now. But I would like to see a new draft set. I just can't wait for the next one.
So do you actually like the draft with only 3 heroes more than with the 4 dynamic? Like, and with the elements that had like overlap in what you search, but not as much what you play?
I've enjoyed all the drafts I've done in Flesh and Blood, but I think it's more that I have the depth of understanding in Tales of Aria that I can really fully appreciate everything going on around me and all the nuance, and that's what provides the satisfaction. But I think 3 worked really well. I think the element and sort of the overlap gave you sort of almost 6 heroes to draft.
Yes.
And so like, I really like Tales as a format, yeah.
What's the favorite element to draft if you have the choice?
Lightning Lexi. I love Lexi. I think people really underrated her and really misunderstood her in the draft format.
Thank you very much. I'm going to let you go to your round.
All right, thank you very much.
Very interesting.
All right, awesome.
And good luck.
Thank you.
We're here with
Pierre Canali.
And what are your accomplishments in Flesh and Blood?
I have qualified for PT in New Jersey, so I'm really happy to go. And I have played in a lot of Armory also, so I have some good results.
And today you're here with a team with 2 national championships, so they think very highly of you. So like you have a bit of a background in Magic the Gathering as well, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, welcome back. So we heard your pleas for more Viserai, so we've got more Viserai coming up. No. We have we're gonna have Kano versus Dorinthea, which I think will be quite a good matchup. Something that a lot of people will have seen during the Crucible era, but I still think it's a good matchup to watch. Also, you know, we're gonna try and dodge Viserai for a while. It is a bit tricky. We will have a metagame breakdown coming out soon. I can tell you there are a lot of Viserai here, so I hope you like watching Viserai on stream, because sooner or later we're gonna get to more Viserai on stream.
Yeah, we saw in the chat earlier that some players wanted to see Dash on the screen. So we're going to try and find a Dash player, maybe for the next round. So stay tuned for that.
There is a Dash player on 2-0, so we will try and get them on the next round. But they were up against a Viserai this round, and we did want to mix it up a bit. And if they're on 3-0 next round, then they'll definitely come on stream. If they lose, well, we'll see. We might grab them anyway, just for a bit more variety.
So what other heroes does everyone want to see? Like, we do look into the chat every once in a while. Then we can always keep your requests into consideration and have a look if we can find a player like that. We know that KO is definitely a fan favorite. We're hoping to maybe get an Icelander on the screen as well.
I will say, unfortunately for the KO fans in chat, only one person has been brave enough to bring KO to this tournament. So, you know, and unfortunately it doesn't seem the dice are really suiting or favoring them today, as they are unfortunately on 0-2. So maybe we won't get KO on the stream, but we definitely could aim to get an Icelander or a Prism. Maybe even some Briar, just to have a bit of a different flavor of Runeblade.
I'm still hoping for a Benji, but that's my ninja favoritism speaking.
There was a Benji on 1-1, I think. So, you know, maybe we will see Benji pulling ahead later on. Oh no, there's a Benji on 2-0.
We have our matchup here, Dorinthea versus Kano.
Oh no, the Dorinthea player is reading the Kano cards. This is not a good sign.
That's favorable for Kano.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't know how Kano works. The good thing is, for all you guys in chat, I am a master Kano player. I've played probably about 200, 300 games of Kano in Blitz. So, you know, I'm here. I can tell you what the cards do.
I've played a lot of Dorinthea versus Kano. And my strategy is simple, just keep slamming damage.
I mean, that's everyone's strategy.
Hope that they don't have it.
Oh, everyone wants to see Levia versus Prism. I don't know if you're going to see Levia versus Prism. There is, I think there's one Levia player here, so... no, there's 3. Maybe we'll see some Levia later on then. We'll have to see how they're doing. So, of course, for those of you who are new to Flesh and Blood, you know, Dorinthea, we've already seen on the stream. She is very much a warrior. She comes in with the weapon. She does attack reactions after that. And then we have Kano, who basically does damage along a different axis to everyone else. He does something called arcane damage, which isn't like physical damage. You can't block it with normal cards, but you can pitch, as long as you have arcane barrier on your equipment, to deal that arcane damage directly. And we have seen arcane damage already in this tournament in the form of Viserai's rune chants. But of course, this time, Kano does a lot more arcane damage in a lot bigger chunks. So we're going to have to see that, and we're going to have to see. The other thing, of course, to remember about Kano is he is often a combo deck. His cards work very well when played together. And that means that they, you know, if he plays one and plays another one, he can ramp up damage very, very quickly. And that's something we kind of have to be prepared to see.
Yeah, for Kano, you can kind of expect turns where they can push out something like a 14 damage Fog Lightning. And because of the way that Arcane Barrier works, theoretically, the Dorinthea player will only be able to stop like 3 of that 14 damage. So all Kano really needs is like 2 good turns in order to close out the game.
Yeah, exactly. So this could be a very fast game. You know, we often see Kano is called a... There were lots of memes at the early start of Fab, wasn't it? That it's not your turn, it's our turn. Because Kano is one of the very few heroes in the game, again, for the new players, who can play cards a lot at instant speed. His ability, his hero ability, in fact, let's put this up here as a reference for all of you guys, because I think this is the one that people are going to struggle with. His hero ability allows you to pitch any blue card, so 3 resources, to banish the top... Well, look at the top card of your deck, and if it's a non-attack action, you can banish it, and then you can basically play it for the rest of a turn as if it was an instant. And an instant, of course, is a card that you can play on your opponent's turn or your turn. It doesn't require an action point to spend, so your opponent can attack with their whole hand. When they've done that and they have no resources to block your arcane damage, you can then go in for lots of damage. So we're going to see sort of how much damage Kano is going to do on his turn. I predict that most of the damage will be done on Kano's turn, but the kill is going to come on Dorinthea's turn. That's usually how it goes out.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But we'll be seeing a lot of blues going into that Kano's pitch zone. Like, that deck plays a ridiculous amount of blue cards.
It's about half, really. Yeah. Okay, we see Iron Song Determination bringing in the Dominate straight away.
That's very hard for Kano, seeing Dominate. Because they even brought the lens instead of the skull cap, so they can't even block with a potential skull cap here.
Yeah, but the question is, of course, is Kano going to block? I mean, this first turn, even if you're going second, is an opportunity to deal quite a lot of damage, and the Dorinthea player has already played 2 cards and pitched 1. So, you know, resources are going quickly.
So we have a Domblink coming in for 4 damage here with Dominate.
And go again, yeah.
Would you have kept that Dominate for the next turn, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, it does give the Kano an opportunity to sort of block this for 3 and just take 1 damage. But then it does get the Dawnblade counter straight away. And this isn't going to be a long game, so I think getting that counter is probably worth it.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I think it depends what that follow-up card is in the hand.
Could be a Glint, but...
Yeah, but if it was a Glint, he wouldn't have played the hit and run. He wouldn't needed to go again.
Yeah, but could be also to try and trick the opponent into blocking anyways, no?
I think we'll just see something like an Iron
like
Song
having that
response
flexibility.
Ooh,
Okay.
a Singing Steel Blade. And he blocked with the Tunic turn 1. That is an interesting choice. That is a very, very interesting choice. So this is the Kano player telling us that he doesn't think this game is going to go to 3 turns either, because he's just chucking the Tunic in to stop a Dawnblade counter turn 1.
So we see an Iron Song response for that +3.
Oh no, he's changed his mind. So Singing Steel Blade will give +1, and then we'll go into a +3, so it could come in for 4. Oh, I think he grabbed a blue instead of a red.
So that's a 3 damage chunking through, isn't it? Ah, no, 4 damage because the +1 from the...
Singing Steel Blade,
Yep.
yeah. So that's just a nice big chunk of damage with 1 resource floating as well for the second attack for 4 and a counter. So things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and unless the Kano player has a defense reaction, which they probably don't.
Which he
otherwise
does
we
not.
would
Which he
have
does
seen
not
it.
have. Yeah. So for those of you less familiar with the card, Singing Steel Blade is of course a yellow pitch Dorinthea specialization, so it will be playable by the new Dorinthea coming out in the classic battle set that's coming up. And if they block with a card from hand, you can search your deck for any attack reaction, banish it, and play it this combat chain, which of course gives you the capabilities of getting Glint if you need go again. We saw there just an extra 3 + 3 damage on the Singing Steel on the Iron Song response.
So we see a block 2 from the Tome of Fjendel, so 2 damage goes through. Kano is now already down to 9 life.
This is really bad for Kano from the start, because essentially you have... Ooh, we see an accidental card reveal there, but that's okay because he didn't draw extra, so if his opponent saw it, it's just free information, which is perfectly fine.
I saw the Steelblade Supremacy. Did you see it?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a big Dorinthea turn coming
He has
up.
double Supremacy in his hand.
And he's still at 20 life, so
Yeah.
it's very unlikely for Kano to be able to finish him off this turn.
Yeah, because the ideal line for Kano there is that basically they come in for 4 or 8, you take maybe 6 or 8, but then you deal a certain amount back and you put them down to like 12, and then you're really just looking to get some sort of combo or damage off.
And there's a Fog Lightning without any buffs.
Ooh, that is...
That's a surprising move to me. Does that mean that he might have another Fog Lightning in hand or something?
So he did Kano this Fork Lightning, which means he has a card for his arsenal.
Oh, he Kano'd it.
Yeah. So he should have 2 cards left in hand. But not even putting Crucible on this, it feels kind of bad. Oh no, he must have not hit something off the Kano, so he played the Fort Lightning
Yeah,
from
but
hand.
he probably wants to have that last card in Arsenal, so he can potentially have a big turn with the Storm Striders this turn.
Yeah, but that's really, really not good from Kano's perspective, because you
So
just...
we have a +5 with the Steelblade Supremacy. I will try to pull up the Supremacy quickly.
So Supremacy is +2.
Yeah, but +3 from the Warriors.
Yeah,
Power.
yeah. But whenever it hits, you draw a card. So now we're seeing Warrior's Valor red, so +3, Steel Blade Supremacy for +2, and then plus the 4 on, you know, it's coming in for 9 with Go Again if it hits.
Do you think we're going to see a Kano activation now, before blocks?
No, but his opponent's on 16 health. Kano needs to...
Ah, yeah, they can maybe do 14 with this hand, with
So
this setup at
The
most.
only... Kano's out here, basically, is to block with 3 cards and have a red in arsenal that he can play a blue. So if you're Kano here and you have like a red vaulting bolt in arsenal, so you can come in for 6 and try and get Dorinthea down to 10, that's your only out, but you still have to block this for at least 9. Now his opponent hasn't floated any resources, so if you block this for 9, you're in a good spot in terms of the Iron Song response. You know, and he's already played 1 Iron Song response, so he may not be able to play another one.
There's still the risk of a Glint to Quicksilver here.
Yeah, he'll draw a card, but it's as good as any other card in his deck. Oh yeah, that's true. We actually have seen the other card in Dorinthea's hand, so we know it's a Steel Blade Supremacy. So if he blocks this for 9...
Oh, they have a second one.
He has 2, yeah.
Ah.
So if he blocks this for 9, then actually he is safe. He just needs to see that solution, which is tricky. But yeah, I think as Kano, you have to absolutely block this. I'm seeing chat just giving me a bit of grief because he's saying Kano can get out of this by hitting tomes and blues. You can absolutely get out of this, which is why he's using the talisman, but the odds of getting your opponent down from 16 versus, say, down from 10, remember as well, he does have 3 Null Rune and another card in his hand, so you have to calculate trying to do 19 damage to him, which is miles from a sure thing, and your opponent is putting lethal on the table. So, yeah, it's really, really, like, how is Kano killing him?
Wow, we see a full hand block.
Oh, I don't know if that's the right call. I think you have to take the gamble and do the 9 here. But I see the logic. He just doesn't want to take any damage. And
we don't know what's in the arsenal. Could be a Blazing Aether. For all
True.
we know.
It could be something that doesn't really work for the combo. And I will say, having played this matchup, full blocking a Supremacy turn is fine. Dorinthea has only got a certain number of red power turns in her. So if you block the Supremacy turns, you can often find yourself in a much better situation. But of course, we know as the casters he has a second Supremacy, which is obviously, you know, meaning that he might have to full block this turn as well.
I think I see another Singing Steel Blade in the hand there.
Yeah.
And I believe that's a blue Warrior's Fella. I'm not sure what the third card is. Probably a hit and run or something.
I think it is a hit and run.
So I guess that Kim is right now banking on cracking the Refraction Bolters or something.
No, I think the play here is that however your opponent blocks, you Singing Steel Blade into Glint.
Ah, okay.
I mean, you can make it hit, but like if you were Kano here, you won't block for... You won't just block for 5. You should block for at least 9 or 8, I would say. And then none of the... You know, or even more, actually.
They could potentially even get a route out of the deck. Pitch an extra card. Yeah, the Kano player is still thinking it through by the looks of it. Okay, they took the full hit. The Refraction Bolters have been destroyed, so Kano is now down to 4 life.
Wow. But that card draw is very, very big for Dorinthea on this.
So they Steel Blade Shunt in the hand at the back. And no, that's the hit and run.
It's a hit and run.
But
So
he does have the potion which can stop 3 arcane damage.
yeah, but I don't think Dorinthea is worried about dying at the moment. I think he's just looking for the kill. You arsenal the Warrior's Valor, so you have Go Again for next turn. But you do have to, like, you know, just come in with the Dawnblade, singing Steelblade into Overpower or something. You know.
The Kano player is giving it some thought. Yeah, they have to block here. Like, like when you're on the opposite side of the table, like almost every card in the Dorinthea player's hand is like a +3 or a potential +3. Like you said, they cannot even go for the big combo turn or gamble for it because the opponent is just at too much life right now.
The only way that Kano can do this is if he somehow survives this attack, which is very unlikely, and he somehow finds a way. He basically needs to chip 4 or 5 damage through a red and a blue, and then somehow top deck, you know, the perfect combo line next turn.
Okay, we see a Kano activation.
If he doesn't do that, then there's no way out of this situation. I love the confidence of the chat. Kano shouldn't be this easy to beat. Kano can pull off some tricks. Listen, I love Kano. I have faith in Kano. I'm just telling you guys the truth, the way I see it. He's in a very rough situation. And I mean, we've both played this matchup. I've played this matchup a lot of the times. And Dorinthea being on 16, that it's, you know.
I've had plenty of games where I navigate to Dorinthea. I get the Kano down to 1. I present lethal, and then they just have it. They just have it.
Yeah, but you won on 16 life when that happened.
Oh, plenty of times. I was at like 18+ that they do the fog lining into like a Blazing 8 or something like that. So.
Oh, yes. But that is the best turns.
So we do see a block 9 here. But isn't overpower enough? Let's see. So the Dawnblade is coming in for 5 +1 from the singing. So that's so that's a 6. And overpower would be a +6, right? That would put Kano down to 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. He could also fetch a route and just return one of these cards.
And would you want to give Kano a card back? Okay, there is the route coming out.
Yep, just bounce the card back and then you're hitting for 6.
The Zap is going back to hand.
Yeah, and then you're getting +3, so you're dropping him down to 1.
Did he have another reaction? I don't think so, right? Because all he would need is like a +1 to close out the game here.
Is he returning a blue Zap to his hand? That's interesting.
I would have returned that Lesson in Love or something.
I would have returned the red, I think. If he only has 1 card in hand, I'd always want it to be a red. The part of this turn I don't really understand is the pitching the blue to the Kano. I don't think you're going to find a kill that way. You need to block with more cards. It's always better to have that blue in the hand when it comes around to your turn.
Yeah, because now the Kano player is in a situation like if he can push a little bit of damage, get the Dorinthea player under that 11 life.
I think he just drew up, but that card that he pitched needs to go on the bottom of his deck because it's still there from the last turn. Oh, we see a double Warrior's Valor. I think it's a red and a yellow, so...
So that's +5,
yeah,
+4
so
from
coming in for 9. This is a lot of damage.
And still 2 cards in hand. I didn't catch what the cards in hand are, so... Did you manage to see them?
No, he was aggressively shuffling those. I did not see them at all. I think maybe a hit and run again. He seems to be playing a lot of those. So this is exactly as you predicted before the start of the game. The Dorinthea just needs to keep going, putting up consistent damage, and, you know, the life totals will keep them alive for a while. And they just, I mean, they drop Kano. I mean, 15 life is just not that much. Okay, we see a tome. This is what a good Kano turn would look like, so, you know, there's some optimism there.
Draw too.
I will say it feels very bad when you're playing against Kano and you think you're safe, and then suddenly he snaps his fingers.
It happens so many times. Like as Ira, as Dorinthea, I've been so many times on the receiving end.
Yeah.
Of a Kano suddenly going off out of nowhere.
I will tell you the Kano mirror is one of the worst.
I've never played the Kano mirror.
Well, basically you put lethal on the table, they'll put lethal on the table back at you, and then you have to have lethal on in your hand so you can put lethal back on them. And
okay, so we see a blazing Aether banner. So
ooh, that's very nice.
Potentially they could pull it off, no?
Yeah, I mean Dorinthea still has 2 cards in hand though, so if one of those is a blue, there might not be a lot of damage bleeding through this turn. And
so
Kano still needs to block.
So they would need a blazing Aether into a fog lighting. Is it blazing Aether?
I think this has to be a stir forked, and I don't think
Stir, yeah.
I don't think you even have the resources for that without an energy potion on the table. Okay, we see the Storm Strider's activation. So Storm Striders, for those of you less familiar, it's the Wizard Legendary Boots. It allows you to play your next non-attack action card, Wizard non-attack action card, as an instant, which lets you go the next turn.
So he plays an Aether Wildfire. That can be devastating.
Yeah, okay, this could actually be very good. So let's break down this play here for those of you less familiar with Kano. So we have the activation of the Storm Striders, which is gives instant to his next attack. Then he plays Stir the Ether Winds, which lets him play his next attack as an instant and gives it +3. Then he triggers Crucible, which gives his next attack +1 Arcane. Plays Aether Wildfire, which then comes in for +1 from the Crucible, +3 from Stir the Ether Wind, so it comes in for 8, which he then hits with, because the Dorinthea player
he hit for 6, because the Dorinthea player pitched 2 reds.
Exactly. But then he can play a Blazing Ether, which gets 6 damage, because Blazing Ether deals damage equal to the amount of arcane damage you've dealt. But Aether Wildfire also gives it +6 again, because of the amount of damage that Aether Wildfire has done, because Aether Wildfire gives the damage to the rest of the cards you play this turn. So that means that Kano actually won that game by presenting 18 damage on the last turn. I was surprised. I didn't think he'd get it, but
I've seen it plenty of times.
Yeah.
But I thought you push Kano in a corner and they still have it. And especially with a deck like Dorinthea, because generally you only run like 10 to 12 blues, so having a second blue ready to pitch to stop some arcane damage is very, very rare.
But he had 2 cards left. I mean, even if it was 2 yellows, he'd block 5 damage of that Arcane Wildfire, and then he would only take 15, and he'd still have lethal on the table.
Yep.
So I think we saw that. I mean, when you see it go off like that, you're like, oh, it's 18 damage, it steals unstoppable. You do have to realize how very, very close Kano was to losing that game.
But I think it was Kano's only chance there.
Yeah,
they could full block, but the opponent had so many cards in hand, the Kano player didn't know how many of those are reactions. Like, do they have an overpower? Do they have another route in hand? So I think the only chance there was to just go all in and hope for the best, and it worked out for them. And
and you have to remember that was a blind Kano into a Blazing Ether, which means he didn't know that Blazing Ether was there. So if he hadn't hit that, no way he wins this game. So it's very, very lucky, I think, on Kano's part to take that win. I feel like Dorinthea was very, very firmly ahead, and it's one of the problems. A lot of people don't like Kano for that reason, because he feels like he can steal a win.
Yeah, but that's kind of his gimmick, isn't it? He starts at 15 life as a result.
Yeah, exactly. So he pays for it quite heavily. Chat is of the opinion that he didn't need to play the second Warrior's Valor, and that if he kept it in his hand, he could have blocked a lot more arcane. I think I agree with that. Though I will say, if your Kano is blocking every turn, you do kind of want to put enough damage through to make them block and overblock and take away all the cards in their hand. So I'm not sure if...
And what are the odds of them having the Blazing Aether and the Sturdy Aether ones at the same time into the Aether Wildfire? Those are very low odds in general. So
I mean, there were 2 Blazing Aethers less than his deck, maybe like 30 cards. So we're talking about a 1 in 15 chance of hitting a Blazing Aether.
Yeah, so
that's
taking
the odds,
that
guys.
risk as a Dorinthea player seems kind of okay.
Yeah. The chat is definitely in agreement that if he hadn't played the second Warrior's Valor, he would have easily won.
Yeah, but that's hindsight.
Yeah. But also, I think, like, you have to think about how easy, one Warrior's Valor is to block, necessarily. I mean, you're coming in for 7, block it for 9, keep a red, and then Kano can chip away some damage, which brings you closer to that kill. Yeah.
All right, we will have a quick break again, and we will see you all soon with the next matchup, hopefully with a Dash player or something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Dash did against Viserai in the last round.
Brilliant. Welcome to, of course, the Calling Krakow. We're just interviewing the winners of the games that you have just seen on stream. So we have Adrian here, who's just demolished Dorinthea at the last moment with Aether Wildfire. How are you feeling about that?
Well, to be honest, I was pretty lucky with this one, but there are times that you need to just to believe that top decks will give you something, right? I was like seeing only one tome, so I assume that there are some tomes on top short on the top deck, to dig for it and goldfish it to it. And I could overall block this turn, but probably it will be just slowly bleeding down and lost on another one. So I just take my chances and bam.
Yeah, you were really getting into the choice of like, I'm really getting low on life here. But you hit the Blazing Ether and then suddenly that damage ramps up.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what Kano is good for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's basically a massive combo deck, and sometimes you just lose to yourself. Like basically you don't draw anything and just lose. But when you have these guts turns, it feels amazing to play it.
So of course there's lots of Viserai players here, lots of Oldham players, but you chose to bring Kano.
Yeah.
Why did you pick Kano?
Well, basically I'm playing Kano for almost a year right now.
Okay.
And it's my most known matchup regarding also a Viserai, because we played, my opponents play it locally a lot, right? And I know this matchup pretty good, and it's fine for me. Regarding Oldham, it's a bit hard to play, but I still managed to win one game today versus Oldham, so I'm pretty fine with this. Regarding Kasai, I think that I am favorite, so with the current meta, I think it's a good choice to make a better standing.
I think, Viserai is definitely the player to beat. So if you've got a good matchup against him, then you're definitely sorted against a lot of the field.
Exactly. Well, basically, regarding Viserai, it's like he don't have any bad matchups. Maybe expect Kano, because Kano can kill him from nowhere, right? So this is the other reason that I choose it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I've definitely played a few Viserai games against Kano myself, where you hit those Blazing Ethers and you're like, well, here's 30 damage. What are you going to do about it?
Well, basically, regarding playing against Viserai, you just need to have hope that he doesn't kill you on his second turn, because even if you are on play, without Arsenal, he can still kill you on his turn. Well, his damage output is crazy. Well, you need a big combo turn to win, but it is possible and it is doable. Especially no rushing emptiness hands a lot. If you are starting, for example, and can no rushing emptiness and Arsenal wildfire and have 5 card hand, well, you can basically win from the point.
So that's an interesting question. How much of the matchup do you think is dependent on that dice roll to go first?
Against Viserai?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I think a lot, because, well, some kind of players likes to go second and have some time to maybe burn him a bit on his turn when he is on the play, right? And try to take some cards off his hand. But overall, I think that going first is better to have setup, maybe have portion in play to Arsenal wildfire and try to do your luck. Because if Viserai starts and he make, for example, 5 rune chance, this is pretty common for him, well, you are basically dead. If you don't hit Square or, I don't know, Chain Eminence, if someone is playing it, well, you're dead.
And also the amount of damage that Viserai can put out on turn 1, you might not be able to block all of it anyway.
Yeah, there is no way to block it at all, because he can go like for 30 easily on turn 1, and us as Kano, if we have 15 lives, so, well, it's make us dead, basically.
I think that's something we're going to be watching very carefully on the stream, because I'm fully expecting that we're going to have more Viserais coming up later, and hopefully we'll see more Kano later on as well. Is who's winning in terms of going first or second? Because I think whoever goes first is very favoured into Viserai.
Yeah, I believe so, that Kano going first is favoured, because he can survive Viserai first turn if he didn't make any combo, and then we can do our combos, right? And take some cards from his hand, because as Kano is most important, right? To take cards from the opponent's hand and then burn him on the response, for example, to Skeleton on the resolve stack, right?
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, the rest of the event, are you enjoying it? I mean, it seems very well run so far.
Well, we even started yesterday with our team, and we managed to make 4-0, right? So.
Very nice.
Yeah. Overall, the team event was really nice. I really enjoyed it, that you need to bring 3 different heroes. I think that this is great direction. Well, the event was of course casual event, right?
Yeah.
But still, it's great direction, and you can play as a team, tag with each other to make some good play. And overall today there are a lot of players. I'm pretty impressed that we have booked everything, I think, regarding the event, and it's pretty nice. It gives me hopes that we'll grow as much as possible.
So are you local to Poland then, or have you come?
Yeah, I'm local.
Oh, brilliant.
I'm like, I don't know, 100 kilometers from here, so yeah.
Because we always hear from overseas that the Polish scene is really big. So I mean, how many players are showing up on average to your big events? I mean,
to bigger events locally. Well, where we were having ProQuest, it was like, I don't know, up to 15, I believe. It's still fine. It's still a nice number, right? For the local event. For Skirmish, it was something around 30, I believe, and it was still great, right?
And then for the Road to Nationals last year, you were getting a lot more people.
I didn't play that time. I started after it, I believe, somehow.
Okay, yeah, great. I mean, the Polish scene is very vibrant, as we can see in the room. There are a lot of Polish players who've come. It's Easter as well, so some of them may have free time to come along. It's just a really great event. It's been really well run, and the venue is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And we'll get back to a bit of a break, and then we'll come up with the next match when the time is there.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Bye.
Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up everyone? We're back yet again. We picked a very fun matchup for everyone. We're going to see Dash in action against no other than the bully of the meta himself, Viserai. So, what do you think? How is Dash going to perform against the Viserai matchup?
So this is quite interesting, isn't it? Because Dash runs quite a few blues. She can be quite aggressive as well, actually. I mean, she can put a lot of boost and damage forward. So we might see an aggro versus aggro game. But Dash does have the flexibility maybe to block a bit more. I mean, we're at the stage now where anyone who's on 3-0 has probably beaten at least one Viserai. So hopefully we're going to start to see those decks rise to the top that have a decent game into Viserai. And hopefully one of them will surprise us.
So do you think the Dash player is going to bring the Teclo Pounder to the table?
Now that's an interesting question. I think maybe. I think we might see a Teclo Pounder aggro boost Dash just to match the Viserai in terms of damage. We're going to have to see. The other thing I'm curious about is that one of the strategies against Viserai is, of course, T-Bone Magnetic Shockwave to get that Skeleta on the chain. Which, that would be very interesting to see.
Alright, so here we have our Viserai player on the left, Dash on the right, and we do see a Teclo Pounder.
Yeah, we do. And of course, we see the Edge strat, which some of you may have seen before,
but look at that
but
weapon,
some of you may have not. Yeah, Talishar. Let's get that up here on the side so that people can have a look if they've forgotten about it. But Talishar is the only generic weapon in the game, and it basically can only attack twice per game. So you kind of have to really deal with it, right? So it's a 2-for-4 attack. You put a rust counter on it when you attack, and at the end of the turn, if it has 3 or more rust counters, it gets destroyed. So 3 attacks in this game per weapon. But guess what? In a stream, you know, in a blitz game, are you going to attack more than 3 times with your weapon?
Not really, and it's still 2-for-4 damage, right? So that's quite efficient in a in a matchup like this. So, but we already know it's going to be a heavy boost matchup. Viserai is going first by the looks of it.
He is. He's also running Tome of the Arknight, which is a very interesting card. A lot of people have cut Tome of the Arknight just to get sort of, you know, because it's a bit random if it hits or it doesn't, unlike Sonata, which reveals a lot more cards. But it is a blue, which means that it can fill a slot in your deck and give you a lot of reach in that regard.
Yeah, it didn't work out for David. Is that how you pronounce it in this round, though?
Yeah, but it did also generate him 2 rune chants, which is really good to see.
That's very true.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so we see him coming in straight away with a Goliath Gauntlet Rotary Ram. Now, Rotary Ram, I think, is just +3.
So this is a yellow 0-60. That one gets +2 from the Pounder, I guess, if he activates it.
And it
+3
boosts
from the
successfully.
Ram.
Yep, so go again.
That's an 8 damage go again coming in, if I'm not mistaken.
I think even more, because the Teclo Pounder is going to trigger, and he has the Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet doesn't activate on this, because
yes, because it's a 0 cost. Yeah, so the Gauntlet is just implying that there's another bigger attack coming in a second.
Yeah, there's something coming. We don't know what yet, but there's a big attack coming at the end of the chain, I guess.
Yeah, Teclo Pounder, such a good card. A lot of people think, oh, it only gives +2, but they have to remember that Teclo Pounder is just a Channel Mount Heroic with 3 charges, right?
Yeah, so it's a 5+3, so it's coming in for 8 total by the looks of it. And I guess in this matchup it may even pay off to use the Foundry Heart to banish some cards to get extra resources.
Maybe. He's not running anything that scales with the number of times he boosts at this moment.
Well, we haven't seen it yet. Could be very well in his hand now.
True.
But I'm still amazed with the Talishar. That's such a spicy pick.
Yeah, well, a lot of Dash players that were running the pistol's 1 for 2, but you have to put the items in, you have to put a whole package in to make it worthwhile. Whereas Talishar, just a 2 for 4.
Yeah, you don't really need to run the induction chamber anymore for the go again, which opens up another slot in the deck.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we see, what's the...
I think this is a Magnetic Shockwave.
No, it's not the Magnetic Shockwave, it's the one that has Dominate. if you've boosted. I think it's a 6 dominate plus 2 from the Goliath. So it's coming in for 8 dominate, I believe.
Very nice. And we're just getting all of that armor out of the way right at the start. And just going straight in there for 6.
So how much of the damage went through? Because we saw a 6 block from the equipment, but that 2 from the Goliath Gauntlet should have still been live now.
I think we're seeing that he took 10 damage. I think the heroes are just slightly reversed at the moment.
We have the same issue as in the previous round then.
So, yeah, I mean, 10 damage on turn 1. Welcome to Blitz, I guess. It's such an explosive format, but that's why we're playing 10 rounds
Another
today.
tome. That's...
Oh, okay. Is this one going to hit? Come on. I want it to hit now. I really hate watching Tome miss twice. Oh, no. No, it feels so bad.
Is it morally correct to root for Viserai?
No, but Tome is one of those cards that, you know, I can't see 2 missing in a row. I can't. It triggers me so much.
So I think this is a blue meet and greet. Yes, it's 2 damage coming in. It doesn't have go again by itself, I believe.
No. It does generate a rune chant because it's played after the tome, but it doesn't have go again by itself. So he's just coming in for 2.
Yeah, the Viserai is having very poor luck in this game.
Viserai is having some very bad turns, but then if we're looking at his deck, I don't... You know, we've seen very, very tuned Viserai lists, and Tome is one of those cards that gets cut, so I do have to wonder if he's built a more slower deck, or a deck that has, you know, less aggro potential.
Yep.
Maybe better at the mirror because it has more blues, but I do worry.
So we see the 2 block with the Foundry Heart coming in with a Revel and Runeblood. So that's a additional 4 plus 1 from Viserai's trigger, right?
Beautiful. And then we see Skeleta cracked. Is that a Sonata?
Must be.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
See, we were saying Viserai's having a bad turn. We were rooting for him. And then he just turns around and does something disgusting like this. And suddenly we're just like, no, you can go away again now.
Did he have any floating resources left to make that Sonata even bigger?
I don't think he needs to. It's going to see 6 cards. So that's more than enough. 1, 2, 3. He already knows 2 of them are attack actions, so he's hoping there's more non-attack actions hidden in there. Oh my god. That is... Okay. We can feel bad for the Viserai player again. He's just... Oh, no, we can feel bad for him again. Yeah, he's just hit 5 attack actions off that Sonata. Oh.
He gets to put 1 in hand at least.
I've been there. Have you been there? I revealed 17 cards once and only hit 2 attack actions.
I haven't played much Viserai myself, actually.
Oh, I can tell you, it's the worst feeling in the world. You spend 6 turns setting up this perfect Sonata. You reveal 20 cards off the top of your deck and you hit 2 and you're just like...
I do remember when I used to play Briar, like sometimes you go for like Axis 2 or something and then you don't find anything. It just feels horrible.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And that's the problem with Runeblade, is that it is variance. There is a lot of variance in the deck, which you can't really rely on to deliver that power in the same way that, you know, someone like Ninja, Ira, sort of our favorite classes do all the time.
Yeah, but those are more the consistent decks, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's true.
These are like high roll, kind of luck-dependent decks, even though that Viserai is becoming more and more consistent as of late.
Yeah, and what they lack is the power of the Viserai cards, which are obviously rewarded with that little bit of randomness that you weren't expecting before, you know? So there's a trade-off there.
The thing is, like with the Viserai hero ability, it's almost like Ira's hero ability getting that +1, except it's on every single card, not just the second one.
Yeah, exactly, which is a bit ridiculous.
So the Dread Triptych is coming down. That generates another rune chant. See if I can pull Dread Triptych up a second.
I mean, Dread Triptych is perfect here because you get 1 Arcane. You've already dealt Arcane. You get, obviously, an attack 1, and then obviously if it hits, you get another one as well. And Dash is just in a situation, but does he have any cards left in his hand? I think he does, actually. He took a lot of damage, but there wasn't the go again, really, to deliver all of those attacks.
He took 11 damage this turn, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a 3 damage go again, I think. Into a Teklokoi, it's called, I believe. Ah.
7 strength, zip hit coming in.
So is the zip 4 damage?
I think this is a red, so this will be 5 and then +2 from the Teklo-Core.
Ah, zip hit is 5. All
yeah.
Right. For some reason I got 3 stuck in my head, but that might be the blue one or something then.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, we'll see if the judge resolves that, because he did play Revel last turn, so he shouldn't be left with any rune chance from the Dread Triptych. Yeah, well, chat has spotted it. I'm sure the judge will spot it soon as well, or we'll get someone to just point it out to him.
So there was a block tree, I believe. Two block on that one. So there's going to be another 2 damage coming through. So Viserai is already down to 4 life at this point. I do think the Dash player doesn't have anything else anymore here. Ah, they do. They do have something. They revealed to with Foundry Heart to generate some extra resources. I guess we're going to see a Teleshop play here then.
I mean, this is just a free 2 damage, right? Off the Teklo Foundry
and
Heart.
it's lethal. Like the
Viserai
player has used all the armor to block already. So they are going to lose...
Yeah, they're going to have to chuck the Spellbound Creepers in front.
Ah, that's not a durability. Of course not. Because that has Spell Break, right? So
yeah, it has Spell Break, so everyone just uses dice to track the counters on it. So that's the perfect threatens lethal, gets the last piece of armor.
But still, 1 life as a Viserai player against 9 life, that... generally speaking, you can still be in a very decent position. We do need to see what happens with those rune chants there, though. Because technically those shouldn't be there, right?
Yeah. If we can get just someone to pop over and flag it to the judge, that would probably be the best. Yeah.
Shall I go inform somebody?
Yeah, why don't you just pop over quickly? We're very close to the table here, though we're behind a screen.
I'll be right back.
But, you know... Yeah, we do have a line of communication, but obviously he's not checking his phone right now. So we're just going to pop over and mention it to him, just make sure that the game state is maintained. And that will, of course, affect all of Viserai's decision-making. I mean, look, we've had situations like this before. There's plenty of times when things have gone wrong, table judges don't spot it. It is, you know, it is the way the game goes. There's a lot of you watching on stream. There is only 1 judge on the ground. So this is just the sort of thing that does happen. So, you know, it is very easy for all of you to notice and brain think a solution. But obviously, you know, this is the sort of thing that does happen. And we can see that the judge now, we've let him know, the rune chants have been removed. And everything has been resolved. So thank you, chat, for pointing it out. Obviously, we've dealt with that. We want to make sure the game is, you know, looking as well as it can. I will say it's a bit unfair, unfortunate for the Viserai player right now.
Because that might have been, they might have blocked with those 4 rune chants in mind.
I think he entirely, you know, blocked with rune chants in mind.
But it didn't look intentional. Like, I think a lot of times you just forget about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and there's nothing you can do, really. It's such a powerful effect on Revels. It has to have some sort of drawback. Of course, it doesn't usually, because you just use the rune chants.
Yep.
But obviously, Dread Triptych is not going to have go again.
So we see a rune flash here.
Okay, so you're paying for it. You just need to put some pressure on. But Dash has 9 health and some armor, so he's not that worried. Okay, Gloom Veil. But this is a Gloom Veil without Go Again. It's just coming in for 3. So Viserai here is just thinking, how do I get some cards out of his hand? And he didn't even, he just got armor. So he must be feeling in a very bad situation. But if he had had those 4 rune chants, this would have been a much better turn.
So we got a locked and loaded that gives +3 and an opt, I believe.
Yeah, it does have an opt as well. Yeah. Into a throttle. Oof. With Go Again.
Is that a yellow throttle or a red one? I think it's a yellow.
Yeah. So that's going to come in for quite a bit of damage. Yeah.
That's the Viserai player kind of conceded there. He full blocked the first attack, so that the Dash player can go in for the win.
And then the Dash
that's some real sportsmanship right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're accepting you're going to die that turn. You can't block all of the Go Again. The Dash has.
You cannot. Like with a full hand, and you need to block everything right, and almost everything is free, especially with Foundry Heart.
Yeah. So, I mean, this kind of proves what people were saying, that Dash does seem to have a good matchup into Viserai. We will say that, you know, from our side anyway, the Viserai player didn't draw very, very well for the first few turns. And even that Sonata wasn't particularly great because he didn't have the Go Again to really make use of the turn. So he did put some serious damage on the table. Obviously, Dash is on 4. But, you know, we are going to see Viserai probably drawing better than that later on in the turn.
I'm still in love with the Talishar.
You're still in love with the Talishar. Listen, it's always...
I'm going to put that in my Dash deck. That's just super spicy.
I think, as we were saying earlier, it's always a boon to us when a little used card or a common card or some rare that everyone calls trash becomes like a really good card to include in the games. I think it just shows the flexibility of the card pool and how, like, you know, how many cards can actually be played.
Yeah, especially in Blitz, there's a lot of flexibility for deck building. Of course, you don't have a sideboard in Blitz, so all those little tweaks, like even just like 2 cards difference in a list can make all the difference in this format. So
yeah, absolutely. And one thing I do keep coming back to is just the power of commons in the game. You know, we're not just talking about Fate Foreseen and Think Below, but every class has some really good, like, strong commons. And of course, Commoner has now been announced as an official format. I've played some. Have you played some? I mean,
I've played a lot. Like, I've even
really
covered
good
it on my channel a few times. Like I covered some decks. It's just the thing about Common that makes it good is that there's so many cards that block for 2.
Yeah.
That it kind of balances itself out. Like you have these overpowered decks, like things like Briar. They do have all the ball lightnings, or Chain does have all the Seeds of Agony, but because there's this very weird blocking mechanic.
Yeah.
It's unbalanced though, but
and Ira is very good at that format as well.
Yeah, definitely.
You
but
love,
again,
I love,
free value. Like free value in Flesh and Blood. That's in almost any format. It's game breaking. Like if you see stuff with the +2 Go Again, Dominate, and Constructed, you see a lot of free value with Viserai now with all the extra rune chants, and then in Commoner you have the +1 from Ira on the second attack. So
yeah. So we're going to go to another interview, of course, with the Dash player who's just won that, who's going to tell Kugane all about his deck. So that's going to be really interesting. And maybe he'll tell us that he thinks Dash is the way to beat Viserai, and then you can all know for your next big Blitz event how to beat Viserai.
All right.
It'll be fantastic.
All right, so we just now saw a really stellar performance of Dash versus Viserai. So how does it feel to beat the bully of the metagame with your amazing deck?
Well, this is the third Viserai that I beat today, actually. So really good so far. Yeah, it was kind of made to be able to beat Viserai, this deck that I brought. So yeah, obviously with a 4-0, it's going great so far.
Yeah, and I personally, I said on the stream, like when you put the Telstra on the field, I instantly fell in love with that deck. Like, did you come up with that yourself, or?
No, not entirely. There is a lovely Discord community with Dash and for all the classes actually that I usually frequent, and a lot of Dash versions were floating around, and I came up with this finished version with the Talishar because it felt like a good meta call, and yeah, here I am.
Yeah, I know there's a very big following for Dash in general. Like, Dash is definitely a fan favorite. We haven't seen much of it lately. Do you think that Dash is somehow like a undervalued hero that people should explore more?
Well, I think at least in Blitz, yes. I think now with the new Everfest cards, it's actually quite strong. Classic, it fell out of favor a bit. Constructed is a bit difficult for her, I think. So yeah, I think that's why it's coming up now in the Blitz season, in the calling and in the skirmishes as well, and much less in constructed. Yeah.
So what's your favorite card in the Dash deck right now? Maybe one from Everfest.
Well, Talishar is obviously, but if I have to get one from Everfest, I think it's the Tackle Pounder. I think that's the card that really enables the deck, and that's why it's good in Blitz, because a lot of the times you don't play more than 3 turns a game, and it really shines there. And that's the same idea with the Talishar actually.
Yeah, the Tackle Pounder especially, because a lot of Dash has like on-net effects that gives bonuses to the next set as well. Yes. I don't know if your deck runs them, but I personally really like the Tackle Pounder. It's just a very solid card. I did see a glimpse of the Tackle car when you boosted. Is that a card that you would put on the table in some matchups, or is it more like a tech card that you draw into and then put down?
Well, the deck is also really starved for quality blue pitches, I think, and I obviously play Spark of Genius as well. So if I go first and I don't want to push, then you are fishing for items. So, and that's where Tackle Core enables basically a 6-card hand next turn, because you will get free pitch, and you can go with an arsenal if you go first. So it's basically there for that.
And still a blue, so you can always pitch it in order to pay for your bigger attacks. So will you be able to keep your win streak going against Viserai? Because you're probably going to face a lot of them seeing the top tables right now.
Well, the thing is that Viserai can always blow me out on turn 2 if they line up that well. But as long as they don't, I think I have a good shot against them, as hopefully it will go like it's gone so far with 3 wins versus Viserai.
Yeah, I know there were a lot of people rooting for you in the chat as well. So
yeah, I will do my best to swing the Talishar and go as far as I can.
Well, good luck in your next rounds, and thank you for the quick interview.
Thank you very much. It was really nice to be here. Thank you.
We're here with
Pierre Canali.
And what are your accomplishments in Flesh and Blood?
I have qualified for PT in New Jersey, so I'm really happy to go. And I have played in a lot of Armory also, so I have some good results.
And today you're here with a team with 2 national championships, so they think very highly of you. So like you have a bit of a background in Magic the Gathering as well, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I have been playing professionally for 4 years. I have been playing something like 25 Pro Tours and a lot of GP also. And then I have been a professional poker player for 4 years. and now I have my company, so I don't have enough time to play Flesh and Blood as I wish, but I can play as soon as I have a little bit of free time.
Would you have the same aspirations to go professional in here, if possible?
Now that I have a kid, it's more complicated to have the same aspiration, but still, I'm happy to go to the Pro Tour in New Jersey, happy to try to qualify for the Pro Tour in France, really close to my house, I hope. So yeah, if I can play a few Pro Tours and do good results, it's going to be fine.
So today, what are you playing for the team event?
I play Chain.
Chain.
I always play Chain.
Always play Chain?
Except for tomorrow, because Viserai is too good right now. So tomorrow I will play
But
Viserai.
you would want to play Chain if you had the option?
If I can, I will play Chain. But I think Mordred Tide and Viserai is too good right now, so I will play Viserai.
So what would Chain need to be back on top?
I think if they ban Mordred Tide or a few good cards in Viserai, probably Chain could be competitive in Blitz again. But I qualify for the Pro Tour with Chain, so I think in CC, everything is there to make Chain a really competitive deck. But in Blitz, Viserai is too fast.
Yeah, like the 20 lives are really easy in a skill range.
Yeah, you can do 40 damage in one turn with Viserai, so I think Chain is not competitive enough yet.
So today you're playing
Chain.
Chain, yes, and your team members are playing
Viserai and Oldham.
And Oldham. I was almost thinking like, and the Brian, like we have a trifecta of the Rune Blades here.
Yeah, exactly.
So are there any other heroes you also like to play, or?
I like to play all the Rune Blades. They are really good. I like to play Ranger also, but Azalea is not good enough yet.
And myself, I'm an Azalea player, so what would you like to see to put Azalea to the next point?
I think I like the arrow with on-hit effects. With all the boosts, it could be really good, but except for Red in the Ledger right now,
yes,
I think it's not enough, and we need more good
Red
arrows.
of the Ledger is like our only line of play that we have to repeat. Because like, personally, like with Azalea, I have a pretty good matchup against Rune Blades because they want to go wide, and but then you come against an Oldham or a Prism, and it's like
there's nothing you can do.
It's a bit sad that like that dealer does not synergize with the helmet to have double arsenal slots. A lot of good things we see for Lexi do not translate over to Azalea.
Yeah.
So I often feel like we should just get like an Azalea with like an additional effect, like
Probably
we had Star
a new
Ball.
Azalea, it will be amazing.
Because the mechanic is just too fun.
Yeah. But Lexi is pretty good right now, so it's okay.
Yes, Lexi is fine.
Yeah.
But if you want to play us,
if you want to play Azalea, you have to wait.
Just happy that someone is talking about Azalea here. So, if we're talking about the Rune Blades, what are your favorite cards right now in the meta to play as a Rune Blade player?
In Blitz, it's gonna be obviously except for Viserai with Mordred Tide, which is really good, too good, and Sonata and everything. For other Rune Blades, I think it's I lost the name. It's Plunder Run. Plunder Run by far is the best Blitz card, I think. It's not playable anymore in CC, unfortunately. But maybe in Commoner, one day we will be able to play Seeds of Agony in Chain, plus Plunder Run. It's going to be amazing.
Be careful, because then Briar is also playing Ball Lightning again.
Yeah, also.
Now we're back at the beginning, where we started. So for the future of Flesh and Blood, like coming sets, what would you like to see? What would you like them to see explore in the game design space?
I'm a little bit biased, but I would love to see more Shadow cards.
More Shadow cards?
Yeah, I love Shadow.
I mean, Azalea with Shadow on top.
Amazing, yeah, it's going to be amazing.
So like you shuffle into your banished zone. And
it could be amazing. Yeah, I love the Shadow cards, and I'm a little bit scared if there is new hero coming up and new class every year. It's going to be difficult to catch up and to test against everything. Yes. It's already really difficult to test against every matchup. It takes a lot of time, but if there is more and more playable heroes, it's going to be hard to test for Pro Tours.
But hopefully, like the Living Legend status does limit that a bit, because like Oldham is probably is probably one of the first one up to get Living Legend status. So that's one deck of the list to test against. And
but if you have 3 new hero every year and 1 living legend, it will still stack up.
Well, but the more events, like if it keeps growing, maybe we'll get more living legends.
Yeah.
And some heroes might just phase out naturally as a sport, as a league.
I am really excited about the announcement when James White said we're gonna play a format with living legends when there will be a lot of living legends.
So you will have all the strong
best
stuff, all the weapons.
It's gonna be fun.
That's great.
In a few years.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It was very
welcome.
interesting.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
You too.
All right, welcome back. We are into round 5 of the Calling in Krakow. It is going really well. There are a lot of Viserai players here. There will be a meta breakdown out. You may have already seen it on Facebook. A third of the field is Viserai. But I will say that at the top tables, it is not all Viserai. We are seeing some Icelander. We are seeing some Oldham, some Dash, some Kano. So the field is not just one hero, even though there are a lot of that hero representing. We, in fact, have an Icelander versus Oldham match coming up, which I know is going to be really exciting. Which of those heroes do you think is better positioned in this meta?
It's very complicated because for Icelander and Oldham, that's a matchup that I think most people haven't seen. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Have you?
No, once, and it was a very slow game, but we'll see how it works out.
I mean, it also depends, like, what kind of an Oldham we are talking about. If it's an Earth Oldham, they might have a little bit more of a favorable matchup against Icelander. But if Oldham is in Ice 1 and they are playing the slow game, and at the same time you have Icelander also playing the slow game, then
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about Oldham? Because we've seen there's control builds that just try and fatigue everyone, and then there's a more of an aggro build that tries to put the pressure on. Which do you think is better? I mean,
in terms of actual power, I think the defensive build is better. It has a much higher win rate, also from the data that I've gathered.
Yeah.
But the issue with that deck is that functions really well in a setup where you have like 4 or 5 rounds, so you win 3 and lose 2, for example, and then you can still go to the top 8. But with a 10-round event, what are the odds that you're not going to run into a couple of other Guardians? Because if you're up against a Guardian meta and they play a bit of a slow game, you're very likely to go into a draw. And I'm not sure if a defensive all-team can survive that. So
I mean, I've seen and I've played the defensive Oldham game, and you're really just there. Like, your turns are taking like 2 or 3 seconds because you're just like, block that, pitch, hammer, next turn. And you're there on turn 30 being like, this game's still going on. What are we doing there?
It's exciting though. Like, you're sitting there with your big all-team deck. Like, nothing is getting wasted. You're just every turn like, okay, bonk with hammer, pass.
Yeah, and I think they do have the metagame breakdown for us, so I'm sure that's going to go on right now. We can talk through it. So obviously you can see there, Viserai. I mean, you like Viserai, I like Viserai. You know,
I like the hero. I like it thematically. I just don't like what it's doing to the meta, because it's like you can see it's warping the whole meta around it. We saw the Dash player earlier that's playing an anti-Viserai deck that is doing extremely well because Viserai is around. But I'm very happy to see Oldham represented this much.
A lot of this, of course, is driven by the fact that there are lower life totals in Blitz, which means the aggro is really good. And, you know, that means that you can push that damage through a lot faster. So I guess the question is, I mean, Oldham is going more control. Do you think that Blitz should be a more control format or a more aggro format?
It used to be, like, if you look at the pre-Crucible era of Blitz, we had a much more mid-range control type of Blitz gameplay. Personally, I really like that. I really like those long games. I still remember the days that the win condition was playing your Drones of Brutality at the end of the game. I like that, and I know there's a lot of people, and I've heard this also within the local scene, that are really a fan of this fast-paced Blitz format, but maybe somewhere in between. That both are viable, that you can, on the one hand, have the fast plan, but at the other hand, you can have control decks that slow the gameplay down.
I do remember a lot of very, very grindy Ira mirror games in the Crucible meta that I don't necessarily want to go back to. But
they were
like,
the best games. The grindy Ira games, especially if you're an Ira player yourself. It really comes down like who can preserve that extra 2 cards and take that little bit of risk here and there.
Different things, I guess, for different people. So, I mean, let's look, ignoring Viserai for a second. It doesn't seem like the Everfest heroes have made nearly as much of an impact here.
Yeah, but we still have 9 Icelanders. That's quite a lot. Like, we have that's the same amount as the Ira players. Like 9 Ira, 9 Icelander, 9 Prisms, surprisingly. Like, Prism, at least in my playtesting, it hasn't been performing too great. I do have a couple of patrons as well that keep telling me that Prism has a very good matchup against Viserai. Personally, I don't see it. But there are people that really like Prism in the Blitz format right now.
She can be very, very aggro with the new cards from Everfest. And this is the thing, like, even though this meta looks the way it does, I think you can see the influence of Everfest on all of those heroes in terms of Dash, Kano, Kasai as well, massively.
Yep.
Even Viserai to an extent. I mean, obviously Revels is huge, but, you know, Everfest has had a massive impact on that meta curve.
Yeah, and I feel like I've played against Icelander with my Kasai deck the other day, and she is really good at slowing the game down enough that your big aggro plan doesn't really work anymore.
Okay, so I mean, we started the game. It seems like we have an answer to our, is it an aggro Oldham or not? Or maybe he's just taking a bit of cheeky dominate on turn 1.
Well, it could be a blue one. I'm not really sure.
I think it is. Yeah, it is, because it's for 8. So we see Heart of Ice activation. For those of you who don't know Heart of Ice, it basically makes all of your opponent's cards cost 1 extra, which is very relevant versus Wizards because it stops them doing instant speed stuff.
Or forces them to do it in reaction.
Exactly, because you can react to the ability and then use that to deal some damage in response.
So we see a double block here, blocking for 5, so there should be 3 damage coming through. But I only see 2 damage going off in the life total of Icelander. So both players draw back up. The old team did not keep any card in their arsenal by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I mean, probably had to pitch everything to pay for Macho Grand, though. It's such an expensive card.
There's the Blizzard being pitched. Well, Blizzard is not going to do much in this matchup. But against a lot of the other matchups, like Kasai, like Viserai, the Blizzard can be quite brutal and shut down their turn completely.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely have to include it in your list. But, yeah, I will say that I have seen a lot of Icelander lists that are running attack actions. I've seen a lot of E-Strikes, Frost Fangs, Icy Encounters, just mixed in to give them 2 forms of damage.
So we had a very small Icelander turn there, just 3 damage, which was completely blocked. An E-Strike in Oldham.
This is definitely an aggro Oldham deck.
This has aggro written all over it.
Yeah.
Even that sledge.
I love the sledge. I mean, the sledge in this game is just so much damage.
Yeah, it's like 6 for 4, I believe. So let's see if I can pull up the sledgehammer for the viewers.
We've already got one comment that this is a very interesting matchup. Look, when you stop looking at Viserai, you find some interesting matchups out there, right?
Well, the best thing is that both these players were kind of in the top right, both going 3-1.
Yeah.
So there is even a chance of seeing an Icelander going to day 2.
I would love. I think we're definitely going to see some Icelanders on day 2.
Wouldn't it be the dream if Icelander wins this event? Just the first place Icelander.
No,
then suddenly everybody starts playing that deck, of course.
Yeah, but no. Remember, we need Viserai to get living legend points, okay? It's very important, okay?
Okay, so we need to root for Viserai.
Because if he doesn't win, then he's not broken, remember? LSS will be like, well, he didn't win that skirmish, so clearly he's not overpowered. Icelander puts out an energy potion, building up for later. I think that's very smart.
Oh, can ult so early on. That's
you love to see it, folks. It's the card that might get banned for Stavros crimes.
And dominate. So where does the dominate come from? Because I don't think
the fuse.
Yeah,
the fuse. +2 and dominate. And the on-hit effect is so strong. Now, I will say I don't know if you've seen this as well, but I have seen Icelander running Sigil of Parapets.
Yeah, I also like I also see a few lists that runs it.
Because the idea is that you block obviously with the Sigil, and then you play a Forked Lightning, and then it comes in for a lot of damage. And that's a good combo to win the game. But
it might be too early for that.
It might be too early for that, and 2 of his cards are going on the bottom of his deck. And he takes 6 damage.
But look at that damage, like down to 8 already. Like this is looking extremely grim for the Icelander at this point.
So before this game, when I said this will be an interesting matchup, it might be a long game.
Well,
I was wrong.
We kind of expected the old team to be a little bit more on the defense, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. I don't know which deck I think is better in this format, aggro, Oldham, or control. You said it was control earlier, but actually I think aggro might be.
From the data I've seen and I've gathered, and but this is from skirmish, so there are casual players again. It seems that Oldham has a better performance than Icelander. But that's very matchup dependent, right? So
yeah, I've seen Icelander do very, very well. Certainly in my local metas, some very good Icelander decks. Again, running the E-Strikes and the Sigil of Parapets.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number from the stuff that I gathered up until now, but I believe Icelander from the data I did have has a win rate of around 54%, which makes it a solid A-tier hero. And Oldham is sitting around 60% or so, so it's a little bit higher, but both are great heroes. And I do think a lot of people don't really have experience playing against Icelander.
She definitely has a lot of, I won't say sneaky, you know, abilities, but certainly if you haven't seen her play Emeritus Scolding for free from Arsenal for 6 damage on your turn, you know, she has a lot of flexible abilities. And I think a lot of people, because she'll come in with some attack actions, they don't expect the Forked Lightning at the end. They forget that she's a wizard.
Yep.
And then she reminds you because you're dead, you know?
We've seen the Pulse just now as the Fuse card, so we do know that the Oldham has a Pulse in hand. Is this a pure wizard Icelander or the one that has attack actions mixed into it?
I don't think we've seen any attack actions so far, so...
I wasn't paying full attention to the block there. Maybe there was some in
I
there.
might have seen like an icy encounter, but I don't know. I'm just worried that they haven't actually dealt any damage to Oldham yet.
I saw the Oakenold.
Oh no, not again. Oh, it's an Exude!
And we know that Adam has that Pulse.
I will say, my jokes aside earlier, no hero is close to getting Live and Legend.
I wouldn't even block this. I wouldn't even block this. I feel like just pump your Exude. When you have 20 life and you have such a powerful hand.
Just take 4. Yeah. But I guess you're not going to play the Pulverize. You don't want to Arsenal it.
No, but maybe you can heave it if you have a full hand.
No, I don't think he can because he's got a...
There it is.
Well, he'd have to pitch the...
Fusing it with the Pulse, this is...
Yeah, so he could have fused. He could have heaved the Pulverize with the Pulse.
Is Pulse blue?
Yeah. Pulse is the Ice Earth one is blue. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, I see it now. So again, a 9 damage Dominators is definitely not something you want to see as a wizard player, especially if you have so few block in your equipment. So we see a block with the Skull Cap. The Fiendal Spring Tuning is not being blocked with yet.
He's going to try and hold on to that
used as well.
Long as possible. And plus you're taking the on-hit effect anyway, so...
Yep.
But really, the 2 cards under the bottom of the deck is you're just bleeding at this point. But at least that is both Oakenolds gone.
There's a Forked Lightning that's going away. That's painful.
So I will say, I'm just checking
you see, Jeremy just looked at his arsenal. There's a Forked Lightning in the arsenal.
Okay.
So he has the full combo set up. So I guess at this point, all he needs to do is to try and get the Oldham to around 11 life and then do one big combo turn.
But how is he?
2 resources there, 1 for the Crucible, and to a snapback for 4, I guess.
But Oldham just blocks 3 of this because he has so many blues. He doesn't. He doesn't care. You need to be doing. You can't be doing snapbacks. You need to be doing Voltic Bolts to get those that damage through.
A card out of Oldham's hand, so.
Yeah, it does stem the bleeding a bit.
If Oldham cares, they might be like, yeah, sure, I'll take the 4. And it seems like that's what they are doing exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
So
I mean,
Oldham should be down to 15 now then, and
yeah, and you don't want to go low versus Icelander, but this isn't
drawing
this isn't
a
low.
energy potion is quite harsh. Actually, is that they have a stair? They have a Aether Wildfire. They might be able to. Do they have the resources to?
It's probably too many reds.
Yeah, so they would need to activate the boots. That's already one resource. The stair it costs 2, I believe.
Yeah, he has missed his tunic twice, I think, as well, which isn't great.
Ah, yeah, it's still at 1. So we see the Terra Sunder being pitched, but I'm not sure what is being pitched for. Is it for the crown or?
Ooh, rouse the ancients. Does he have a... Oh, double Endless Winter.
So this coming in for a 7 would go again.
7 go again. So people not familiar with this card, so rouse the ancients, you have to reveal 2 cards with Pact Tower greater than 13. And if you do, it gets +7 and go again. So it's very, very strong if you can meet the criteria.
All right, we see a full block on that, I believe. I believe that Icelander took 1 damage there. And now we got the Sledgehammer coming in for 6. The tuning is being used. That's another 3 block, so that's 4 block.
And he has an energy
yeah,
potion
that energy potion. It's what I said earlier. The energy potion cannot block, so I'm kind of curious how it would have played out if he had not cracked that energy potion last turn and maybe used the Crucible in order to pitch that to the bottom, because that's a card he definitely didn't want.
He did get 4 damage in with the snapback, though, but that was no way guaranteed. Like, his opponent...
No, but the next turn, well, you don't know what you're going to draw, but having the Stair and the Aether Wildfire, so that's already 3 resources he would need. He had a blue. The Aether Wildfire, how much does that one cost? That also 2 cost?
Yeah.
So he would have the energy potion for that.
Yeah.
But then he wouldn't have the resources for the Fork Lightning after that.
And also, how does he get go again on the Fork Lightning if he plays the Aether Wildfire?
Ah, yeah. That one doesn't turn into an instant.
I think he needed to get his opponent down on life, but I just don't see, you know, what his out was from that situation. I think once that second Oaken Old came out, the game was over, and I don't know if there was any way for him to deal with that.
All right, but let's do the interview. Well, you hop over there.
I will say that I have been looking at the Living Legend points for Blitz, because obviously they're different from CC, and no hero is anywhere near close to doing it. Ira is still at the top at 270, followed by Oldham at 226 and Viserai at 197. Viserai has, however, jumped 4 places recently.
But to be fair, Viserai has only become top tier rather recently.
For
like
sure.
before that, Oldham was stopping some events here and there simply because it can just consistently stop damage.
It is just important to know that whoever wins this event will overtake Ira. And this kind of just shows, because we were talking before about how many players have joined the game. Because Ira was top for 3 skirmish seasons, almost 3 skirmish seasons.
I think somewhere around Monarch it started to...
Yeah.
And
now we're seeing that being overtaken by Viserai in almost 1 or 2 seasons, just because the number of tournaments has gone up so much.
Yeah, not just that. I think the power level of a lot of decks have also been increasing. Like a lot of people used to complain about Ira being overpowered, but usually she was presenting like 10 damage turns, sometimes 14 if she can have like a 4 go again in between. But nowadays, 14 damage is nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nothing compared to what you see all these decks pull off. So.
Yeah, Viserai takes your 14 damage, he just chucks it in the ball, you know. Yeah.
So which hero So which hero that you want to win?
Which I think Viserai should win, so that LSS see that he's too powerful and take some steps. I'm very much let him have his moment of glory, and then we take him away.
Oh, well, he doesn't need to win. As long as we have like 4 of them in the top 8, that's
true. Yeah, it's
enough
demonstrated.
of a red flag.
Anyway, I'm being told we're going to a break now, and then we're going to come back with an interview in a second.
All right.
And we're back to another post-round winner interview. Of course, here with Adam, our Oldham player from the stream.
Hello.
How you doing, Adam?
Good, like for like a little above my expectations even, because I didn't train a lot. Like I didn't have much time. I only played on the local tournament. But like since yesterday, I'm really in a good form, I would say.
And I mean, you think Oldham is just strong?
I think it's strong enough to match with everyone, especially in Blitz. In Classic Constructed, it's much worse. It's almost out to lose with Prism, so it's
tricky.
It's really tough one. But in the Blitz, because he can also be, especially now with the Awakening and the Pulverize in the Blitz, it makes much bigger difference. So he can defend, and suddenly strike much. And I also I put a little, few surprises like this mulch, for example. So
I like mulch.
Yes, it was I think a little forgotten card, but in my deck it goes quite it goes pretty well.
Yeah, it threatens the arsenal, but it's more attack than CNC, so it's quite good.
Exactly, and it's usually I play with the tunic, so it's those 4 resources is very easy to get.
And you're playing a more sort of aggressive build in Oldham. Why did you choose that over control?
Because it's too slow. The control is too slow for the Blitz, in my opinion. But the most important is it's too slow for the Viserai.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the classic control. Let's say the good player of the Viserai will stack the rune chants and then It doesn't matter that I will be on the full. Like last game, I lost being at the full with the full hand. And
so have you played one Viserai today, or
2 Viserais?
So you beat one and you lost one. And how did you win the first game? Was it just hitting them harder?
I think that my opponent also wasn't like didn't have like the best hands. So so it was not like it was absolutely not an easy, but I didn't have to like. I could all the time play what I wanted, so I could defend a little, but every turn I could push some damage through, and in the end, like he also was not very lucky with Sonata, so it went well. My next opponent had an extremely great turn. So.
Yeah, but that's one of the things Oldham has is very consistent turns,
yes,
right?
Yes, absolutely. Like a lot of blue, so you can pitch for the defense, you can pitch for the crown. For the shield, because I quite often play with Rampart, not against Viserai.
I was going to say, talk to us about the sledge that you're using.
Sledge,
what
yes.
matchups is that going in for?
It goes for the both wizards.
Okay, yeah.
And for the mirror.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes for the mirror. Like in the mirror, like the standard hammer is too easy to block. Just one card, crown, etc.
Yeah.
So the sledge goes definitely for the because with 2 blues I can against wizards I can swing for 6 and still have 2 resources for the or 1 to activate the Heart of Ice.
Perfect. Yes. And have you found Heart of Ice being very, very good then against Kano?
It's stable. I would say like with the Icelander I played the first time. It's like in our local community it was not a popular deck, so I didn't have time.
Oh, you've never played an Icelander before the stream? Oh, that's exciting.
I didn't.
I love it.
I have a barely idea what to expect, but with Kano it's it depends if the Kano will manage to stack up some like those cards that draw. I forgot the Tome of Wizard, and we'll have like 1 explosive turn. Then it's then it's hard. But the sledge helps to being consistent, like because the standard hammer goes for 4 blocks. Even if it takes the one 1 frostbite, it doesn't matter a lot. And I also don't play a lot of eyes in my deck, so the sledge is much better.
Okay, that's good. And I mean, you're from the local community. Obviously, you're on 4-1 now.
Yes.
Do you think Polish person's going to win this event?
I really count that. So like some of our good players decided to be judges.
Okay.
A little disappointed. But I hope that we will manage. Like
we appreciate them as the judges anyway. But
yes, so we are on our ground. So I really hope that Polish people will win this.
I hope so as well. We'll be looking at the top 8. Hopefully, we see a lot of Polish names there, and we'll get some on the stream, and maybe one of them will win.
Yep.
There's good players from across Europe here, though, so it may not happen.
Yeah,
but
I already played against I think only two games against Polish people, so it's really great to see the whole Europe coming. So.
Yeah, it's very good when you don't get paired against someone you know early on in the tournament. That's always the worst feeling.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing more Oldham in the finals, of course, tomorrow, and maybe even yourself in the top cut. So, keep it up and good luck.
We will do my best. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're here with
Pierre Canali.
And what are your accomplishments in Flesh and Blood?
I have qualified for PT in New Jersey, so I'm really happy to go. And I have played in a lot of armory also, so I have some good results.
And today you're here with a team with 2 national championships, so they think very highly of you. So like you have a bit of a background in Magic the Gathering as well, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I have been playing professionally for 4 years. I have been playing something like 25 Pro Tours and a lot of GP also. And then I have been a professional poker player for 4 years. And now I have my company, so I don't have enough time to play Flesh and Blood as I wish. But I can play as soon as I have a little bit of free time.
Would you have the same aspirations to go professional in here, if possible?
Now that I have a kid, it's more complicated to have the same aspiration. But still, I'm happy to go to the Pro Tour in New Jersey. Happy to try to qualify for the Pro Tour in France, really close to my house, I hope. So yeah, if I can play a few Pro Tours and do good results, it's gonna be fine.
So today, what are you playing for the team event?
I play Chain.
Chain.
I always play Chain.
Always play Chain?
Except for tomorrow, because Viserai is too good right now. So tomorrow I will play
But you
Viserai.
would want to play Chain if you had the option?
If I can, I will play Chain. But I think Mordred Tide and Viserai is too good right now, so I will play Viserai.
So what would Chain need to be back on top?
I think if they ban Mordred Tide or a few good cards in Viserai, probably Chain could be competitive in Blitz again. But I qualify for the Pro Tour with Chain, so I think in CC, everything is there to make Chain a really competitive deck. But in Blitz, Viserai is too fast.
Yeah, like the 20 lives are really easy in a skill range.
Yeah, you can do 40 damage in one turn with Viserai, so I think Chain is not competitive enough yet.
So today you're playing
Chain.
Chain, yes, and your team members are playing
Viserai and Oldham.
And Oldham. I was almost thinking like, and the Briar, like we have a trifecta of the Rune Blades here.
Yeah, exactly.
So, are there any other heroes you also like to play, or?
I like to play all the Rune Blades. They are really good. I like to play Ranger also, but Azalea is not good enough yet.
And myself, I'm an Azalea player, so what would you like to see to put Azalea to the next point?
I think I like the arrow with on-hit effects. With all the boosts, it could be really good, but except for Red in the Ledger right now,
yes,
I think it's not enough, and we need more good
Red of the
arrows.
Ledger is like our only line of play that we have to repeat. Because like, personally, like with Azalea, I have a pretty good matchup against Rune Blades because they want to go wide, and but then you come against an Oldham or a Prism, and it's like
there's nothing you can do.
It's a bit sad that like that dealer does not synergize with the helmet to have double arsenal slots. A lot of good things we see for Lexi do not translate over to Azalea.
Yeah.
So I often feel like we should just get like an Azalea with like an additional effect, like
Probably
we had Star
a new Azalea, it
yes,
will be amazing.
Because the mechanic is just too fun.
Yeah, but Lexi is pretty good right now, so it's okay.
Yes, Lexi is fine. Yeah. But if you want to play us,
if you want to play Azalea, you have to wait.
Just happy that someone is talking about Azalea here. So, if we're talking about the Rune Blades, what are your favorite cards right now in the meta to play as a Rune Blade player?
In Blitz, it's gonna be obviously except for Viserai with Mordred Tide, which is really good, too good, and Sonata and everything. For other Rune Blades, I think it's I lost the name in Ancient Blood as I wish, but I can play as soon as I have a little bit of free time.
But you have
this Plunder Run, it's going to be amazing.
Be careful, because then Briar is also playing Ball Lightning again.
Yeah, also.
Now we're back at the beginning, where we started. So for the future of Flesh and Blood, like coming sets, what would you like to see? What would you like them to see explore in the game design space?
I'm a little bit biased, but I would love to see more shadow cards.
More shadow cards?
Yeah, I love shadow.
I mean, Azalea with shadow on top.
Amazing,
like,
yeah, it's going to be amazing.
So like you shuffle into your banished zone. And
it could be amazing. Yeah, I love the shadow cards, and I'm a little bit scared if there is new hero coming up and new class every year. It's going to be difficult to catch up and to test against everything. Yes. It's already really difficult to test against every matchup. It takes a lot of time, but if there is more and more playable heroes, it's going to be hard to test for Pro Tours.
But hopefully, like the Living Legend status does limit that a bit, because like Oldham is Starvo is probably one of the first up to get Living Legend status. So that's one deck of the list to test against. And
but if you have 3 new heroes every year and 1 Living Legend, it will still stack up.
Well, but the more events, like if it keeps growing, maybe we'll get more living legends.
Yeah.
And some heroes might just phase out naturally, as poor as
I am really excited about the announcement when James White said we're gonna play a format with Living Legends when there will be a lot of Living Legends.
So you will have all the strong
best
stuff, all the weapons.
It's gonna be fun.
Hey, and we're back yet again. We got a very fun matchup coming up next. We're gonna see Oldham again, but he's going to be matched up against Reiner. And I know that the tall Timmy is gonna love this one, because he loves to see himself some Reiner gameplay, so... And I bet most of you will as well. So how do you think? Does Reiner have a good matchup against Oldham?
I think Reiner actually has an excellent matchup versus Oldham. Right, they're both very similar decks in terms of defensive capabilities. They block a lot, they can attack with their weapon a lot. But Reiner can do something which Oldham can't, which is strip all the cards from his hand and then just smack him, right? So all Reiner really has to do is play a long game and set up a turn where he intimidates, and then just Oldham can't defend.
Well, unless we have another aggro Oldham. We don't know. Like it could very well be another E-Strike 5 go again, Oldham into an Oakenhold or something like that.
I actually suspect that there are quite a lot of aggro Oldhams here, just to deal with all the Viserai that we're seeing.
I know the Swiss national champion is playing an aggro Oldham. Like, he was considering the defensive one, as far as I know, and he ended up going for aggro just because he's afraid of those draws. So if the top players are playing aggro, then there must be some credibility too.
I mean, drawing is like one of. I mean, have you ever drawn in a proper like tournament?
Yeah, like in a 3-round tournament, it's almost like a double loss.
It feels so bad, and it's almost like you've built a deck that can't win. You know,
unless that's your goal.
Well,
if you have a meta with Viserai, I encourage everyone to just build an all-team deck and just draw everyone into time.
Yeah, some people just like dragging the world down with them, right? But you know, I'd rather not see the world burn, like my co-caster here. I think you have to build a deck to win in time, and that's always the thing about Control Oldham is it's just a worry.
So we see Reiner straight away with the class. So it's definitely a go wide build and not so much a mid-rangey build.
I think you have to go wide a little bit into Oldham just to get around the shield and the crowd and stuff. That second and third attack is going to be so vital.
Yeah, I don't think you have that many mid-range all teams in Blitz anyways. Like, most of them are pretty much like combo aggro. Like trying to get that double barraging beatdown or like a good combo hand.
Yeah. So I've just put Reiner up on the screen. I want to, again, just for people who are tuning in that aren't super familiar with the game, it's important to understand Reiner's ability. He has something called Intimidate. When he discards an attack with 6 or more power during his action phase, he takes one of his opponent's cards at random, which we're seeing happen on the screen right now, and banishes it until the end of the turn. So he played an attack that has discard as a cost. Sorry, no, he played an attack that has Intimidate, but if he played something that had discard as a cost, he would also get to do that as well. And it is possible.
If he discards a 6 attack.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just any discard. But
No, but the deck is set up to do it.
Oh,
and it
definitely.
is possible for Reiner to Intimidate 1, 2, 3, even 4 cards from your hand. And obviously then you can't block and you're in a much worse situation.
Yeah, even if you're just with 1 card left, like the barraging beatdown, it kind of forces you to block with at least 2 cards from hand. So if you have a double barraging beatdown turn into a discard and you intimidate 3, you get these ridiculous turns that Reiner can push a opponent down to 2 life as early as turn 1.
And what I find is it's not even like the Intimidate 4s or 3s. All it really takes is you have a card of hand of 4, you know which card you want to block with, you know which cards you want to have for next turn. Your opponent banishes that 1 card you didn't want to block with, or you wanted to block with, like your defense reaction, and suddenly you're left with taking lots of damage, or, you know, having to just have a suboptimal turn next turn. So you can make some really hard decisions.
So let's see, we got a 8 attack coming in with Dominate. I honestly think that the Reiner player's not even going to care all that much.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably block just to stop bleeding some damage.
Yeah, of course, but...
But, you know, he has to hit back.
So we see a 3 block with a Command and Conquer. And I guess that's it. So that means that 5 damage is coming through, right? So the Reiner player is now down to 15. All teams still at 20, they were able to block the first attack quite efficiently. But the Reiner does have the arsenal now too, so let's see what they put in there. No Gambler's Gloves, we see a Goliath Gauntlet as well, so there is definitely a chance for a big turn.
Oh, you love to see it, guys. It is the dice roll on the Scab Skins into 2 action points. How much face is he going to smash this turn? That is the question.
Okay, so we have a Savage Feast coming first.
Yep, so this is a 1 for 7, and if you discard a 6 or more attack, you draw a card.
It's a 6 or more attack.
Yeah, and he ditches an Alpha Rampage. Now, Alpha Rampage is a Reiner specialization. When you discard it, you intimidate, don't you?
So the opponent is activating the crown before the Intimidate hits in order to get that full hand.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Intimidate trigger from the Alpha Rampage. And then, of course, because he discarded that, he will get to draw a card as well, which is a good use of those action points for sure.
Okay, 1 action point left. I kind of wonder what Dusan is going to do now with that action point, because he doesn't have any floating resources from what I can tell. Of course, he can generate 2 with the Barkbone strapping now.
Yeah. Or he might, I mean, he doesn't have any cards left in his hand.
That would break the combat chain, then the Ram's Head can block again.
Yeah. But he draws a card off Savage Feast, so he could just swing in with the claws.
So let's wait and see. We see a blue pitch.
Yep, and then just a claw
there
swing.
comes the double claw.
This is what we said about the claws, is that he needs to go wider than Oldham can block with the shield.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of people will be looking...
we don't get double claw because they cost 2.
Yeah, but a lot of people will be looking at that turn and thinking he didn't get much, you know, value. His opponent didn't give him many cards from his hand, but he did get 2 armor, you know.
Yeah, and he did manage to pull 1 card from the hand, I believe. Well, at least the arsenal, so...
Oh, ouch. Okay. Again, we see the power of Oakenold, and a lot of people have highlighted Stavros' effectiveness with Oakenold. Do you think Oakenold is potentially on the list for restriction or some sort of change?
If it were up to me to make a list, it's definitely up there. But the thing is, I wouldn't want this card to vanish for the Ultimate.
That's the real problem with the card.
So
it's messy. If you get rid of it, Oldham gets worse.
Yep.
But you can't... I think errata to make it an Oldham specialization makes a lot of sense, but erratas are a very messy thing to remember.
Yep.
And that's a big problem.
Or hero-specific ban list, but that also becomes hard to manage for tournament organizers or people that are not really familiar with Flesh and Blood, but do need to organize.
Yeah. But you do see that quite common in other games, that you have these hero faction-specific ban lists.
Yep.
And it is a very effective tool for making the game to be shaped exactly the way you want it. But as you say, it's messy. All of these solutions are messy.
Yeah, it makes sense for us as the players because we are completely involved in the game.
Yeah.
But there are so many turning pieces when it comes to organizing big events. So you're always going to have staff that don't really know how Flesh and Blood works, and it becomes very hard for them to check stuff like deck lists. So I don't think like making a hero-specific ban list is something that is...
And I mean, really, all it takes is one poor judge accidentally forgetting that one hero has this card banned and the other one doesn't.
Yep.
And then chat goes crazy because they're like, oh, this is an illegal deck, and someone gets DQ'd and everything. It's really messy. Bearfangs. I love Bearfangs. Don't you? This is such a good card. It's just, he's coming in 2 for 10.
Yeah, but Ultim is at 17 though. Like,
no, I know, but it's 2 for 10. You know, and he took 6 damage. It's very good.
Now he's actually in lethal territory if the Reiner player can have like 1 good turn.
Yep, 1 Blood Rush turn with like multiple intimidates, but he is getting pulverized. So that's yeah.
He still has the Skull Cap though. I don't think there are any counters on there. He has
he's got 4 armor
as well, the Scab Skin. So that's 4 armor right there.
Yeah, he's got 4 armor, but he's still going to have to commit cards from hand to block this. Then again, your opponent doesn't pulverize you every turn. Maybe you just put a massive block in front of it.
I see a barraging beatdown being used there.
Yeah, but I think you have to.
So how much is it? It's 9 plus 4, I guess?
I think he's blocking 13 here and keeping a card for the arsenal. We'll just be asked what Bearfangs is. So Bearfangs is a new card from Everfest. Bearfangs is a 2 for 6 attack in the red. And it says you draw and discard a card from your hand. If you discard a card with 6 or more power, it gets +2. So if you're running a high density of 6 cost cards, then it is functionally a 2 for 8. But obviously there's a bit of a difficulty there in terms of, you know, you might miss, it might only come in for 6. But it was definitely a Bearfangs because we saw him draw and discard a card.
Okay, so we see a 7 go again coming in here. How many resources are floating? I don't think there are any floating here. A Spinal Crush in hand. Cranial Crush is a blue, so... Can all teams still play the Spinal Crush this turn?
Oh, it's a lot of resources. It costs 5, I think.
Yeah, it's a 5 cost, but I believe, weren't there some Seismic Surge tokens last turn?
I think he used those on the Pulverize.
I see.
Yeah. Those got eaten up by the Pulverize. Oh, okay, I think it was a Swing Big and not a Bearfangs, but they kind of functionally do very similar things. But of course, if you fully block Swing Big, then it gives the other opponent a Quicken token.
So right, the Reiner's now down to 5. That is...
Oh, Blood Rush Bellow. I love Blood Rush Bellow.
Discard?
Discarding a Pulping. Absolutely.
Here comes the card draw.
It's always random unless it's not random at all. And then you're just winning. And is that a blue Wrecker romp? So he has... No, it was a yellow. So he has one floating. But that means if he draws a blue here, he can use his claws twice, which is very strong.
That was a little bit of a pause there. Dusan is talking with the judge or something?
He has accidentally put the card that was intimidated back into his hand, maybe? Or is something happening with the equipment?
Well, let's wait a second and see.
I mean, accidentally putting the card you intimidated back into your hand is actually a really big issue, because there's no way for anyone except you to verify
no,
what
but
card
the intimidated
that was.
card is right there in the banish zone, so...
Yeah.
So I don't think that was the issue. Maybe there's something in his deck that shouldn't be. Oh, well, my theory is he might have accidentally shuffled some equipment into his deck and drawn into it.
Maybe. That's a fairly easy fix, because it doesn't affect randomization at all.
Are there any penalties for that, for a mistake like that?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't pass my judge test. Did you pass your judge test?
Not yet.
I keep getting 8.25%.
It's a quicken token that got shuffled in.
Okay, I mean, that's a fairly easy fix. Because again, I mean, one of the ideas for the rules is that if the deck is truly randomized, that it doesn't matter if there's an extra card in the deck, right?
Yep.
Because it doesn't affect the deck. He just draws an extra card. You know, the amount that it affects shuffle doesn't matter. If you don't know what cards are in your deck in what order, it doesn't change anything.
But that must be a huge panic moment for for Dusan, though, when you see that and you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freak out on stream, but you can see the way certainly stream chat is responding as well. This isn't a huge blunder. It is technically presenting an illegal deck, you're right, but it's not sort of at the level of 4 of an extra card or -1 of a card that you're supposed to have or anything like that. It's, you know, the randomization of your deck is still preserved, which is the most important part of this, right? So I think they do just take it away and he draws another one. At least I think that's the sensible resolution, right? I mean...
Oh, well, the judges get to decide.
Yeah,
we have no say over this.
I think you still get a warning, but I don't think they escalate it.
Okay, so he does get this extra card.
Yep. Get that
He already
Blood Rush
intimidated. Now let's see, what did he draw into?
Also, I want to commend the Rhinar player. A lot of them haven't been bringing Quicken tokens for me when they've been playing Swing Big. And I'm just saying, you need to bring the tokens for the cards you're playing, right? It's very important.
Okay, there's a barraging beatdown.
Oh, second Intimidate. I love it. Responding with Crown of Seeds, just to get an extra card in his hand.
So the second one is intimidated. And here come the... So how many resources is this? So there was still one floating, so there should be 2 floating now, right?
I think he just pitched a blue, yeah, so he should be able to clause twice. The first one will be for 9 because of the barraging.
Yeah, so that one is double block, so the barraging +4 is gone.
Yep.
But it's still the +2 from the...
And the second 5 is going to go in.
Okay.
Okay, so Crown of Seeds plus...
he might take over the tempo now, because I think that's the all team's full hand now.
He intimidated 2 cards, so he does have 2 cards
so he
left.
has 2 cards, so he can potentially go in with the hammer. I don't think he can do a big attack.
No, I don't think either. I think we'll see the hammer and the arsenal, which might be the break that Rhinar needs. And of course, the armor is gone.
It is an icy one though. With
it is a frosty boy. Oh, this is cool. He's putting the frostbite token on his hammer to show that it's an ice attack.
Yep.
That's very nice. A lot of people wouldn't do that. Reinhardt has no armor left either, so he's either got to 2-block this or take a frostbite. And he can probably handle a frostbite, to be fair, but he doesn't want to take the damage. Oh, yes.
That's
defense reactions. I think this is probably a bit of a gamble. I bet one of those cards isn't a 6 power. But that one is, I think.
So that's 2 damage.
2 damage. And more importantly, blocks the frostbite. Love it.
So what's the move now? Like, you don't really want to go all in. I guess he will probably want 1 card in Arsenal, no? So I expect to see maybe like a claw swing and then the remaining card into the Arsenal. No, a wild ride.
Oh, very nice. To get rid of that swing, that reckless swing though, because having that in Arsenal would be such a big deal.
Barraging gone, it's quite painful.
Yeah, the wild ride misses. Not that I know that he would. I don't think he would do anything with the go again, but it's still nice to have it, right?
Okay, so that's fully blocked. That's 2 cards out of all team's hand. He still has 3 left now.
E-Strike.
There's that E-Strike again.
Such a good card. And of course, will soon be available in white border. Do you like white borders?
I'm not a fan, but we always have those inner sleeves, right? The card alter.
Oh yeah.
The art alter ones that you can just slide over. I'm sure somebody will make a black border for those. I do know they make those for other games.
The thing I really liked was someone on Twitter who tweeted, "This is great. This means I can get out my crayons and make them rainbow borders." And I'm like, I'm totally here for this, right? So much easier to alter white border cards as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good idea for card altering. They are perfect.
But the first ones to come out in Europe, of course, are they coming out in German? They're coming out
in all languages, I believe.
Yeah.
English as well.
But there's black border ones coming out.
The black border, the French German ones will be black border at first, but they are short printed, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. But they have some.
The second wave will have white borders.
They have some secret spice in as well.
Do we need to pre-order 5 cases of each language?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I might get a box of the French ones just to see what's in there. I think they're going to add the fables back in myself. French foreign language fables. Why not, guys? I mean, come on. How bad would you feel if you can't actually get an Eye of Ophidia? L'Eye de Ophidia? I think that's what it is in French. Yeah. Also, shout out to L'Eye de Ophidia, who is doing a lot of background work on this stream. Aurélie from L'Eye de Ophidia is doing a lot of background work in terms of getting us the pairings and the heroes and doing a lot of the life counter work as well.
Okay, so we see... Oh, that's game. The pommel.
Pommel works on the hammer, guys. Oh, I love pommel so much, but I've been killed by it so many times. You've obviously been killed by pommel before.
Yeah, but I didn't expect it. Did you?
Yeah.
No, I really didn't expect the pommel at this point.
I don't expect Oldham to play pommel just because he likes to pivot to defense sometimes.
Yep.
So even in the aggressive deck, you don't want a 2-block card.
But that's the thing, you almost get like this kind of like a muscle memory in terms of blocking. And you're used to defense of all teams, so you block with 1 card, thinking that 1 damage is fine.
And then you just get, no, not shanked in the back, but you get smacked in the face.
You get bonked.
It's a pummel. Yeah, bonk. Please go to jail. Chat agrees with us, by the way. Pummel equals disgrace. Pummel is such a tilting card. Yeah, I agree with you guys. It is a bit bad.
Oh, well, they should just ban Pummel, right?
Yeah. So just a note from the Tournament Center. So obviously, you can watch this stream for updates. If you want other live updates from the day, they do have Facebook/Tournament Center, mobile Tournament Center without the last E. So Tournament Center with an E missing from center. And then Discord as well. But, that's a bit harder to read out. It's T638ZMJ. So you can put that in if you want. You can rewind this stream to hear me say that a few times so you can get it if you want to. Join their Discord. The only other thing to note as well in terms of announcements, if you are watching from the venue, is that the side events that are happening today are scheduled. Registration is at the main stage. We have a Go Again sealed WTR, so you can get some practice in for tomorrow. We have a Saturday sealed WTR, which starts at 5 o'clock. And we also have a Shapeshifter Chaos sealed at 5:30. For those of you who don't know what Shapeshifter is, Shapeshifter, basically the rules say that any hero, you can play any hero card you want, and wherever a card references a specific class or hero, it references every class and hero instead. So for example, from the last game, Baraji Beatdown says your next Brute attack gets +4. In the Shapeshifter format, that would be your next hero card gets +4. So you could use it on a Dorinthea weapon or, you know, an Oakenold or something, you know, like that.
So could you put Oakenold in your Dorinthea deck?
Yeah. Imagine playing Baraji Beatdown twice on an Oakenold. How does that make you feel? That makes me feel very sad. I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Can even be cannot be fused at least then, but...
Oh, I think it's brilliant though. I've
but
played
even
Shapeshifter.
then, like, you're not going to stop that. The Dominate doesn't even matter anymore.
Exactly. But Shapeshifter is a hilarious format, and I think, I don't know if you agree with this, but the fact that LSS are taking the time to add stuff like Commoner and Shapeshifter to the official format list to encourage stores to do them. Yeah.
I'm really hoping that Commoner becomes a big thing, because I think the main thing this game needs is more players. Yeah. And if you as an established player, like almost all of us, we open boxes. We have plenty of bulk available to us. So if we could organize something like workshops, bring a bunch of bulk and get people playing, and they can bring a deck back home, so that would be perfect.
Here's the real question. Have you ever played Chaff Goblin?
No.
I would highly recommend you playing Chaff Goblin. Do you know what it is? So some guys in New Zealand invented this format, right? You get all of your chaff, your commons and stuff together, you shuffle it up, and you just deal everyone 40 cards. And you have a hero that can just play any card, it has 20 life. And you have a weapon that's just a stick that deals 1 damage for 2 resources. And if you draw any equipment, you can put them into play as a go-again action. So you're just sitting there drawing really, really bad cards, but you're playing Ultimate Pit Fight, so everyone else is drawing bad cards as well. And I've become known as the guy with all the hats, because the first game we played of it, I drew 5 Helm of Iceland's Peak and 2 Iron Rot Helms. So for some reason, we were doing WTR Chaff, and I just drew all of the hats, and no one else had any hats. So it was just like, okay, I'm just sitting here. But it's low power. It's really fun, and it just takes... There's one of the problems that we've had, and maybe you agree, is that we're trying to get new players in, but even in Blitz, the competitive level of our local events
I think especially in Blitz, because if you are not experienced with the game, like, these games end so fast.
Yeah.
You need to have a higher understanding of Flesh and Blood to be able to play Blitz at a competitive level. Yeah. Otherwise, it just becomes a casual RNG format, and that's what a lot of people are referring to it.
Yeah.
So
but everyone's sitting there, and they've got, like, all my players, they have their 3 legendaries, they have every card they need for the deck. And that means that the level of the event is up here. So you try to mix in stuff like Commoner, Chaff Goblin, all these other formats just to get a window for new players to join.
Yep.
And it's interesting because in the 2.0 article, James White said, like, PvE was on his list of the way that people should play the format casually.
Yep. I'm looking forward to PvE. But we're going to have a break now, so...
Yeah. We'll talk more about this later.
We'll see you all in a bit and talk about this later, yeah.
All right.
All right, yeah, just an amazing victory with Oldham. How do you feel about it?
Thank you very much. It's exhilarating. It's making me feel going. Like I am a very fast player, and whenever I start winning, I win.
Yeah, they say that Oldham is a slow matchup, but you've proven he is ultra aggro.
I started with Bravo, and Blitz I played Bravo. And after a while I switched to Oldham, but Oldham always goes to draw. So after that no, I won't go to draw. I will play fast, explain fast, and I will go shock and dave on my enemy to know that it's coming and it's going to hit big.
Yeah, you've known as a Reiner player, so you need to go fast. We've all seen it, those 18 damage Reiner turns, turn 1. Luckily, the opponent had a rather weak turn in the first turn, so he had a little bit more time to set up. But what do you think was the key turning point that you felt, okay, I have this match?
Right at the start, I know when I started, actually the key turning point was when I activated Crown of Seeds from a blue card, and I drawn Pulverize next to my pools of Eisenloft, Oakenwood, and the fourth blue card. So I knew that I had to go that turn to Oakenwood, fuse it, and after that heave down the Pulverize so I can smash my enemy with 2 turns and I take an advantage.
Yeah, you've definitely done just that. Like the opponent, at the end of the game when you went in with the hammer, I didn't even expect that pummel there. I'm so used to defensive all teams that it didn't even come to me there might be a pummel there. I saw the opponent block for 3, thought okay, it's gonna be 1 damage, but that pummel of nowhere, that was quite a spicy play.
So yes, I drew 2 red pummels and 2 blue cards, and okay, if I block with 1 pummel, the opponent will be totally oblivious to that, and I can go haha, gotcha. And it was at times I usually won with at Bravo. I won with that. It's I'm eating just Anatos for 4. Okay, I will defend for 3. I will preach another 3-cost blue card and a pummel, and okay, that's 10, and you are gone.
Yeah, because it becomes technically a +6 in a Bravo deck then.
Yeah.
So do you prefer playing Oldham, or do you still have a special place for Bravo?
So all the VTR heroes I have a special place for. If I could, and Bravo was a top tier deck, I would definitely play him here in CC or CC, but I can't do that because it's not really good place in it for, and I put this Oldham deck together because I saw it has the same hit and shock and dave. It can hit hard. If it goes well, it can go well, very well. And as you see, even against Reiner, I could go big damage.
Have you met many Viserais today? How has your matchup been against those, if you have?
I met 2 Viserais. One of them was out of game league because it was 2 Oakenwoods in the very beginning after each other, so that was very easy. Another one is a little drawn out. I had to pitch more, but against Viserai it's not that hard because I still have 30 or 28 blue cards, so it can block for quite a lot of arcane damage, and I also have the shield. I also have the boots where I can put mana to block more physically.
You've done an amazing job here. Is there anything you want to shout out to everybody out there before we end the interview?
So I came from Hungary, and the dash before me was also from Hungary. And everybody's home is cheering for us, so we are going to go.
I hope you will go far in this event.
Thank you.
Good luck, and hopefully see you in the top 8.
Thank you. I wish to go there.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
So we're here at Calling Krakow to ask some questions of
Kevin Lawrence.
Our Belgian championship. You won the champions with Breyer, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
right?
Yes.
So, like now that the meta is involved, like which Runeblade is your favorite?
I think like from the start I played Viserai, and Viserai was like the really first love, but it got really stronger around time. So right now.
So you're also like now playing it in Blitz, if I understand correctly.
Yes, I'd say like Shane and Viserai are my favorite Runeblades at the moment.
So, like obviously you're a Runeblade player. What is your favorite Runeblade card at the moment, and why?
What I would like to be my favorite. I think my favorite Runeblade card is Spellbound Creepers. And what I would like to be my favorite Runeblade card is actually not a Runeblade card, but Tome of Fiandel. I would like to be able to play it like in the Runeblade setting. And
at the moment it's Spellbound Creepers because it gives you so much interplay during other people's turn, and it sets so much up.
It gives you the action points you really need, and it's really taken the Runeblade plays to another level and a mastery to another level. Like within your plays and the lines you can do, it's changed everything.
Okay. So during the last ProQuest season, what have been your most performing cards?
I played a lot of Shane during last ProQuest and also Viserai. I think it really depended. Like I wanted to play Shane, but the meta with Viserai was complicated. Like there's a lot of debate like around who has the favorable matchup in there. I'm not quite sure yet. I think with Shane it's a little bit unfavored sometimes. Yeah. So favorite cards, I'd say in Shane, I'd still go for Spellbound Creepers. I think it's the point. Yeah. Like that unites all the deck. Like Breyer is not so good at using Spellbound Creepers, and therefore it has been pushed a little bit out for myself. And I think that's the one card which I focus on. Like basically all the non-attack actions, and you play around it.
So the ProQuest season was obviously dominated by a lot of Starvo. Like how did that match feel for you?
Like personally, I have kind of an unpopular opinion because I think Starvo, like it's all right when I play Shane. I have a lot of ways to mitigate like either the awakenings by setting up or using the Karen Husk for the big dominated attacks, or just taking it to the chin, once again making the awakenings weaker and therefore being able to play around it. So I'm a little bit like more okay with Starvo than a lot of people are.
So which matchup is the one that is your hardest matchup? Which one's the one?
Personally, like I think one of the most intricate deck is Prism to play against, and it requires you to have a very solid game plan all the time against it. So I didn't have this very solid game plan playing as Viserai. Therefore, like I felt a little bit more unfavored in the ProQuest season because I did not have enough time to train it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your answers.
Nice.
Castle's ready? Seconds.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Calling in Krakow. Super excited. We have got another interesting game for you. We have dropped just slightly down from the top table, which is unfortunately all Viserai mirrors at the moment, to bring you a Viserai versus Kasai. There's also a Briar versus Oldham match that we were really tempted by, but we have had Oldham on the stream for the last 2 games. So we're going Viserai versus Kasai, our first Kasai game of the stream. I'm really excited to see a Kasai player on 5 wins as well, because, I mean, I think Kasai is probably the best warrior. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I've mentioned it many times in the stream. Like, Kasai is definitely one of my favorite blitz decks as well. I do think she struggles a little bit with that explosive damage output. Like, usually her turns look like 12 damage, sometimes pushing it to 20, which in blitz terms is kind of fair damage, if you want to call it. So, but the blood on her hands, if she can get a couple of copper tokens, and she does have that big blood on her hands turn, then you're looking at like sometimes 30 damage turns. So if she has something like a couple of attacks behind that.
Because we were talking about heroes that are really boosted by Everfest.
Yep.
And Kasai is definitely on that list, right?
Yeah, Kasai has been the underdog for ages. Like, I remember playing that deck like when Crucible just got released, and it just couldn't keep up with Dorinthea. But right now we're in a situation where both those decks are at almost equal power level, which is very nice to see. That to me, the Kasai deck is a balanced blitz deck. I know a lot of players are against that because they feel the blood on the hands is too powerful, but she promotes decision making. Like, if you make sure that Kasai does not build a lot of copper tokens, then the blood on the hands is a dead card essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It gives you a lot of agency to interact with, which is very, very good. And definitely one of the things the game needs a lot of. And I really just like the game has room for ramp decks where they get blood on their hands and they build up to this big turn with copper. Like, it's not a bad thing just because it's inevitable, because you have room to interact with it.
Yeah, but you get to make a decision. You get to decide, like, am I going to let them make that copper token so I can have my big turn? Or am I going to play it cautiously? And I think like Flesh and Blood is at its best when both players get to make as many decisions as possible. And I think that's one of the key selling points for Flesh and Blood in general for the longest time. Like, every single attack has some form of interaction built into it, whether it's by blocking or you're doing a reaction or something like that. So
exactly. And every turn, even on your opponent's turn, you can't ignore it. You have to engage because they're dealing damage to you. You have to react to it. and it affects your turn as well. It's not just...
Especially in Blitz, where every life point matters. So in Constructed, you can be very tempted to be like, ooh, there's a lot of damage, I'll take it. Go all in with your hand. But in Blitz, you cannot do that. So, and that also borrows itself to deck construction. Like, you really need to build your decks in such a way that you need to keep in mind, like, I cannot keep a full hand. I need 2 cards to block with 100%. And maybe keep 2 cards.
Yeah. So, on the table, we're obviously seeing lead the charge to get an action point on Spellblade Assault, which is just a 4 attack, which creates 2 rune chants. But then that's turning into a 3 rune chant, Amplify the Arknight. So, Viserai has just put out 13 damage, turn 1.
Still fair damage in a way.
yeah. I mean, Kasai is free to block it and keep... Oh no, I think Kasai went first, so she just arsenaled, so Kasai is free to block a little bit. She's blocking the rune
we
chants.
missed that first turn there then.
And Valiant Dynamo is very, very good at this matchup. It will block 4 or 5 damage over the course of the game.
But going second with 13 damage, it can kind of get you the tempo back, because the Kasai player doesn't want to go too low on life, knowing that if Viserai has that big turn where they build, let's say, 10 rune chants, you get blown out of the water if your life total is too low. So
absolutely. You have to keep that number up. But I think with Kasai, you do have a lot of ability to block and keep, say, 2 cards, one that gives you go again, and one that gives you the weapon swing, and then just come in for a healthy 5 or 6 and sort of see where you end up.
That's usually the play pattern you will see for Kasai against these type of matchups. But the longer the game drags on, the more a Viserai will build a hand and build a combo. So sometimes against Viserai, maybe it's the best choice to just take a big hit and then go in with like a weapon swing for 2, go again with a Blade Runner, whatever it's called, and then do like a push through to give Dominate to your second weapon to really push the pain onto Viserai. Because once you get them under that 10 life total, if you can keep the tempo with Kasai, it can be game winning.
So we're seeing out in the skirmish here, hit and run.
So this is coming in for 5 damage, potential 6
with
if
go again.
Viserai blocks with an attack action.
Beautiful. Love to see
and
it.
the 1 copper generation for the first weapon that hits this turn. Most likely one of the 2 is going to hit. So
just a reminder for those people who aren't so sure what's going on here. So obviously Kasai's ability, if you haven't seen it before, your second weapon attack each turn costs 1 less. That means the second saber attack is free, which means obviously you could use stuff like Brave Forge Blazers to buff it a lot more. You can also reliably attack twice with less resources, which is a good way that she gets out ahead of other warriors. And at the beginning of your end phase, if you've attacked 2 or more times, not if you've hit, you can create a copper token for each weapon attack that hits. So the ability is always on. Your opponent always has to worry about you creating copper tokens if you attack with that weapon a second time. And of course, if they take any damage from your weapons, then you get the copper tokens. Copper themselves cost 4, destroy it, draw a card. Not used much for its actual ability, but Kasai has ways to spend those to get more damage out.
Yeah, we see the Blood on the Hands has been pitched early on, so the Viserai player knows that the Blood on the Hands is only going to be 1 more for the remainder of the game. There's no way the game is going to drag on all the way to the bottom of the deck again. Yeah. So this does make it a lot easier for the Viserai player to just be like, okay, I'll just take the damage, do a big turn on my end, and just hope for the best.
Yep.
So I think we see 2 copper tokens being generated here.
I mean, I don't know. Did we see any blocks there at all?
I don't think so.
I
like
think
Viserai is now down to 12.
Very interesting. He didn't even use his armor.
Yeah, that's a bit strange though. Like I would have at least blocked with Bloodsheet or something to...
Yeah.
But maybe the Viserai is afraid of a big Dominate turn. Then the armor can come really in handy. So we see a, I think it's a blue Marvian Skies into a Spellblade Assault. So the Spellblade Assault does have go again here. On hit can generate 1 rune chant.
Is that a blue? I think that's a blue Spellblade Assault as well. So it's only coming in for 2, which is, I mean, very, very easy for Kasai to block with armor.
The Spellblade Assault generates rune chants, I believe, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. It generates 2 rune chants when it's played. So this will get him 2 rune chants. He already had 1. And of course, because he played it after Moravian Skies, it generates another one as well.
Right, so it's going in for 2. Would go again with 1 rune chant and then 3 generated. That 3 generated might become very powerful in the next turn.
But I mean, Kasai blocks this, right? It's only coming in for 2.
Yeah, of course.
Just
like,
Brave Forge Bracers or
and
Courage.
Kasai is already at 13 life, so they kind of have to block and just play smaller turns to try and poke damage. But on the other hand, if Kasai takes the full damage, Viserai is at 12. So they can very easily push a lot of damage.
But I think a lot of people underestimate the additional damage that comes in from something like Moravian Skies.
Ooh,
so remember,
it
it doesn't just give Go Again, it does also give you a rune chant when it hits. So it can add up pretty quickly in terms of the amount of damage that it deals. Ooh, Amplify. Ooh.
I pulled up the yellow one there. I think it's a red one.
So Amplify is a 3 for 6, blocks the 3 as well, really good. It's expensive, but it costs 1 less for each rune chant you have, so it's very easy to get a free Amplify the Arknight in Viserai.
And Jan already had 3 rune chants, so it suddenly is a free to play card.
Yeah.
So a 6 for 0 is very high value. Plus you get the extra rune chant of Viserai's ability for the next turn.
And I mean, the fact that it comes in for free a lot is baked into the cost, because obviously in someone like Rhinar, you'd pay 2 for 8. Whereas 0 for 4 is usually the normal sort of breakpoint for attack. So it is only +2
Okay,
more.
so we see a 5 block here. That's nice.
Yeah, you use the Valiant Dynamo every turn, right?
Yeah, of course, but to see a defense reaction like that is quite rare in the Kasai deck. But then again, right now you're expected to see a lot of Guardians, so you kind of have to play at least 2 reds.
Yeah, I also think that like playing defense reactions in Kasai is okay, because defense reaction plus Valiant Dynamo, you're saving yourself a lot of life every turn, which gives you more opportunities to swing with the swords.
Okay, so Kasai still has 3 cards left in hand after that turn. Only took 4 damage, I believe.
Yeah, no, only took, I think, 3 damage. I think she was on 12.
I think she started at 13.
Chat is just asking how many copper tokens does she have. She has 2 copper tokens. She only made 2 last turn. So, still only 2.
So we have +3 from the Sharpened Steel, +3 from the Outland Skirmish. So this is coming in for 8 damage without Go Again.
Yeah, the lack of Go Again is...
But of course, there is most likely going to be a Blade Runner in the hand. Otherwise...
yeah, otherwise this is not as good, yeah.
But that constant +1 threat is also very good. Like if you block with an attack action.
But I think the problem is, if Kasai doesn't have Go Again here, she doesn't get the copper, she doesn't get her Valiant Dynamos back. It's actually a very dangerous situation to be in. But then you wouldn't have pitched hit and run if you didn't have Go Again.
So Kasai had 2 copper. Like, did she miss the copper token in the other turn from the Outland Skirmish?
Ooh, interesting.
I think she might have.
Is she on 2 or 3? To be honest, we really can't see that dice. It's not very well marked. So it's hard to say exactly. The light is right on it.
Either way, it's 2 or 3, and this one did hit, so that's 1 additional copper token from that.
Yeah, so she might be on. I think she's on 4. I think I can see a 4 in there.
There's the Mordred Tide, so this could potentially be a very big turn. Followed up by a Vexing Quillhand, so that's an instant +3. So we see a Revel and Runeblood in the hand there. Rattlebones, which will be able to recycle that Amplify.
Yeah, use Skeletor into Rattlebones for sure. The only problem here really is...
What's that last card? Is that a Tome?
I think it's a Spellblade Strike. The real question here is...
I think it's a Rune Flash, but maybe I'm...
No, I think it's a Spellblade Strike. I wonder here if the correct play was playing the Rattlebones first or attacking with the Spellblade Strike.
That's interesting, not going for the Amplify. But I guess he's trying to split damage now, right?
But I don't understand this because he doesn't have Go Again. And he doesn't have resources. The only way this play makes sense is if you're going to use the Revels with the Creepers to get Go Again.
I think it's because of the Mordred Tides that he wants to get like that extra 1 rune chunk for the next turn. Because you do generate 2 naturally from the Revel, right?
Yeah.
So you get 3 from that and then an additional 2 because of Viserai's ability.
Well, we can definitely see an arsenal of the Revel here. But if he'd played Spellblade Strike, he would have come in with 6 rune chants, made another 3... and then he could have played the Rattlebones for free.
But does Rattlebones have Go Again?
But if any of the 6 rune chants hit, then it becomes an instant. And then it gets Go Again.
Okay, so he could...
So he could have done that. Maybe he gets shut down by his opponent blocking all the arcane, but his opponent doesn't have that many blues.
And how about the Revel? Like, he could potentially pop the Spellbound Creepers, play the Revel, get Go Again of that.
But I don't know if he has the resources for that now. If that's a yellow Spellblade Strike, he might do.
Then he could go in with a Rosetta after that.
So if it's a yellow Spellblade Strike, then he triggers Creepers, plays Revel, and then comes in with Rosetta and 10 rune chants. Okay. But otherwise, he doesn't have Go Again here.
So the rune chants have been resolved. Now it's the Spellblade Assault itself. Coming in for 4.
He's reading Creepers. He knows what's coming. Yeah, Rune Flash has Go Again, chat, but I don't think it is a Rune Flash, just based on what we're seeing. It's always hard to see the card that's behind the card in the hand on the top, but...
So Kasai is blocking 3... 4, 5. I don't think the Bravehearts have blocked yet this turn.
Yeah, so we see Pitch, Spellblade Strike. Oh, it's a blue, okay, yeah. Revels.
Yeah, so we're gonna see that nasty Rosetta coming right after it.
That's 10 rune chance, dude. 12. 12?
More because you get an additional 2 from Viserai's ability. The Mordred Tides is still active.
Absolutely. See, when I was saying maybe we should ban Mordred Tide earlier, chat got really salty with me. But look at what it's enabled. How many rune chants did Mordred Tide make this turn?
It's okay. The deck is fair and balanced.
3, 4, 5, 6. It made an extra 6 rune chants this turn. In Blitz. In a Blitz format. Remember, I'm not talking about CC bans. We're talking about what would be the best cards to address in Blitz. Anyway, we won't dwell on Viserai because we know how much damage he can deal. I thought that was a really solid play from Kasai. But as you said, her damage is very fair. She can... really push that damage and deliver it quite fairly.
Yep. Kasai is really reminds me of what Ira used to be. Like very consistent but fair damage.
And blocks really well as well.
Yeah,
all that armor is really good.
In a long game you have +6 life from the Valiant Dynamos alone, so...
Yeah. And I think a lot of players assume that Viserai is going to get addressed. And when he does, I think Kasai is definitely on that list of Blitz heroes who really come alive in that new post Kasai, post Viserai meta.
But still a very interesting game. Part of me, it's like a love-hate relation when you see a Viserai pop off like that. There's still something satisfying about it, isn't it?
It is, because if you think about it, Kano is a combo deck, but Viserai is that first, true combo deck.
Yeah.
The person who designed him built him as an OTK, combo strategy. And okay, he's evolved into more of an aggro build, but at his core, it's still this puzzle that's, it's what Kano players love, it's what Viserai players love, is getting that right combination of cards together.
Yeah, Rune Blades.
That's all we have to say really on that, is Rune Blades. I mean, they're all, to be honest, I love Briar's aesthetic, but they're all very similar in terms of their gameplay sometimes.
I'm still surprised about Briar. There was a little bit of Briar's artwork got a bit revealed here and there early on before we knew that it was a Runeblade.
Yeah.
And it really looked like a druid to me at a glance. So I was convinced we're going to get a druid hero.
You're just speaking my language, because my old predictions were like, oh, she lives in a forest, totally a druid, 100%, some sort of earth wizard, I thought. And then we just
at the time, I was the first one that had the Runeblade preview card. So I believe I got like 3 weeks or something before Tales of Aria hit. And I got my cards and it said Runeblade, and I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a bit of a spoiler, right? I mean, I didn't get any, because my spoiler card, the last one I got was for Everfest, obviously.
Yeah.
And, you know, all of the classes are in Everfest, so I didn't get anything spicy like that. I didn't get any, you know, secret sauce about what was in. But mine, I thought, and this was it, because I got this thing that worked really well with Benji, I thought we were 100% getting adult versions of the heroes from Crucible in
I
Everfest.
kind of thought something like that too. I think I did a prediction video at some point where I said, like, I'm expecting, like, current heroes to have, like, a new version of them, which happened with Bravo.
Yeah, you got one right, yeah.
that one was correct. But I kind of hope we get more of that. Like, not the Bravo, the showstopper, no, not showstopper, Star of the Show power level, but I really like having the same hero, but different versions of it.
I mean, ultimately, Flesh and Blood is kind of a game for people who love the fantasy setting, but specific characters. And we see that with the lore that just came out, the Morlock Hill, the Dorinthea lore. Everyone I know who likes Dorinthea was, like, not drooling at the mouth, but all over that that lore. Because it's so great to get invested in this hero and then see that hero come alive in front of you. And I hope, I mean, LSS have said we're going to get more stories, we're going to get more narrative.
Yep.
And I mean, I can't wait. I think it's going to be amazing.
All right, we will have a quick break again, and then we'll be back with a interview with the Viserai player from just now.
Welcome back. We are here to interview the Viserai player from the stream who just obviously won with all of those rune chants. How does it feel to make that many rune chants in one turn?
Yeah, it was a pretty much a lot of rune chants, so I knew he wasn't able to overcome those in the last turn.
Yeah. But you were blocking a lot in that matchup. I mean, were you just looking for the best hand, or what was your game plan?
So my first hand wasn't really all that combo-centric, so I tried to put on as much pressure and not arsenaling. So he has to put his cards in front and doesn't swing back really hard. And those were 2 turns where I could attack into an amplify, which leaked some damage, and then I just drew the Murder Tide, Revel in Runeblood, and I just went off from there.
And how do you feel about the Kasai matchup in general? I mean, is it a good matchup for you, or?
I've beaten another Kasai today, so I'd say it's a good matchup. Yeah, I don't think she needs some time to set up to get to that copper tokens. And Viserai can just be a turn quicker with his combo lines, like Kasai needs to play that big turn, the blood on her hands, and she needs some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race, and you're Usain Bolt, and she's anyone else on the planet, I guess.
Sorry?
I said you're basically the fast sprinter, and she's anyone else. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you're here from Belgium today, right?
Correct.
And did you travel with many people?
In total, we have 9 people here, so...
Okay. And how big is the Belgium Flesh and Blood scene?
The Flesh and Blood scene in Belgium is actually pretty big for the small country it is. There are a lot of game stores which have frequently the armors every week, and the skirmishes, the progress, it's every week, almost non-stop, so it's pretty great.
Amazing. And I mean, how many stores do you have? Any stores you want to give a shout out to, or any sort of players you've travelled with that are doing well that you want to give a shout out to?
I definitely want to give a shout out to Glenn van der Rooij. I borrowed his deck list. I'm not actually that experienced with Viserai. I was playtesting Kasai myself, but I kept losing to the Viserai, and the busted lines that Viserai can produce on turn 2 or 3 pulled me over to the dark side, I would say.
And when did you make that change?
When did I make that change? I think I made the change like a week or so ago. Okay. So I didn't playtest that much on Viserai, but I have played a lot of Flesh and Blood, so I know the...
But you had a bit of time to practice and learn all the lines and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, a lot of people think Viserai is a hard deck. Do you disagree with that, or?
No, it's definitely a hard deck. Sometimes your hands play themselves, but other times when you have that become the Arc Knight, you really need to think from, oh, if I get that, I can do that and that, but if I get that, I can do that, and you really need to weigh your options and see what's the best line.
What do you think the worst Viserai matchup is? So who's the Viserai killer?
My only loss today was to Oldham, and I think he really has the tools to I'm looking for the word, to disturb Viserai, to make him block so he can't keep his 4 or 5 card hands to do his crazy stuff.
So are we talking about Oak and Old, or are there other cards as well?
Spinal Crush, the Endless Winter is also very annoying. It's always big on it, effects, and also the pummels that come over on it, which let you discard cards.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much for speaking to us. Obviously, good luck in the rest of your rounds. You're definitely playing, I would think, one of the stronger heroes in the meta, and obviously we think you're going to do reasonably well, so you'll probably be back on stream tomorrow.
I hope so.
And we'll hopefully see you play some more. As for everyone watching, thanks for tuning in again. A short break now, and then we'll go into round 8. 2 rounds left today, with the cut of X and 3 making it into the top 64 tomorrow. So stay tuned for more coverage, and we'll talk to you soon.
Let's get to the matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Williams on Chain. It's the rematch versus Michael Hamilton on Bravo, star of the show. And we're going to get a lot of hints as to the strategy here in the first turn.
It's the rematch, Max. It's the remix. We'll have to see if we get a different finish this time. Let's see who's going to be starting us off here. I want to see. Yep, it looks like Cody's going to be starting Shackle #1. And let's see what starts off his first turn here in the top 8. Oh, it looks like a Shackle and a pass. Not letting Hamilton get any kind of cycling going on in his hand.
And that's fair, and that's perfectly fine. We saw what happened last time. Cody went you know, a little. He got aggressive early, allowed Michael Hamilton to cycle all the cards. And what was the result of that? Michael Hamilton had a fused Starvo at the beginning. So we're going to start with, that would be a Spinal Crush. And pitching over there to come in with that is a 9-point Spinal Crush. 9 damage coming in. The crush effect here is 4. Now, this has significant repercussions, Tannen, because Go Again is so important in Chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Command and Conquer here, block, Grass block, Arcane. Oh, Arcanite.
All right, this is the first clue. This is the first clue that Cody is putting Michael Hamilton on fatigue, because this might be the first and only, one of the first and few opportunities that Michael Hamilton's actually going to be attacking. It's most likely going to be all Chain all the time. So being able to just go ahead and slide your equipment across the table and say, I'm probably not going to use this. I didn't use it last game, so does it really matter? And now Cody's going to start shackling. All right, Invert Existence, I believe, so that's going to attack the graveyard.
Yeah, Cody only taking 3 there from that attack as well. Crush not going to happen, so it looks like we're going to have a Belittle, and we're going to show a Bounty Demigods. That's going to go and find a Minnowism. See a Minnowism already in the pitch zone, but there's more copies behind this for Cody as well. Looks like a red Minnowism is pulled up. That's going to be able to pump an attack here as well if he wants to be able to do that. Blue one's usually got, you're going to get those when you want some more extra resources. The red one, when you want to be able to pump up attack, maybe do some some extra damage.
Yeah, the issue was last game, Cody was not necessarily putting across enough damage. Usually on that last turn where your Soul Shackles really reveals your entire deck, Michael was at a healthy state, so it wasn't that important. This time, let's get the red Minnowism. It beefs up my next attack. So I think Cody's is just realizing that he needs to go full throttle. There's nothing that's in his way, that he should be pushing as much damage as quick as possible.
I do want to point something out here that I'm a little surprised by, but I definitely trust Michael Hamilton to be better at this than I am. There's a Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft in play here.
No, this is what we mentioned last time as well. I had this discussion with Brian, and it did factor in because on those major plays, it did slow things down.
Looks like we're going to have an Art of War played here. It looks like it's going into the +1 mode and banish the card from hand, but let's be real. That's not actually a deterrent here. That's a feature.
Yes, exactly. It's not a bug. It's a feature because that card is essentially accessible whenever, but Blizzard, that's going to slow things down here. And now the cards that he had in hand, this really throws a wrench in the system because when a good player is going to have all his resources used as efficiently as possible, and Blizzard really pumps the brakes on your game plan.
Yep, so that is going to lose Go Again unless another card is pitched here. Cody kind of incentivized into having to do this. So the second Minnowism is going to be pitched from his hand here, the one that he got off of that Belittle. Bounty Demagon is going to be exiled, so the 2 cards are going to come back to hand here. The Go Again will resolve.
Yeah, that Bounty Demagon in the banish zone now. The Go Again is fine, but keep in mind here that Art of War is going to be pumping up all the future attacks here. I don't believe he's Soul Shackled yet, so it's another Go Again that he'll be able to pull off.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like 1 damage going on over to Michael Hamilton. Down to 39.
Now, what's fascinating here as well is that Cody I believe, is that 2 Minnowisms that he's pitched this turn. Late game, those might come back to haunt you. Those are going to be banished and gone away. But keep in mind that Belittle is another way to fish those out of the deck. And looking at Cody's list, he has 3 red Minnowisms and 2 blue Minnowisms. And that's 1 of each, I believe, in the pitch zone now. So he might be able to go ahead and pick those up. But again, shuffling your deck can be detrimental when you're trying to stack your list late.
Absolutely. That's actually really important. It's a small thing that doesn't come up very often, but when it does, it can be really impactful. If you've actually been pitch stacking really well at the span of the game and then you shuffle late, hands are going to be as good as the ones that you've crafted.
So again, blocking with Pulverize, blocking with Crippling Crush. I mean, these are just very powerful cards that are blocking for 3.
Yeah, this isn't a Hold Rights coming for 5, blocked by Crippling Crush, like you said, and this is starting to feel like old school Guardian. You know, you have all these big expensive attacks in your hand, but you're almost never using them. You're just block for 3, block for 3, block for 3.
Yeah, the old school showstopper, it was just, you know, you pick and choose when you can go ahead and pick those attacks, and it's got to be, you got to be patient. Sometimes, you know, you might think, okay, if I just eat 5 damage, I can come back with a crippling crush, and it's going to feel awesome. But you're eating damage, and in a game where fatigue is on the menu, you cannot take any damage where you should not take damage.
Right, back over to Michael Hamilton. Looks like it's just going to be a cold 4 coming across here. Winter's Wail coming across for 4 damage on hit. Give your opponent a Frostbite.
What Cody is also going to be thinking about here is that last game in the match, the Carrion Husk really didn't come into play. So you might see a Carrion Husk just eat a Frosthammer, but it's going to be as late as possible so he doesn't eat too much blood debt. But last game, he missed an opportunity to sort of eat up one of these 4s, be it cold or warm or room temperature or anything in between, whether it's Fahrenheit, Celsius, or Kelvin. You got to eat that damage in some way or form, and that Carrion Husk is something that you want to make use of that Cody did not have the advantage of last game.
That's a really, really good point. You know, something that doesn't come up very often because, you know, we don't see fatigue decks as much anymore is in Chain is when is something huskable. That is a big deal in these matches. So if Michael pulls off another big attack in the next few turns, you might see that Husk just come out.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you wanted to eat up the damage that you would see off of, let's say, the Spinal Crush or whatever. The problem was that it was too early to commit a Carrion Husk, where if you play it now and you play 7 more turns in the game, that's 7 damage. And that could definitely change gears here, where maybe Michael Hamilton sees that, yeah, you're eating 1 blood debt a turn. Maybe that 7 damage is enough for me to change gears and continue to push face here. So Frostbite is on hit. We see Cody Williams is at 31, but again, Chain doesn't get going until Soul Shackle 4, 5, 6, and that's when we're going to see the fireworks.
Absolutely. So we're making our way up there just a little slowly. It's going to take a little bit of time. This is our early game. Got a few things set aside here about Bounding Demigod and Inverting Systems, chipping away at Cody's life total. But like you said, that life total maybe not as important as it normally is against Bravo, because we're not going to be getting those huge attacks all the time. All right, going to start this turn off with Mavian Skies. There goes the Frostbite token. Those Time Snap potions are in the deck here. Just to notice that we're maybe seeing some extra cards start to have found their way into the Chain deck. Looks like the Bounding Demigod is going to get played here.
No, you're absolutely right. That's a very key piece there, the fact that the Time Snap potions are in there. And when you can't manufacture Go Again, having a Time Snap potion on the board in a situation where you can get that extra action point, you can stretch that turn out and really force Michael Hamilton to take damage, that's very important. These are cards that I don't believe were in the original matchup, but again, knowledge is power in this, and you did just see these 2 players square off not an hour and a half ago.
I mean, knowing is half the battle, don't forget that. So this Unhollowed, this Bounding Demigod is attacking for 4. We have a sink below, matching up to it, and it does look like we are actually going to sink. So Michael's going to put a card from yep, there we go. Card from the bottom from his hand to the bottom of his deck and draw a new one here. A little bit of filtering, possibly setting up an attack for his turn. But like we said, Michael thinks going to take this game a little slow and easy.
So that's one of 2 Sink-a-Belows that Michael Hamilton has in the deck. There's I believe there's 9 total defense reactions.
So there we go. The Soul Shackle is getting activated. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. I know that we don't have the Ram's Head here, but this is what we're talking about. The chain is broken there. The combat chain is broken whenever you make the Soul Shackle. So that's why you see all the cards go away. And then we have another Soul Reaping attacking for free because we're banishing a card from our hand. And the Hollow Rites going to the banish zone, which it'll be back later.
Oh, it'll definitely be back later. As you see over there, you may banish 1 or more cards from your hand rather than pay for Soul Reaping's cost. But hey, that's a lot of attack that's coming through over here. So, you know, Cody Williams does have the deficit here, and he has been taking blood debt damage. So Michael Hamilton, despite not really attacking very much or being too aggressive, is letting Cody Williams just essentially, you know, self-destruct to a degree. And you do have those ticking fuses that will eventually cause that end game explosion. But at the moment now, it's again, like I said, it's when you hit that Soul Shackle 4, 5, 6 that we really see Chain ramp up, and we're going to see Michael Hamilton begin to really struggle with these attacks.
Looks like we're going to see the Turn Tipper come in and block up some of this, and then there's going to be a use of 2 of the resources here to make sure Grasp of the Arcanine gets to make a Rune Chant token here, and that's going to be followed by an attack from the Rosetta, which is going to be for 2 and 2.
There's a rune chant that's associated with that as well, and that's a nice little extra piece of damage. Again, it's how it's divided, and it doesn't get too... It's not clear-cut. It's not too easy to figure out sometimes. It's got to take a little creative accounting in order to make sure that none of this gets through. But, again, Michael Hamilton's on a full defense strategy here. So as long as... I think the major thing that he's worried about here is all Michael Hamilton...
Dann auf die Russe.
Hey, what's up everyone? We're back and we got another really great matchup coming up for you very soon. This time we're going to have a look at Viserai versus Oldham. It's going to be a very exciting matchup. I'm kind of curious, like, what type of deck do you think this Oldham player will bring? Is it going to be another aggro one, or do we finally get to see that very thematic, almost defensive build of Oldham?
I do suspect that it may be another aggro Oldham, and I mean I think this is going to be one of the big matches of this metagame, which is why we're getting to it sort of round 7 of the tournament. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this aggro Oldham interacts with Viserai, and how those two decks are sort of balanced against each other.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because Oldham does have a lot of discard effects, especially, well, we've seen the pummel earlier, so maybe more Oldhams run it.
Pummeling a Viserai, that would be...
I know, we know that Oakenald itself already forces 2 discards, and even if a deck like Viserai needs to block a lot, it's disadvantageous for them, so...
Yeah, I think
I'm really curious how this is going to play out. Yeah,
I think between Oakenald and Frostbite, things like that, Oldham does have a lot of tools that are quite good into addressing Viserai, so we're going to have to see sort of whether those tools are effective in the end, or whether, you know, Viserai's power comes through and really sort of changes the way, you know, it can push through those control effects. But it's going to be really interesting, and I imagine that this is a game we'll see probably again tomorrow as well. So it would be good to get this game on camera, and then of course we can compare it to see how the other players do tomorrow when we get a bit further along.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to boil down like who gets the, I would say almost called like who gets the combo turn. Like both decks have a very strong combo potential. Like Oldham has the Oakenald fusing it for the dominate with the discard. And Viserai has the whole thing that he can create like 10 rune chants or something and go in, which are both kind of lethal in a sense in the Blitz format. So I'm really curious. I'm really looking forward to see how this one is going to be playing out.
For sure. And I mean, in terms of other things, so obviously we have a lot of side events that are starting, you know, just while we wait for the players to get set up. Have you played a lot of sealed WTR? That's obviously the main format for
really,
one of the Battle Hardens tomorrow.
At my locals, at least, we've played sealed maybe once or twice. We did play a little bit of draft, but it seems for the most part, like at least in my local scene, people like to play with pre-constructed decks, whether it's the constructed format or the blitz format. So that has been the main narrative in my play scene. How about you? Like, does your scene play it a lot, or?
I mean, we were drafting WTR actually on Wednesday last, so it's kind of why it's at the top of my mind, because we were like, well, if anyone makes the top 8, we should have some practice at the draft. I just want to say WTR is just such a good format. Like, I didn't appreciate it because I started the game, I don't know when you started the game, but I started the game in Crucible, and I didn't really have time to appreciate just how good WTR was as an introductory set to the game. The heroes are simple but powerful.
Yep.
The meta rewards blocking well, controlling the flow of the game, but also then knowing when to attack, like with Katsu or someone like that, knowing when to power through. And it is a really, really good set. And it kind of makes me excited a little bit for Historic, because we've been talking about what to do with Historic when it comes out, because, you know, a lot of my play group, and I'm sure a lot of yours, has all of the cards. But one of the things we've been thinking about is Shapeshifter is there as a format.
That would be cool,
you know,
to play Shapeshifter with it. That would be really cool, because then you can just draft all the good cards and start playing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it takes a few more boosters to get to that point of we have enough cards, and maybe you don't draft it, but sealed, Shapeshifter, play whatever you want. I mean, I think that's pretty fun. So there you go, guys. If you want Historic, there are ways to make it work. Do you think who goes first is super important in this game? I think it is. I think Viserai probably wants to go first.
Yeah, I think all team definitely wants to go first there to not allow Viserai any time to set up.
Yeah,
and that way they can get something in the arsenal, which means that the crown is also active. So,
or maybe get a cheeky dominate on turn 1 as well. That would be very nice.
If they have it, definitely. Usually doesn't happen that often, does it, for all team to have to dominate and the fuse and everything on the first turn. But you do see it sometimes. I mean, anything could happen.
It does take a little hint of luck to draw your fuse on the first turn of the game. But then when you get that Glacial Footsteps out there. But that Macho Grand, one of the reasons that a lot of people are playing Macho Grand is for that powerful dominate effect.
Yep.
And on the first turn, you definitely have the resources to do it.
I always have the Terra Sunder as well, so if you can play the Terra Sunder in a smaller attack, then you can usually also get the dominate. So we're seeing the Stalagmite instead of the Ram set here. So this all team, I am suspecting this is more of a defensive kind after all.
Yeah. Sorry. I do think you do play Shield into Viserai, but the choice of Stalagmite is very, very interesting here, because it can really mess up a Viserai turn. But
well, having that one Frostbite can be a huge difference for Viserai, doesn't it? Like, I don't know the full numbers, but on a good Viserai turn, if you need to deal with a Frostbite, that can be a difference of like 8 to 10 damage sometimes. But that needs to be a very good turn. But so
yeah,
I guess the Frostbite is going to slow down things quite a bit.
It's a very skill-based card in this matchup, because if he can pick the right turn where it stops, like imagine if Viserai plays Rune Revels and then tries to come in with Skeleta, and or tries to come in with the sword, but can't because of the Frostbite token.
Yep.
If he can disrupt that and the rune chants go away, it's perfection, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I did see a Sonata in hand. I think there's also a Meet and Greet in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Could be a tome. No, it's a tome. It's not a Meet and Greet.
Okay, so another Viserai at the top tables is playing
so
tome.
I see a Swarming Gloomville in the hand. I see Sonata in hand. So we are going to get a very spicy arsenal regardless, I guess. And the tome hit. The tome succeeded, so...
Oh, brilliant. Again, this comes back to, you love to see it, right? I mean,
yeah.
I love it when these cards just hit the ratios properly.
It's one of those cards, like, you want to put it in your deck, but...
Every time.
I never dare to, just because it
it's
can
a blue,
lose
it
you
draws
a
you
turn.
2 cards. Why wouldn't you put that in your deck?
Yeah.
It's because it feels bad when it misses. That's why. But
so let's see what the Viserai player is gonna do next. Okay.
Okay. So this is gonna be 3 with go again.
Oh, no spellbound creepers. So
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
No instant speed shenanigans, I guess.
Yeah, but still the go again on the right attack. That's an interesting choice.
Wouldn't Snapdragons be better in this situation then?
Yeah, maybe. I think Snapdragons, because it's free, has a lot more reach sometimes than Suede Hides. But I mean, if you're playing something like Shrill of Skullform or one of those bigger Viserai attacks, then you can't.
Yeah, maybe the opponent doesn't even catch it.
Yeah.
Like if you're in the think tank with your deck, you might not even notice that they don't have the spellbound creepers and block in a way that you shouldn't.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Remember to pay attention to what shoes your opponent is wearing, people. It's very important. Get your head under that table and have a good look at his feet.
Have a look at the hat and the shoes.
Yeah, how pointy are those slippers that he's wearing? You know, if by the way you're at a tournament and your opponent is wearing some sort of evil pointy satin slippers, I'm just saying, you know, be careful out there. There are horror movies waiting to happen. So he blocks this completely. I think that's probably just good. You don't need to bleed damage as Oldham.
But does that go again?
Yeah, it does.
I generated 1 rune chant, so should have go again. So here comes the Dread Triptych.
So this isn't necessarily a great line because he has resources floating, which means the Arcane can be blocked. This attack can be blocked as well with some armor. So actually, and I think he's used Crown. So this is actually a 1-card block to stop him making 3 rune chants. He'll just make the 1 off the first part of Dread Triptych. So remember that Dread Triptych referencing 3, it makes 1 rune chant if you have played a non-attack action, 1 rune chant if you've played dealt arcane damage, and 1 rune chant if it hits. So it makes 1 from Viserai's ability when he plays it. Viserai gets an ability whenever you play a Runeblade card after playing a non-attack action, and it gets 1 as well because he had played a non-attack action earlier this turn.
Okay, so we see a tree block here, I believe.
I think he's triggered Crown as well, so I think this stops all 4
damage. Okay, so this is
damage.
fully blocked.
Yeah.
So how many cards does he have left in hand now? So he blocked it 1.
He should have 1 card left.
And he pitched 1. Yeah, but he gets 1 card back from the Crown.
True. So he might have 2. But we could just see a hammer here and an arsenal. Maybe a frosty hammer.
What it's gonna be.
Oh, it's a non-frosty hammer. It's a shame. But if he's running Staunch Response, then this is potentially one of those control Oldhams that we've been hearing about.
I think so.
Because that deck runs 9 Staunch Responses.
I think seeing the shield in general, this is probably a more defensive build. Quite a shame though not to have the Frostbite on hit, because when Viserai is still at 20 life, so it may become very tempting for them to just take the damage.
Absolutely.
I think they arsenaled the Sonata, right?
I didn't see what he arsenaled. He's playing Drawn to the Dark Dimension. That's an interesting choice. It's a very good card because it draws you a card, but...
Okay, block 2, that...
Blocking 2, not stopping an on-hit effect it's a telltale sign that he's planning on using that Skeleta soon.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Well, we know he has a Sonata, whether it's in the arsenal or in the Ascent, it's there, so... But the question is if he can actually play it this turn, because he only has 2 rune chants at this point of time. So cracking the Quill Hand without a Moderate Tide. Okay, the Viserai player is gonna go all in by the looks. Okay, there's the Sonata.
Yep, we have a hit.
Oh.
Oh, ouch. So again, bringing us back to Sonata Arcanic, such a strong card, and just, I mean, I find it very, very fun, but it does have potential to cause you some damage.
Oh well, it's still a +1, right? And it dealt 1 damage.
This is one of those control-focused blitz games that you were talking about earlier, where both players are very, very careful, protecting every life point.
Yeah, but it's good to see. This is the kind of blitz that I personally like seeing, where there's a lot of back and forth. And yes, both decks have like their strong combos, but both need to really continue very cautiously, because both realize at this life total that even if you have a big turn, if your opponent has only 1 life back, they can hit back very hard.
Absolutely. And you do really have to be careful about how many cards you're letting your opponent keep. So we see red Shrill, which kind of explains those Sutcliffe Suede Hides now, because, you know, if you're running cards like that, the only way you'll get go again is from, you know, from the Sutcliffes, because Snapdragons won't work.
So we have 11 damage on the board now, and there's most likely going to be a couple more things coming after this. Okay, that's the crown activation. Do you think the Oldham player is just going to take the arcane or not? No.
No, I don't see why you would. Because, like, the physical damage is not nearly as threatening in Viserai if he hasn't got a Mordred Tide. So if you stop the arcane, then meet and greets and all that sort of stuff gets turned off, doesn't it? So you're better off taking 4 physical than 4 arcane.
So we see a double block there. This is going to generate a Frostbite for Viserai as well, right? So that will make it a bit more difficult to continue that turn, I guess.
This is an interesting choice because he's got lots of cards in hand, so he could definitely pay for the Frostbite token. You're really counting on him not having a blue or anything that, you know...
Okay, so the Frostbite has been paid for.
Yeah, we see that he has a blue, so the Frostbite just becomes irrelevant. But maybe he just needed the 2 block here. But it's not like the most impactful Frostbite token that we've seen. You know, that shield. But the shield is very hard to get value out of because it's hard to know what's in your opponent's hand.
Okay, so this one... Did any of the arcane hit? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. Oh, it must have.
It has go again.
So, yeah, he must have got an arcane point through.
Is the life total accurate then?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I didn't think he took any arcane this turn. Or was it from the Sonata?
Must be.
Yeah, he must have taken the point from the Sonata. It's what I keep telling everyone. Do not let the arcane hit you. It's just 1 point, but, you know, you have that choice.
So just a 2 block. I don't think I fully understand this line. So the melee green is coming in for 4. The Earthbound blocks for 2, I believe.
Yep. So then he gets another rune chant. And then we're saying drawn to the dark dimension to draw a card for the arsenal. What's the question here? When did he Crown of Seeds?
He Crown of Seeds at the beginning of the turn, I believe.
Ooh.
Like right after the... I'm not sure if it was during the Sonata or after.
Well, if he did it during the Sonata, then
that arcane
his opponent hasn't dealt Arcane. But it's quite late to be questioning that now. Because you question it when your opponent puts the token down. Oh, he's showing off the Oldham card. Did he pitch for the Earth interaction? That's... So a reminder, Oldham has 2 defense reactions. One is the...
One stops 2 damage and the other one puts a card back on top of the deck.
Yeah, depending on which element you pitch. And we can see he's got a So Tomorrow at the top of his pitch stack. So he may have actually prevented 2 more damage somewhere in there.
Okay, Oldham is down to 15 now and the life counter.
Yeah. What's quite interesting is we're a few turns into this game, and Viserai, who we seem to be explosive in various matchups, hasn't really pushed the damage through on Oldham. And the strategy, the sort of blocking strategy, seems to be working quite well for him so far.
And I guess one of the big combo lines for Viserai is that already they don't have the blood sheet anymore.
Yeah.
So whatever comes after this, it's going to be kind of a lot more tame damage.
Yeah. And we also see the equipment's gone as well. The equipment's gone. A lot of the reds on the Viserai side, like Meet and Greet and things like that, are starting to go as well. So, and we've seen a Sonata. So there's a question as to how many power turns that Viserai has. And
there seems to be some discussion about Chrono Seeds.
I wonder if he forgot to apply the prevention. Because that's a big problem, because you can't rewind it.
That will be a missed trigger, right, if you have already activated the seeds before?
Yeah. It looks like they're carrying on, though it doesn't look like Oldham has taken... Maybe it just hasn't been updated yet. What happened with that
there's
draw?
A Revel, Marvin Skies. I think it's a double Revel and Rune Blood.
But what happened with that draw to the Dark Dimension?
I have no idea.
Interesting.
It's so hard when you don't have the audio of the match itself.
Yeah, but that's okay. Anyway, moving on. So we'll see the hammer, the ice swing.
So this is a Frosty Hammer finally.
Yeah. And I mean, if Viserai, without Skeleta, if Viserai gets hit with a Frostbite, he runs a lot of reds. That could very, 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 very disrupt their turn,
But I think they still have the Skull Cap now, and I don't think there are any counters on the Skull Cap, so they can very easily block with 1 from hand and the Skull Cap.
Oh, he could definitely stop this, but that's a card from hand, and Oldham's happy, right?
Yeah. Do you need to Revel and Rune Bloods in this situation? Maybe you can block with 1 of them?
I mean, if he's got 2, but it only blocks for 2. So I guess he could do... He's on more life, so he still wouldn't be able to stop it.
Ah, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay, so the damage does come through. And there's now a Frostbite on Viserai's side.
He just took all 4, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Ouch.
I still think this is a full red hand, right? So
yeah, that makes it very problematic.
Okay, 2 pitched.
To play a Rune Flash, okay.
Going in for forward go again.
It's still, yeah, I think you want to Arsenal that Revel. So what, do you just pitch the other red to swing with Rosetta for 2?
Yeah, the Rosetta's not active, so it's just too physical, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the most optimal turn, by far.
I mean, Florian could also play the Revel and then swing, so you have the Rune Chant and the 4 damage from the Rosetta. Now he's just gonna swing for 2. Alright, so the Revel goes into the Arsenal and the turn is passed. We see an Awakening at the end of the Viserai turn.
I love this card so much.
So it's probably going to be an Oakenhold, I guess.
Like, it's a huge card in terms of swinging the game back and forth.
Yeah, but look, 6 Seismic Surge tokens.
I do also love how it feels to play it, like just slam it down and then you get your biggest attack.
You can really just throw it on the mat, you know.
Yeah.
Like
And with Guardian, like, it's such a toolbox as well because they have so many cards
going for
that
Mangle.
are really good. Now, why would you get Mangle when he doesn't have... it's probably just because it's a really big attack. Mangle is obviously best if they have their Skeleta and you're, you know, just blowing up one of their equipments. But I don't think we can see a counter on Skullcap from here. But it might just be because it's a 4 for 8, you know.
Well, it's a free play now because there are 6 Seismic Surge tokens. Maybe the Oldham player doesn't have any other cards in hand, and he really needs something to push damage.
Yeah, and you wouldn't get an Oaken Old or something like that because you don't have the fuse for it.
Yep.
So you just want raw numbers. So actually this is quite good because it doesn't have an effect he cares about, but if he has other cards that he wants later...
Well, doesn't it puts a -1 counter on the... that already has a counter, so it doesn't do anything with the Skullcap either then. Unless there's a counter on there that we can't see. That may even be almost a trap for the Viserai to just take the damage here now. Okay, Viserai did take the damage down to 6.
Ooh, that's low. I mean, that's getting down there. But let's see. I mean, he's obviously looking at his hand thinking, I've got a lot of damage here.
Okay, moderate tight. So the Revel will be a +7.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's 5 and then +2 from Viserai.
Okay, so there's a 2 rune chance right there.
I mean, and it's a really good, because he can fetch a Sonata now. Oh no, we see.
For Sonata, there's no Skeleton anymore. So.
Yeah, it's not the best card. He did discard an attack action, so maybe he's just looking to... He's probably looking to get a Gloom Veil or something like that, so he can get go again.
I don't know, can you play 2 Raffle and Rune Bloods in 1 turn?
You can, yeah, absolutely. But then you have to keep a resource to swing with Rosetta.
Yep. But Gloom Veil is very strong here anyways.
Yeah, because Gloom Veil will come in with the full +1 with go again. And, you know, the on-hit effect is completely relevant too in terms of stopping arcane damage prevention.
So 4 go again, 2 arcane.
And another 2 rune chance to add to the pile.
I think he's trying to hide the Revel for...
I think if you're his opponent, you kind of see Revel coming here, right? It's just such a power. I will say, out of all the heroes in terms of Revel, Oldham is very positioned well to handle it. I mean, there's so many blues in the deck, so much arcane like prevention. You know, so even if he gets 7 rune chance, there's 2 cards to block. It's, you know, it's doable. The important thing is that he sees the threat of the on-hit effect from the Gloom Veil, right?
True.
Because so as a reminder for listeners, Gloomveil, if you've played 3 or more, if you played 1 or more auras, it gets go again. If you've played 2 or more auras, it gets +1. And if you've played 3 or more auras, it gets, if this attack hits, your arcane can't be prevented for the rest of the turn. So in this situation, obviously, he got 2 auras from playing Become the Arknight, 2 auras from playing Gloomveil itself, and it does apply retrospectively to itself because it's a static ability. So if the Gloomveil hits, and then he plays Revel in Runeblood, we're going to see 7 rune chants that can't be prevented into Rosetta for another 2 and 2, which can't be prevented either, which is, of course, unpreventable lethal. So he absolutely has to block the physical damage here.
And I think he did, so shield can block 1, gloves 1, and then the 2, so that's fully blocked. So the arcane is still preventable.
And he has got 3 cards in hand, so hopefully he can do something about
so that's 5 rune chant from the Revel, then +2 from Viserai's trigger as well.
My favourite play with Gloomveil is playing Read the Runes at instant speed. Because you play Gloomveil and then you play instant speed Read the Runes with Spellbound Creepers, which gives you 3 auras straight away. And your opponent didn't block it because it was just coming in for 3 or 4. And suddenly it has the on-hit effect, and you also have a ton of rune chants just sitting there waiting. Yeah, so we see Revel closes the combat chain, tidies up nicely, but then...
How many cards does Oldham still have?
I think he has 2.
Okay, we see a crown activation.
Or maybe it was only 1, but he's activated Crown, he has 2 resources floating. No, I think he has 2 cards left now. So much arcane. I think he could... If he drew 2 blues, he can prevent 8 of it, and then he still takes 5 damage, down to 2.
And also the physical still from the Rosetta, so...
No, I included that. He would go down to 2, yeah. It's definitely a big turn for Viserai, but Oldham just has to block it, right? I mean, has to block it and then hope that Viserai has a slower turn next turn.
Somehow whiffs next turn or something.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, a lot of people forget this about Viserai. We were talking earlier about his consistency versus his inconsistency. The nature of the deck means you have to run, like, you know, roughly like 50-50 attack actions, non-attack actions. And the actual ratio is about 55 to 45 or whatever. But the fact is that it is possible to draw hands that don't have go again, don't have what you need to push damage.
Or you just draw all non-attacks.
Yeah. And that's why we were talking about some of the Viserais we've seen running Hope Merchant's Hood, because one of the ways to guarantee that you have the kill is to shuffle your hand in and just try again, right?
Yeah. It's something you also saw for Dorinthea players back in the day. Like Dorinthea is also very heavy that you need that blue. And if they had a bad hand, they just shuffle it back in the deck, get a new hand, and go all in.
Yeah, because you look at cards like Singing Steelblade and you're like, why does this have search when, you know, other classes don't get access to search? But then you realize the classes they've given search to are very, very dependent on specific things, like specific keywords, like Go Again and Dorinthea. And really, without a bit of search to smooth out those ratios, they actually really feel much, much clunkier than they are. By adding in something like Singing Steelblade, you make it maybe from 5 bad turns a game to maybe like 3 or 2 bad turns a game. And then it becomes a lot more reasonable.
So we see the Spellblade Assault coming down 4 damage. That generated 2 rune chants.
But again, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is a very slow turn.
Yep.
Because he doesn't have the Go Again in hand, we can see.
Then again, Oldham is at 3 life, so...
Yeah.
It is going to pull like 2 cards out of their hand.
Well, it's a block and it's a seeds, isn't it?
Yep.
Though, to be fair, there's no on-hit effect, so he could just take 1 here. I think it will depend... Yeah, I think we see that. We see him take 1, so he must think, oh, I've got a pretty big turn. And Viserai's on 6 with no armor.
Yeah, when you're 6 with as Viserai.
Where's the Dominate? Can I have some Dominate, please?
Maybe it's going to come now. We see a Tome of Harvest.
Tome of Harvest, getting 3 Seismic Surge tokens from Earthlord Bounty. They're not going to matter until next turn, but that's okay.
But I think this is going to be the crucial turn for Oldham. if Oldham wins this, it's probably now.
Oldham is just trying to think, what's the biggest attack I have in this hand? What's the biggest? not even attack. Like, what's the control effect?
Tome there, so he was probably considering, like, should I play another tome?
Oh no. Actually, I guess this is fine. This is tear asunder. He has no armor. This is brilliant. Yeah. Did he pitch an ice card? No, he didn't. Oh, that's a shame. It's a shame he didn't have the resources for a bigger attack. But even then, I mean, tear asunder is brilliant.
And next turn, there's 3 seismic surge tokens alive, so...
Yeah, 100%. So remember, tear asunder gives +1 dominate to your next Guardian attack, which includes the weapon, and if it hits, your opponent has to discard 2 cards. And of course, one of the things that Viserai needs at this point is to keep all of those cards and resources in his hand so he can attack with go again. So this is going to be really difficult for him, and he's going to bleed some damage to the dominate because he hasn't got that much armor left.
Okay, so 1 block from the skull cap.
Yeah, and a battle-worn token on a skull cap when you're on more life, but it's a good time to use it, I think.
The skull cap. Skull cap keeps on going back and forth.
I think it's a difficult choice because this has dominate.
Okay, now it's time to discard.
So he didn't block it at all. Ooh. That's big, though. Him not blocking that is pretty big.
But he couldn't fully block it, right? He could block with 1, but it has dominate, so 1 damage would come true regardless.
Yeah, no, but the decision not to spend any cards to keep his life up means he thinks he's got the kill.
Rattlebones.
Yeah, this is just Rattlebones Gloomveil into Rosetta, right? Because that's just... It's 3 resources for how much damage? I think it's 5.
Well, this one will be 3 with go again, I think.
Yeah, but you get the rune chance.
Yep.
And then you get another rune chant, and you get Rosetta. So this is 3 resources and 1 card for 5 and 5.
Yep.
Which is really it's really efficient in this context because it creates a lot of threats for Oldham to deal with. Because if he doesn't do this, then I think Oldham potentially has this game.
Yeah, and he knows the 3 seismics are on the field. So if he can force Oldham to waste those 3 seismics, then...
Yeah. But the beautiful thing from Oldham's perspective is 3 seismics can pay for a lot.
Yep.
Right? You keep one attack in your hand that costs 3, and you can put a lot of pressure on. So I think Oldham's just blocking a lot here, isn't he? Block the 3. Oh, there was a Revel as well. I forgot about the Revel.
I even mentioned earlier. I forgot about it too.
I mean, that just makes this turn much, much better. So we see the 6 rune chants and then coming in for the 4 and 4 with the Rosetta. So that's 10 damage that Oldham's going to have to block. And, you know, a fair chance that maybe those Seismic Surge tokens are going to get wasted.
So I guess, yeah, it's
good. There we go. That's unfortunate. I mean, he probably could have got quite close to blocking a lot of that, but the Revel just added a little bit too much damage for him to be able to address there. But I think, I have to say, you know, you and I were worried maybe, you know, some of these games wouldn't go into the deep control that we wanted to see. But this is a really, really close game between 2 great players. And, you know, we're on turn, what, 15 or something in the game?
I have no idea, but it's been going on for quite some time.
Yeah. And I think, you know...
But we didn't see a big Oakenall dominate turn either, right? So
no, and to be fair, I think if we had, this game probably would have gone to Oldham.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
even without the dominate, but yeah, we just didn't get to see it.
So I think what the last winner we interviewed said, you know, Oldham versus Viserai, it seems like there's a good there's a good meta matchup there between those two heroes.
Yeah.
They're both bringing slightly different power. One is more defensive, one is more aggressive. And they're really sort of... There is a lot of play there in terms of the two of them.
Yeah, really interesting matchup. Really interesting matchup. Like, I can definitely see all team winning an event like this simply because it has such a good matchup against Viserai. If the all team deck is built around it. Like, I don't know, not all the all teams are able to take up that challenge.
I think if you bring an all team deck to this tournament, you're teching for Viserai. I mean, that's your biggest matchup.
Like, that's what we've seen with the Dash play as well.
Like, and it is a winning strategy. I mean, obviously, you know, one of the last callings, Prism versus Chain. The Prism player was just like, I need to play against Chain, builds his deck to deal with Chain, and then gets paired up against Chain the whole way up the tournament and is having a great time until the finals where he fatigues Chain. So that is definitely a way to approach a metagame like this, where there is a very dominant hero in terms of representation, is to think, how can I tackle that hero, and to come in with that counter strategy, and that seems to be what the Oldham players are doing successfully, I would say.
Yeah, it was a very close match. Like 1 or 2 attacks, that would have been game for Viserai.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we are still seeing other heroes up near the top tables, so it's not like... So tomorrow is going to, there's going to be a lot of other heroes. It's not just going to be all the Ultimate Viserai players. We are seeing our Dash player from a few rounds ago is still on 5 and 2, so still doing very well. And remember that because the Blitz format is faster games, we have more rounds to ease out the variation, the variability. And that's why the cut for tomorrow is X and 3, which means that a lot of these players, you've seen on the stream, and we've had on the stream, are going to do well enough to get into the cut, and then once they're in the cut, anything really can happen. There's another 7 rounds tomorrow, maybe. So
I see a Kano player that will probably make it.
Yeah, Kano player on 6 wins as well. An Icelander on 6 wins. So there's a lot of room for. There's a lot of room for people to sort of bring in these other heroes as well. There's even a Kasai on 5 wins. There's lots of Kasais on 5 wins.
Kasai is just a very balanced deck, so it's quite normal to see Kasai going to the very top. Like, we've seen Kasai even top some skirmish events.
We've even got a Dorinthea and an Ira right here as well. Enough to warm your ninja heart. My ninja heart, I guess. Though I've never been as big a fan of Ira as some other people were. I always played Kano in Blitz and Katsu in CC.
I've been Ninja fan. Ninja's the main thing that pulled me into Flesh and Blood, so I'm really hoping that Uprising has a Ninja hero in it this time, because it's time for me to...
Yeah, I think it's time for a Ninja hero as well. Not that we have any sort of information on that front, but, if you look at, I don't know your predictions for Uprising, but if you look at the set, there are certain heroes who don't have a second adult hero yet. Wizards, ninjas, illusionists, mechanologists.
Yeah, but I do think that LSS seems to want to bring out heroes, not necessarily like, we haven't done that yet, let's do that, but more like, okay, what makes sense in the current context to bring out. So I don't think they really have a pattern like, okay, we have 2 wizards now, so we definitely need a wizard.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to do that. But a name like Uprising, I don't know, it sounds like some Mysteria lore might be mixed into that. We've been on Fjendel for quite some time now. Everfest, Tales of Aria. So let's see some other places in Raid.
It's true. We do need to see sort of more areas, but who knows? I mean, we have just had that story about Dorinthea that's really, really good. We could go back to that sort of Shadow versus Light conflict. They put out, because what was the teaser at the end of that article? They put out a call for heroes from all over Aria to come and help them. So, I mean, we could see, in the story, we could see heroes from Mysteria, the Pits, Volcor, rocking into Solana just to kick some demon butt. That would be quite fun.
Yeah, it would be nice to wrap up that storyline as well, true.
Yeah. All right, I have to just check now because we have the pairings up for our next round. It's just, as a Ninja player, I just want more support, really. But that's okay.
True.
It's going to come eventually. I have faith.
It will be there. And even if it's just Ninja gods in general, like Katsu is still an amazing hero.
It's true. And maybe an adult Benji at some point, maybe just a little bit.
That may be too spicy.
That may be too spicy. He's just such a good hero when he has more health, because you control the game. Every turn is just Kodachi, threaten a mass trigger with a 2-power attack, and you're just like, okay, cool. Are you giving me armor, or am I hitting you for 4 and then drawing a card? I love it. It's perfect. Anyway, we've got to cut to a break now, and then we're going to come back with the next round. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the next round very shortly, because that game went on quite long. So don't leave, and we'll be back very, very quickly. All right, we are all the way at round 9, so 2 rounds left to go. There are no undefeated heroes so far, so the top table's, not even undefeated, which just shows how tumultuous this meta is. Even people with the best decks are, bringing them, smashing them into other decks, giving up games, getting games back. And that's why Blitz is, of course, such an exciting format, why we're playing so many rounds. You really have room to drop a game and really not feel that bad about the tournament format. One game loss in Blitz is not a big deal.
Not really, especially in such a long event. You're generally gonna get at least 2 or 3 losses, so...
And the best players can just rise to the top.
Yeah, like the RNG factor is kind of completely taken out of the equation when you have so many games going on.
Yeah, because they're faster games, but the skill is what determines who gets the highest score at the end of the day, right?
Of course.
Even though the life totals in the games are quite quick and things can swing against you, by adding in a few extra rounds, you create that cushion for the best players to sort of get ahead.
Yeah, you see that with Blitz especially, that players that have a lot of experience in Flesh and Blood in general, they really are able to leverage that low life total to pull ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And it's something like looking at the top now, that's something you see yet again, so quite happy about that, quite happy about the variation of heroes in the top. And,
absolutely. So the matchup we're bringing you now is Viserai versus Icelander. So this is table 2. We had originally picked out a ninja one, but unfortunately they'd already started the game. So we're just going to go with this one because they're coming up. And this is going to be a really interesting sort of matchup. Again, there are these heroes out there that people have been practicing really hard because they have this game into what is seen as the top deck in the meta. Like Icelander, like Oldham, and it's really interesting to see these games where that meta hero is going up against the deck that they were designed to beat, and just seeing how those matches play out.
I'm really curious. I don't think I've really seen a proper Icelander versus Viserai matchup myself yet. But I think even just one Frostbite can be quite brutal for a Viserai deck in general, which is something that Icelander is capable of pushing out quite consistently.
Absolutely.
So I think she can really narrow that that damage window that Viserai can usually create down to maybe like 2/3 of what it normally is. So.
But you haven't even seen the most beautiful play then. What is the most beautiful? Can you guess? What is the most beautiful Icelander play into Viserai?
The most beautiful Icelander play, just Blizzard something that has go again?
No. It's even better. Because remember, any blue non-attack action in your arsenal can be played at instant speed.
This round's on me.
No. Channel 8 Frigid, man. Just
fair enough.
Viserai plays anything. Viserai cracks Skeleta, and you just go Channel 8 Frigid. Everything costs 1 more. And that has to be paid even... I think it has to be paid even if Sonata is reduced.
Yeah, you still need to pay it, I think.
So you make a Frostbite token, which they then have to pay for with... So, even when they crack Skeleta, and they're just sitting there with a Channel 8 Frigid. There's not 4 attacks anymore, or Revels, or stuff.
And the good thing is, Icelander can potentially just leave it in there, wait for the right moment, and just slam it down. And most Viserai players don't have practice against Icelander, because not that many people play the deck, so...
It is getting popular, but yeah, it's not as up there. And the most beautiful thing about the whole thing is the Channel 8 Frigid only checks whether it disappears at the end of your turn. So you get a free Channel 8 Frigid on their turn. All you have to do is pitch 1 ice card on your turn and it stays around.
And generally speaking, even with the Crucible, you have quite a density of ice cards in the deck anyways.
Absolutely.
So even if you have nothing to play, you just activate Crucible, pitch an ice card, and okay, that counts for 1 counter.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So you can always, if you just hold on to 1 ice card, you pretty much guarantee that it's going to work. And Channel 8 Frigid is huge in this matchup, so I really hope that we'll see that played in sort of an interesting way. This is our second Icelander on the stream, but the first one was against Oldham, had a lot of the damage blocked.
Yep.
But Viserai isn't the same sort of game. Viserai can't block the damage as much as Oldham can, so I think we'll see a lot more of those, those snapbacks and those bits of arcane damage for 3 arcane damage, 4 arcane damage. They start to add up very quickly.
Yep. Yeah, in principle, like Icelander just needs a few pushes, maybe like a Voltic Bolt early on, dealing like 3 damage, another Voltic Bolt, and then it's already getting in that Forked Lightning territory if the Icelander plays that.
Yeah. The other one that I've really liked to see in this matchup is the use of Absorbent Ether, which is the wizard defense reaction, which Kano can't play because he has to keep his non-attack action ratios very high because of his hero ability.
Yep.
But Icelander can use that defense reaction and then play a Forked Lightning as an instant, and that gets them +2 from Absorbent Ether, and you're just like, the damage just starts adding up. It's beautiful to watch.
Well, let's see, like, do you think this is a full-on wizard Icelander, or is this an attack action Icelander?
I think to get this far, you need to be providing mixed damage, if I'm honest. Because in my mind, because the deck runs in Lightning Strikes, Frostfangs, Icy Encounters, I think to get this far in the tournament, you have to have that split damage. For sure. So I'd be very surprised if this wasn't some sort of split damage Icelander.
All right, let's have a look. So both players are shuffling. I'm not sure if they have done the dice roll yet to decide who is gonna go first. But I guess in this case, both the players want to go first. Just to be able to utilize that arsenal and also to be able to set up their play. I think they are about done shuffling now.
And as Viserai, the thing you really have to be careful of is just sort of all the red hands. You know, there are some really sort of dangerous, like all red hands, where Icelander could really cause some serious damage. As you said, I mean, Blizzard is one of those cards that can cause some serious effects on the entire turn, really. For those of you not familiar, so Blizzard is a frost blue instant card. And what it does basically is it says target attack loses and cannot gain go again. Let's put this up on the screen for all of you guys. And this is a really important card in Icelander's arsenal because when the go wide, attacks are going on, they may not have 2 resources. You know, especially if the hand is reds, they're relying a lot on the reduction from Skeleta to get their turns off. They may not have 2 spare resources to pay for a Blizzard. And then suddenly their, 3-4 turn attack turns into a 2-turn attack. You know, and that's a huge, huge swing, especially if you can get a piece of their equipment on that turn as well. Or one of the key reds, like a Mordred or a Moravian Skies red, or even a Sonata red, and make them burn it on a Blizzard. You know, because Viserai is a combo deck.
Yeah, once it goes to the bottom, you're not really going to see it for the rest of the game anymore, right? Like, I think Icelander can slow the game down enough, but not enough for them to cycle through the whole deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, if they play it and then you Blizzard them, then, it's just golden. Cause
okay, so how much Arcane... So 3 Arcane Barrier, right?
Yes. Yes. We also see we have a RTN winner on the right-hand side. You can see that Extended Art Thiendal Spring Tunic. It's a gorgeous card, and the Extended Art really does make that pop. This event, I think, is one of the last chances there's to win a gold foil version of that card. So the winner will get a gold foil version of that card, as well as the winner of... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the Pro Tour that has that prize.
I think it's the Pro Tour that has that one, yeah.
Anyway, the point is, Extended Art Tunics are still very rare, and they're gorgeous. Gold foil or rainbow foil. I regularly look at mine. I just keep it on my mantelpiece.
Do you think we will ever have a rainbow foil that's also gold foil?
I can't even get my head around that, how that would look.
Like the armor is gold foil, the borders are gold foil, but like the background has that shiny rainbow foil.
I think that's too much to handle. I think it would blow people's minds, especially if it was white bordered. Then it would absolutely blow people's minds.
We're not going to get foils for the white border, right?
Yeah,
Yet,
I know.
Yet.
But it's still going to be a great set. I mean, that set is going to make cards so accessible to new players. And I think a lot of people who are looking at the white borders and maybe aren't as fond of the aesthetic forget sort of how great it's going to be for new players to have those historic sets available. Anyway, enough about that. On to the game. We see Moravian Skies into a Spellblade Strike coming in for 4.
That one was fully blocked by the thing below.
Yep. And then we have a Read the Runes.
And directly a 1 heal with the Heart, which does help a lot.
He's playing Heart of Fiendal. How do you feel about that?
I like it. If you have the card available to you and you're pitching a lot anyways, then why not? So.
And I guess he does start on less life, which means it's turned on from turn 1. I don't know. I mean, I think that Fabled is... If it gains you 1 life straight away, it would be very good, but the conditionality of it makes it...
I know,
it doesn't block,
it's still a blue. You can always pitch it.
So we see this weapon choice. He's running with Kraken's Ether Vein. What do you think about that in this matchup?
I think it could work like you're basically just ticking for 1 damage a turn. And I don't think that Viserai wants to get rid of 1 card just to stop that 1 damage.
Mm.
So
And also, the red... Again, we come back to red card density. That's what matters against wizards. And, you know, if you have a lot of red cards, then every time Ether Vein goes off, you're losing one of your attacks to the bottom of your deck.
Yep. So, was that damage blocked or not?
He pitched for it, yeah.
Okay.
But it's interesting from Icelander that his whole turn was just, here's an Ether Vein.
Organic Dome is going to get a card draw, so the non-attack side has already been activated for the Rosetta, and...
this could be the indicator of a big Viserai turn coming in.
What would he have pitched then, if he had a very big turn?
Well, he pitched a blue meet and greet. Oh, okay.
Okay, another 4 rune chance.
This is very odd, though. This is an OTK strategy.
I mean, maybe against Icelander you kind of need to. Because
maybe.
they can pull you off guard in the middle of your combo, so maybe you really need to just build your way towards, like, I don't know, 25 rune chance or something, and then go off all at once.
I have to confess, I've never seen OTK Viserai into Icelander. I've only ever seen aggro Viserai into Icelander. So this is definitely very interesting to see.
So a 4 damage being swung back.
Yep, Emeritus Scolding, the blue version does 2 damage on your turn, but 4 damage on your opponent's turn, which means it's a very efficient 2 for 4. I love the art. And also, just as a reminder, this is quite interesting, the artist who drew Emeritus Scolding is currently at the Calling in Krakow. I can't see his stand from here, but it's very close. And he is selling artist proofs and prints. He also did all of the amulets, Coalescence Mirage, and quite a few other cards in Everfest as well. So if you're a fan of any of those cards, you should come up and see him. He does signings, you know, for a couple euro, and I think he does proofs for, you know, 30 or 40 euro.
I think the cheapest I've seen was 40. But
well, the autographs are much cheaper, but the artist proofs themselves are about 40, and he has prints as well, very big posters and those kind of things. It's just really gorgeous.
So 9 rune chance on the field. I think it's Icelander's turn now. I'm not sure. I think I saw an energy potion in the hand, so they might end up playing that. No, they are pitching the energy potion and going in with the weapon again for 1 damage. Would you have played that potion instead?
I don't know, actually. I feel like if I'm Icelander, I have to come up with a threat at some point here. So I'm kind of just wondering...
The thing is, like, these 1 damage pokes, they kind of sneak in, don't they?
Yeah.
So at some point you're down to 11 life or something, and then you're in lethal territory of like a Fork Lightning turn.
But the problem is that Viserai is going to get his rune chance up before you have a chance to build up to that number of...
True.
That's the part of the strategy I'm worried about. So maybe I would have played this energy potion. Assuming you have another blue in hand.
Winter's Bite is really good here, though.
Yeah, Winter's Bite is very good. Though I will say it's not as good as it is against Viserai players who clearly are focused on sort of aggro, because obviously the OTK deck is much happier to keep 1 or 2 card hands and then build up some rune chants.
So the Viserai player is deciding whether to pitch or discard here.
Is this a blue Winter's Bite? I think it is.
Yeah, regardless, you need to get rid of something, so...
Yeah, but it's just I wonder why you would ever discard instead of just pitching.
Maybe for the Rattlebones.
Ooh, interesting. If in 2 turns he kills him with the card that he had to discard from Winter's Bite, then that is a beautiful moment in Flesh and Blood right there, people. Don't make your Viserai player discard cards. They'll just fill their graveyard with their best attacks. That's very interesting. We can see an E-Strike now in Icelander's hand.
So it's definitely a mixed hero then.
Yeah. But I think that is the right way to play him, because you can, with a full hand, threaten 7 from the E-Strike and then do some sort of instant damage as well.
We got the Mordred Tide coming down, so this could be a combo turn.
I thought that was a Rune Blood incantation for a second. No, you're right. That's definitely a Mordred Tide.
Let's see
it
what
must be a
Viserai is going to discard. So I guess Viserai is fetching a Sonata then?
Maybe, or he could just be getting a Read the Runes. I don't know how many rune chants this rune chants this Viserai feels like he needs. Oh, okay, so it is the Sonata. So this could be the go off turn. I once had to use a Become the Arc Knight to fetch a blue.
Wow.
It was a very bad day. But I had no other way. I needed a blue to pay for Rattlebones.
See, I guess we will see the Vexing Quill hand being cracked as well here then.
Yeah, once you've got that Mordred up, it's a really solid choice.
I really love the Mordred into Vexing Quill hand play.
Yeah.
That makes that arm piece so powerful, and also very budget alternative for
I was about to say the exact same thing. It keeps coming up. Every time I see a Majestic taking the place of a Legendary, I just get really happy about the future of the game.
Same here.
Yeah. Because if I say to people, well, you build that deck and that card's 20 quid and that card's... It just makes it so much easier for them to get into the game.
That's why I really like the Helm of Sharp Eye for Warrior as well.
Mm. Yeah, and the important thing is when these Majestics come out, they do different things. So it's not like this Majestic is not a higher powered version of the Legendary. Like... It has to do something different. Like between Mask of Momentum and Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. They're completely different. One is an OTK combo-y card, and the other is a card draw, pressure card.
So let's see, how much is this Sonata coming in for? It's 11 rune chants.
Yep. So that will be coming in for 8 cards from the top of the deck, unless he chooses to pitch. And are we going to see the whiff? We've seen some bad Sonatas this event, but we have seen 1 or 2 good ones as well.
Good. This is a perfect Sonata.
Yeah, that is a perfect 4/4 Sonata. And do you know what? There's a blue in there. There's a Swarming Gloomveil in there. There's a Rune Flash in there. This may be an OTK GG. But I love OTK Viserai. I always have.
With blue, you can still go in with Rosetta as well. So
exactly. Yeah. And I like the fact that there is room in Flesh and Blood for OTK decks as well to exist. Because you're saying, I'll take whatever you can throw at me for the first 5 turns of the game.
Yep.
But on turn 5, if I'm not dead, well, you're coming with me.
coming in for 4 with how many? 4 physical and 13 rune chants.
Yeah. And if the physical hits, he can't prevent Arcane for the rest of the turn.
But every play now is going to generate an additional 2. The opponent decides to just scoop it there.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Like, that is the OTK. He got enough rune chants fast enough. And Icelander just, you know, I think he needed to see some E-strikes. He needed to see some threats. Because how we see that deck winning, the version that he's playing, is that it puts out an E-strike for 7, and then it follows up with instant Arcane from Arsenal or something like that.
But he didn't see the attack actions early enough. I think he had some poor hands. Like we saw a lot of pitching for the Kraken Vein. Maybe it was just to get that stuff out of hand or something. But
yeah, and he really had to. I mean, he spent a lot of his hand to deal with the Viserai pressure, and then the Ether Vein is good, but your opponent blocks it because they don't want you to draw a card, and then you've pitched 3 to deal 1 damage. You didn't even deal 1 damage. So it's definitely a tricky matchup in terms of pushing damage and you know, getting those chips through.
But I can imagine a world where Icelander can win simply if you have enough blue ice cards that you can put into your arsenal, play them, create a frostbite. Turn is wasted. Or like you said with the channel like Frigid that you put an arsenal, put on the field, and the turn is wasted. So I do like that this Viserai player, he really took a bit of a slower approach to not get caught in that trap like, aha, and now I got you.
And as you say, it may just be how you have to play the deck, but I will say that I think some of the aggro decks that are here on the Viserai play aren't running stuff like Read the Runes, so they're not going to be able to generate rune chants in the same way. I've definitely seen Read the Runes come out of quite a few of them. So it will be interesting to see, because obviously Viserai is very strong. We have him in the meta for tomorrow, regardless of, you know, there's going to be some Viserai in the meta, and the one we've just saw win is running a slightly different type of Viserai. So it will be interesting to see.
And you straight away saw some very skillful play. Like the actions the Viserai player took, they were intentional.
So it's going to be very interesting when his type of Viserai runs up into the more aggro type of Viserai, and just to see who comes out ahead. Because I wonder if he'll have time.
But don't you think this was an aggro Viserai that just decided to play a mid-range plan?
Yes, but the inclusion of stuff like Read the Runes.
A lot of decks play that. A lot of aggro Viserais play Read the Runes.
I've seen a lot of decks cut it because it's not fast enough.
I've seen the opposite, but...
Okay, I mean, we've seen 2 different kinds of... but that's kind of what I mean. We've seen... There is a lot of variation in Viserai, even across the aggro Viserai decks. And it will be interesting to see tomorrow those nuances and which ones come out ahead. Because I personally feel like Read the Runes isn't the card you want in the mirror match.
I think it is. Like, to me, Read the Runes is like +1 from Mordred, so it's 4. And then +2 from Viserai, so it's like, to me, it's like a 6 for 0 in the right setup. So
yeah, it's just the lack of go again, which means it's harder to fit into your combo turn. Anyway, we are going to a break, and then I think we have time, so we're going to go and interview the winner of this final. So we'll cut to that now, and we will be right back in a second with that interview.
All right, so Viserai came ahead in this matchup. How do you feel about this victory?
It's awesome. I haven't actually played versus Icelander before, so I wasn't scared to what to expect. But I'm happy it was Icelander, not Kano, because then I definitely don't know what to do. But Viserai came on top because Viserai is just way too fucking good. Oh, sorry.
But that you feel threatened by Icelander at any point? Like, were you afraid, like, oh, what if Icelander suddenly creates Frostbite, or...?
Yeah, definitely. If he had like Channel on turn 1 out of Arsenal, that would have probably made a difference. And maybe like other ice cards from Arsenal to make the Frostbite, that would really do something in the matchup. But he just didn't do anything, and I could just overrun him with all the rune chants. Yeah.
Yeah, like we noticed, like it seems that this Icelander has like a mix of like attack actions and wizard spells. So we spotted an E-Strike. I don't know if you've seen that card. So it almost felt like their attack plan wasn't really working out the way it was, because you've had a significant amount of arcane barrier. So if they had pushed a lot of attack action, it might have been a bit difficult, you think, or?
I was a little bit afraid that it would have like more of the attack actions. I don't know if you play Scar for Scar. I've seen some lists with Scar for Scar to just, when people play Arcane Barrier, to run them over with attack actions. So I was considering playing the Skull Cap just to prevent that from happening. But in the end, it's like a 50-50 chance what he's going to do, maybe. But I think it doesn't really matter if he's going to attack, because he's still slower than the other decks that are going to attack you. And then you just still have the Bloodsheath Skeletor. That's the most important card. So, no, I wasn't really afraid of it, but yeah.
So aside from the amazing game just now, like, how was your experience with Flesh and Blood in general? Like, how is your local community? Do you have a nice, high-end competitive community? Or?
Yeah, definitely. We have a really competitive community in the Netherlands. There's a couple of really good players that keep getting those top 8s in Nationals, Pro Quest. So shout out to you, Dutchies. And a couple of them are joining me today, and then we're just having fun and playing Flesh and Blood. And it's been really nice to have another game. Like, I played Magic the Gathering before, and now Flesh and Blood. That's just a great game to well, in exchange, I guess. Yeah.
So which do you prefer, Flesh and Blood or Magic the Gathering?
That's a difficult question, but I think right now Flesh and Blood has my top priority. So I'm going to try to just do really well. I'm qualified for Jersey and maybe even France as well. So hopefully get something done there. Yeah.
So how do you feel? You think you will keep on winning? Well, you will make it to day 2 for sure, I guess. Yeah. Looking at your track record, do you have a good feeling about tomorrow?
It's going to be difficult, I think, because the better players are going to make day 2, and I've been here before where day 1 was like going good, and then 9-0, and then into 0-5 or whatever. So I'm not gonna count it as a win already, but I really hope I can do well and make that top 8. Yeah.
Well, I hope you do well. I hope you can get very far in this event, and well, you've shown you have the skill to navigate Viserai well, and well. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thanks very much.
And good luck tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you here again for another interview.
Yeah, hopefully I'll keep performing, and then I get to go back for the Champions interview. But it's a long way still.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you too.
Thanks a lot, and good luck.
So who are you and what are your accomplishments in Flesh and Blood?
In Flesh and Blood, so I'm Christian Hauk. Nice to meet you, by the way. And,
nice to meet you as well.
I don't have that many accomplishments actually in Flesh and Blood, other than winning nationals.
Well, that's a big accomplishment already.
It is, kind of. I'm kind of proud of. But
you have a background in Magic, right?
I do actually, yeah. But Flesh and Blood, like nationals was the first big event I played. And and I went to win it, which was amazing because I only played for a few weeks back in the days when I played nationals. So this is my first calling actually. Yeah. And Magic, yeah, I played Magic for a long time. I don't know how many years now, like 20 years or something.
So, and the experience, does it transfer over well?
I get asked this question a lot, and I don't know. There are a lot of things who transfer over to other card games for sure. But that being said, I think Flesh and Blood is a completely different game than Magic the Gathering. You have to think about different stuff playing a game. So, of course, it helps a lot, but yeah, being a different game, there's also so many new things you have to learn.
It's mostly the mentality that helps from being in a competitive setting that you can transfer easily
that's
to another
one thing.
competition.
Yeah, learning fast and learning the right things, I think, and evolving with a pretty fast pace. Playing the game, learning as much as possible, soak it in, and try to convert it in the best way possible. Yeah.
So, if you only were playing for 4 weeks, which hero did you decide to take with you to nationals?
Yeah, I was playing Briar actually. It was a broken hero.
I'm not surprised.
yeah. And we actually played with the channel mount version that wasn't popular. I mean, Briar was broken, everyone knew that, but we were bringing channel mounts. We thought it's even better than playing Lightning Briar. And I think the Briar version nowadays plays channel mount, like naturally.
Yeah.
So
you were ahead of the curve.
Kind of, yeah.
You were like setting the trend.
Yeah, we were playing this deck and everyone was doing fantastic with the deck. Like every one of us playing the deck was doing fantastic. And we were doing some prep before the event and it was kind of fun. Again, playing with a lot of friends, testing for an event. So, yeah, it's kind of, Flesh and Blood is some fresh air for me. I'm having fun playing the game. I'm not saying I'm burned out playing Magic, but like this is definitely something I'm excited about and having a lot of fun playing with my friends.
So, from all the Runeblade cards, like which one do you would say like is your favorite?
My favorite I don't like Runeblade. I would love to play a different hero.
I'm very happy with that answer.
Yeah. Actually, I hate Runeblade.
So what would you want to play?
What I want to play?
Yes.
I would love to play Dash, actually. I like Dash a lot. Yeah.
So with Everfest just came out, the new Dash support, what is like your favorite part of Everfest?
The Teklo, how is it called?
Pounder?
Teklo Pounder.
It's very good.
Yeah. I love playing Dash in the Blitz format, like the aggressive Dash version, like boosting a lot and trying to do a lot I damage.
Are you going to bring it
the
tomorrow?
maximum of the, no, I don't.
No? Are you going to bring Runeblade tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
But
I would love to play Dash, but I can't. Like, how can I play Dash if there's Viserai in the room? Like, I can't. I have to play Viserai myself.
Viserai too oppressive at the moment?
It is. If you ask me, it is. And if you want to win the tournament, Viserai gives you the best chances of doing that. So, as a competitive player, I kind of have to play Viserai.
Yeah.
And I played it a lot, but in my heart, there's Dash. I would love to play Dash.
So, another question I actually had is like, which region of Raid would you like to visit? I get the feeling that that would be Metrica for you to get more Dash and Mechanologist support.
What region? What do you mean?
So, like in the lore, like you have like.
Oh, the lore. I'm so bad with lore.
Like, you know, like where the talents come from, right? So, like a set focused around Mechanologists.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. I would love that.
What kind of support do you think Dash needs to like get at that level where it can fight Viserai head on?
Okay. So step one is ban Rampart of the Ram's Head, because as long as this card is existing in the format, you can't do any damage. So basically, you have an auto loss against the Rampart deck, which is pretty bad. I would love to have a shot against every deck there. So that would be number one, or kind of negate the Rampart, kind of, but I don't know how. Like, Rampart is the biggest problem. I think maybe you are decent against everything. Viserai obviously is just too strong. You can't just, there's not one card who can naturally like turn the matchup around or something. But like, have something against the Rampart, or a different weapon, maybe a different weapon,
or maybe an equipment in the hand slot by.
Oh yeah, I mean hand is okay. I think you have Goliath Gauntlet. It's the best option. I don't know. But yeah, something to fix the rampart problem, I would say, would be the best. But I don't know how.
It's interesting, like, could say Viserai is so dominant, but now we're talking about Oldham.
Oh yeah, I already suggest something will be banned in Blitz, so Viserai is not that impressive anymore. Sooner or later,
which card do you think will be banned?
Bloodsheet Scaletta.
Bloodsheet Scaletta?
Yes, yes.
Not Mordor-Tide.
I mean, you can ban Mordor-Tide or Sonata. The problem is with Scaletta, it's just broken if there's another card being printed with X in its cost. Like Scaletta will take advantage of that and eventually abuse it. So I think the card Scaletta is the most broken of them all. Sonata on its own, I think it's absolutely fair and square card. Mordor-Tide, same. I think it's very, very powerful, but it's fair, kind of. The problem comes with Scaletta, abusing like all the mechanics.
Yeah. And then with the boots, do it in the other person's turn.
Yeah, yeah. Like the boots are not.
Well, it's a great like. Yeah. No, really.
No, you can play the common boots. They're actually in some matchups they're even better than the.
I would love to get you together with another national champion because he's all about the boots.
He's all about the boots.
I would love to hear that discussion.
Okay, I'm not all about the boots. I'm all about Vexing Quillhand and Scaletta, but the boots are kind of replaceable if you ask me.
Okay.
Like a friend of mine, I was beating him over and over with Viserai, and he wants to play it by himself, but he didn't have the legendaries. Like I told him, well, it's not a problem at all. We just built a budget version of Viserai. It's just as good as the other versions. Like, I let him play the Sutcliffe boots and the Hood Merchant's Hood. How's it called?
Merchant's
Hope
Merchant's
Hope Merchant's Hood. Yeah. So I think this is even better than Skullcap actually nowadays. So if you play these two common equipments, you're good to go for this tournament, I would say. So yeah, I'm fine with the boots. I just think Scaletta is too broken. So.
All right. Well, thank you for the interview. I hope you use Scaletta tomorrow to get some.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Alright, and we're back again, and we're off into our very next matchup. We found an interesting one. This time we're going to have a look at Dash versus Kasai. We've already seen that Dash has a very good matchup against Viserai in an earlier stream. And now we're going to see if Dash can actually do well against another top tier hero, which is Kasai currently. So I'm very excited about that. What do you think? Does Dash have a good matchup against Kasai?
I think that Dash has a lot of damage, as we've seen earlier with that Teclo Pounder aggressive boost build. I do wonder if the armor and the repeatable use of Valiant Dynamo is going to edge this game out, because we saw earlier Kasai was very, very capable of blocking in that Viserai game, and I think that's going to be very, very crucial into Dash. But without the rune chance as the added damage, maybe Dash is going to get blocked more easily than...
Yeah, and I also wonder, like, how long do the games with Dash last? Like, how many turns is an average Dash game? Are you looking at, like, a 3-turn, 4-turn, 5-turn? Because the Valiant Dynamos, they only get their value if the game drags on. But especially with things like the Teclo Pounder, the game is really shortened a lot for Dash, and has always been her team.
Exactly, and I think if Dash can't win before that Teclo Pounder runs out, and every turn that goes on after that run out, Kasai is favoured. So it should be very interesting to see how much damage Dash will push on those first 3 turns, and how that will lead into the rest of the game and what they set up after.
We see another Talisha.
Well, as I said earlier, it has become the default choice for Dash, just in terms of pushing forward some damage. So as we were talking about earlier, for people who weren't here for the stream for the last Dash game, Talishar is, of course, a new card that is being used in Dash.
You don't need a gun anymore, just bring a sword to a gunfight.
Exactly. It has the privilege of being the only generic weapon in the game. It's the only sword that people like Shiana and Taylor and the new Bard can use. But it is actually quite efficient, as long as the game goes, doesn't go on for a very long time. 2 for 4 is the same ratio we see on class weapons like Nebula Blade and things like that. And okay, things like Rosetta have skewed that a little bit, in terms of being able to put out the arcane damage, but they have a lot more criteria. This is 2 for 4 for any 2 resources, and the perfect end to a boost chain.
We see an into the swing there, so now the sword swing has been pushed to 7, and Dash Arrow actually took all the damage. I'm not sure if this was the first turn, if we missed the turn, but that's...
I think we did, because Dash has a card in Arsenal.
Ah, yeah, so we missed the first turn then.
Yeah, or it was just very, very quick. Yep. Otherwise, Dash would have had to block here.
Well,
I mean.
Dash, of course, going to be quick.
Well, she just Arsenal.
That's a whole
fine.
team.
Yeah. So
Goliath Gauntlet, there's going to be a big one coming.
I mean, it has to be. You take all of that damage, you don't even block. This has to be a huge turn.
Okay, zip it as a 5 for 0.
This will be a 7 for 0 because of the Tekla Pounder, right?
Yep.
This is very good. I love Dash players who bring their own individual tokens for all of the Steam counters. It makes it so much easier to track than, like, dice.
But 7 is such an annoying number in Blitz. Because no matter how you block it, like, of course you have the equipment in Kasai's case, but...
Yeah, but Valiant Dynamo and 2 3s, that's straight away, you know, it's a 3-card block that tidies things up really nicely.
Okay, so the Kasai players decided to commit some block to this attack.
Mm-hmm.
And take a bit of damage. Push through would have been very good in the next turn though. Because Dash is already 11 to be able to get that dominate to push damage.
For sure.
Yeah, we got an 8 damage. I keep forgetting the name of that card.
It's called Payload.
Payload.
Yeah,
okay.
I looked it up after the last game. 8 damage Payload coming in and the boost. Oh no, this one doesn't have boost,
this one does have boost,
yeah,
but it does get dominate if you have boosted in this turn, so...
I mean, 7 into 8 with Dominate, that is a powerful turn. Is it worth taking 9? That's a difficult question. But we see it taking a nourishing emptiness out of Dorinthea's hand. That's got to be a relief.
Okay, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that thing is fully blocked.
It's fully blocked, but it's taken a lot of armor with it.
Yeah.
So, you know.
There is an extra action point.
Ooh, I like it. Spicy. The Achilles accelerators. Dash is going hard.
And here comes the 4 damage. I don't think this one will be blocked. I think the Kasai player wants to keep the tempo. I would be very surprised if this one someone gets a block here.
But normally Dash keeps Achilles Accelerator for longer boost turns. But I guess in this deck where every card is a mech card, you don't have to worry about missing your boost. So
and it's very budget to build a deck like this. And you
absolutely.
see it at top tables. I think more people should try and build a Dash deck, at least for Blitz.
That's true, because it only actually has 1 legendary that you have to play.
Yeah, you don't need Command and Conquers, you don't need E-Strikes.
And it's Goliath Gauntlets, it's... what's the helmet that it runs?
It runs Skullcap, usually as far as I know, but you can very easily get away with like a Hope Merchant suit.
What helmet was this deck running?
I think Hope Merchant suit.
Oh, so
just
he's already
for the
cracked
consistency.
it. Yeah,
so
there you go.
can run Hope Merchants, but you can also run the what's it called, the magnetic, the goggles.
So 3 common equipments, 1 legendary, and a load of Majestics for the deck, and you're sorted. You're even using a rare weapon.
Yep.
So actually this Dash deck looks like it's a good entry point at the moment. And Dash has always been a really appealing hero to a lot of people. I mean, chat has been asking all day, put Dash on. We have obliged where possible.
So we have a 5 attack Saber Swing coming in here.
Yeah. And Dash has
the
already
Kasai
taken...
player doesn't have any cards in hand, but the problem is if Dash doesn't block here, then every swing forward becomes scary because you don't know is there going to be a reaction and you don't have any...
Yeah, exactly. You have to be very
anymore.
careful against Warrior. When you get very low, you have to start over-blocking attacks and things like that because you just can't afford to take any more damage.
So we do see a double block there, pushing the Saber to 6. Both of those block 3, so that shouldn't be any damage there. And there's still the potential for like 2 Talisha swings in this game, since there's only 1 Rust counter on there. Alright, so we got a 0 to 60, it boosts, it has go again, so this one is coming in for 4, I believe. Oh, it's coming in for 6. Ah, because of the tackle pounder, of course.
Exactly.
Tackle pounder is such a nasty card. I'm not sure how many cards the Dash player still has in their hand, but I think they still have 2, right? Or is it 1? Maybe 1, because they double blocked the Centauri Saber Swing. There's another one, so this one will be for 4 with go again.
It keeps adding up.
It's starting to get scary.
Yeah.
And there might be another one in the arsenal, because a lot of stuff in this deck costs 0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another zipper hit here would just be... We're starting to get up to very, very nice turns of damage that are just...
Yeah, but I think the Kasai player really wants to leverage, and this is something you see a lot in very high competitive blitz. It's fine going to that 2 or 3 life, if the opponent is low on life as well, because you can pressure them into full blocking with the whole hand.
Yeah, and both players then are starting to go down to 1 or 2 cards in their hand, so it's not like it's 4 versus 1 card. It's, you know, it becomes a lot more even.
Yeah, but the Kasai player has the full hand still, so took the full damage, almost full damage, blocked a bit with equipment from the looks of it.
Yeah, tempo is definitely with Kasai here, and it's, you know, it's very, very interesting.
Not really sure what's in the hand. I see a push through, so a steel blade shunt push through. If they also have something to give go again, they should be in a good spot. No, they decide to pitch the push through.
Interesting. They must have some other way of getting go again then.
Must be a driving blade or something.
Yeah, or what's that new card? Hit and Run? No. Blade Runner. Yeah, there we go.
I keep mixing those names up.
It's
I keep
such a good card.
Blade Runner driving blade.
And everyone was really excited for Blade Runner because the person is wearing the Achilles accelerators from the mechanologist.
I see.
And everyone's like, is this a mech warrior or is this someone who's bought some gear from Dash or something?
Nope, it's just Kasai.
But of course, in the last the rules update, they did confirm that mechanologist is unfortunately a class and not a talent, which made a lot of fans of the mechanologist very sad. But it still, you know, leaves more room for mechanologist and warrior to grow.
Yeah, it was a cool dream, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Blade Runner obviously gives your next attack a boost. So we're going to see this Centauri Saber coming in for 6. And we're getting there. We're getting there on the numbers that are going to make Dash a bit worried. And she's obviously completely out of armor now as well.
Yeah, and she sees that Kasai still has 2 cards in hand, so she kind of knows there's going to be something behind it. We might see a triple card block here.
I think you have to start just...
Yeah, but 2 zipper hits, isn't it? Are those locked and loaded?
I think they're... yeah, I think they're the opt one. The plus damage of the opt one. Oh no, they are zipper hits. Damn. That's not good. Because you need that go again
then
pressure.
What is better than having a 5 attack?
Yeah, what's in the arsenal? That's the big question. Because if he has a blue in hand and an attack in the arsenal, he might be just doing attack with the arsenal and then boost.
Okay, we have a throttle.
And then Talishar. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the play. So is this a red throttle? Because that's coming in for... No, it's a blue, so it's coming in for 6. And with 1 resource floating. Oh, so we can't do Talishar. That's really frustrating.
Wouldn't it have been better to just go for the red zipper hit, and if he had kept that card in the arsenal? Ah, I see, because the tackler core couldn't block, that's why.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So he didn't really have a choice in terms of the pitching.
But there's still one resource floating, which means that he can activate Foundry Heart to generate an extra resource, and then still go in with the Talisha.
That's true. I think Foundry Heart will do the will do what's needed there.
So a double block there, that's good to see.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to, because he has to put the pressure on here.
Yeah, there's the...
He can't let his opponent keep that many cards in hand. He has to try and get him down to 1. Or at least get some of that armor gone.
Would you take the 4 now?
No, because you still have Valiant Dynamo, Skullcap, and you have anything. So you just block with all of that, and then take 1. And the next turn Dynamo regens 1 health as well. Kasai does have 4 copper. We may see a blood on her hand soon.
There it is.
Oh, no. I called it. Okay, there we go. Call me the prophet. I don't know. That's amazing.
And now you need to think, do they want to crack the courage or just pitch for it?
If he's got 2 cards, he probably cracks the courage as long as one of them is an attack reaction. If he doesn't, then he may as well just pitch for it. But then he might want an arsenal. Though I think someone in chat has seen his hand. He has a Minerva in arsenal, the warrior mentor.
I thought he blocked with it.
Oh, did he block with it? Okay. So then
and I think this blood on the hands came from the arsenal.
Oh, yes, it did. Okay, cool. So we know what was in his arsenal. But I mean, what's in his hand is the real question.
Okay, so +1/+1 for sure, and I guess like 2 additionals. No, it cannot be additional swings. So +1/+1 and go again, but then you only have... So I think that the first weapon has +1, go again, and an additional swing. So that one can swing twice, and then the other weapon can swing once.
That would make sense, yeah, because it needs to go again.
Personally, I would have given go again to the second weapon as well, then, just to be able to split that damage up. Like go again and an additional swing or something like that.
But remember, you have to trigger... You can't just give them go again, you have to trigger the last line as well. So as a reminder, for blood on your hands, for every copper, you get to choose any one of the following options once or twice. You can give a weapon +1. You can give a weapon go again while attacking. You can allow a weapon to attack twice.
You couldn't get an additional swing with that second weapon.
Yeah, you'd have to give them go again, both go again, and then both the ability to attack twice.
Yep.
But the fact they chose for +1 means he's probably chosen go again.
No, but the second one may not have the additional swing or the go again. So that you have like 3 options on the first weapon, and the second one is just like an additional 3 damage coming after that.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And chat is getting really, really deep in debating what the best blood on her hands options are, which I really like to see. I mean, one card like this...
I think the 3 options on the first weapon is the best, but then the next question would be, like, what do you do with the second weapon?
Yeah, I was going to say how brilliant like card design is for a class when you can add 1 specialization card that just creates so many different options in terms of oh, I was an aggressive deck, and now I'm a combo deck. You know?
Because you could also just have given go again an additional swing to both the weapons, right? And then you can go white.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
if you went white, then this would represent kind of like 8 to 12 damage. No, yeah, 8 to 12 damage.
Mm.
And in this case, it's 6, 7, 8. So 8 to 11 damage.
And your opponent has to block with attack actions. That's all they've got. So, oh no, because he's got a lot to loaded there. So that's at least not an attack action.
So you're gonna pierce to 1 damage anyways on the first swing.
And then we see an out for blood coming in for +3. Yikes.
Down to 1. That's game, isn't it? If there's another swing coming.
I don't think there is another swing. I don't think he had enough copper tokens to make it work. So he just went +1 on both weapons, go again on the first one, and then lost a copper token.
All right.
And Dash just had to Arsenal draw up, so he's in a very precarious situation now.
Oh, that's nasty. If that's a red one, then it might be game here.
Mm.
So this is coming in for 3.
Yep, so Slice and Dice is another great card that...
Why is this coming in for 7? What am I missing here?
Well, it came in for 3.
3, potentially 4. I think that's what they try to represent.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So it was coming in for 3 because it was just a Slice and Dice, which gives +1 to your first weapon attack. But then he was saying it will be 4 if you block with the card from your hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close matchup.
No, I think so, absolutely. I think if we had seen one slightly less powerful turn from Kasai in terms of getting those attack reactions, just pushing that damage through, then Dash definitely would have... I mean, all Dash really had to do was just be able to keep 1 extra card in hand.
And that blood on the hands was very early, to be able to draw into it and have the copper tokens.
Yeah.
But as a Dash player, you can't really, you can keep on blocking to stop the Kasai player from building those copper tokens, but I don't think you want to do that, because as a Dash player, you probably just want to go all in and just try to push that damage through as fast as possible.
For sure, absolutely. And I mean, you do have to wonder, because Dash did block a lot with her cards as well, though. Like, it was there. She did deny a lot of copper tokens.
Yep.
So she did delay that blood on her hands happening, and also put out quite a lot of damage as well. So by both metrics, she played that very, very well. I think it just one attack reaction went against her, and just led to her not having the cards necessarily to push damage.
And getting pushed to 1 life, and then after that you are over blocking.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you don't want to.
Yeah, and that is the power of Warrior. Especially in Blitz, it's just that here's my weapon attack, but it's not just an attack, and you don't know what it is because I haven't shown you yet, and we're just going to keep going with that attack reaction until we reach a point that, I feel comfortable just buffing my attack and hitting you.
Yeah, for Kasai a bit less than Dorinthea, but it's still there. There's still this constant threat, like there could be a +3 coming on top of this.
Yeah.
You never know, is it going to be the first weapon or the second one, which is another thing. Like with Dorinthea, you can just full block the Dawnblade and be like, haha.
Exactly.
But with this one, it's like, okay, so it wasn't the first one, it's going to be the second one, right?
Yeah. Because whereas Dorinthea does sometimes struggle to get go again, Kasai never struggles to get go again.
Rarely, very rarely that you don't have go again.
And all of the attack reactions, some of them work better on the second attack, so you can kind of predict the second attack is going to hit for more. But a lot of them are flexible in how they work, so you can get that, that first turn, the first attack just comes in, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll buff that up to 9.
And I think it was very good design for the Blade Runner to give +3 to the next attack, to not just be like, go again +3. Because... Yeah, from a design perspective, to me, that would have been the obvious choice to go for. but they didn't. They're like, okay, this one gets go again, and that one gets +3, which
but it kind of just makes sure that it has to go into a deck that values the second weapon attack more. And it is telegraphed, like your opponent knows it's coming, so they can just block it if they want to. But it kind of just says, here's the threat. You know, if you compare it to something like Warrior's Valor, in some ways it's better because it hits, it guarantees the go again, whereas Warrior's Valor requires the hit. But by pushing off the damage to the second attack, it creates more of a spread, which is just, you know, better. Whereas Warrior's Valor front loads everything. And it's good in its own way. Yeah, so that's it really for the day. We've had 10 rounds. It's been, you know, a long day, but actually because it's Swiss, it's 4 o'clock, and we're actually, you know, it's not as long as maybe a CC tournament would have been. There are side events going on. I'm not sure whether we're going to get those guys on the stream yet. We're going to have to clarify that with the rest of the streaming team as to if there's a side event going on that we're going to stream. The side events do start at 5:30, so we're going to have to sort of go off camera for a bit and figure out what's going on that regard. But for now, I mean, it's been a really great event. We've seen a lot of really great matches. Do you have a favourite match out of the ones we've seen so far today?
A favourite matchup? That's a very tough one. I really liked not this dash game, but the dash game that we had earlier today.
Oh, I was going to say that one as well.
Against the Viserai player, that was a very good game.
I really like watching the dash player with all the boost and all those things just really coming together. Because that boost dash deck was kicking around when we started playing. It was kicking around, and it just wasn't consistent enough on the boost, and you had to run defense reactions, and they made you miss a lot. But now it's got this influx of new great cards from Everfest. It can actually run 40 dash cards.
Yeah, the thing for dash specifically, in the past you had the danger like when you started boosting that the opponent just decided, okay, I'm just gonna full block, because you're gonna be able to maybe push like 2 or 3 damage a turn. But if I keep blocking, you'll be decked out in the next 5 turns. But you don't really have that anymore now, because thanks to the tackle pounder, the threat of damage being pushed through is much greater than it used to be.
Yeah.
So you cannot do that tactic anymore where you're just like, dash play, I'm just gonna full block from hand and hope for the best. And especially if they're now running Teleshare as well, which pushes even more damage on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think also I did like that initial Kano-Dorinthea match. I know it went very badly for Kano, but he won. I know, but it went very badly up until the point that he won. But I was just that interplay of the threats into the ever-imposing threat of Kano instant attacks is something I really enjoy, and I really want Kano to be good in CC, and it will be really interesting to see eventually whatever wizard does break into CC. In an important
kind
way.
Of did in a way. Like, we've seen a lot more Kano players making it into fans. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that Kano, at least in Constructed, has a decent matchup against decks like Bravo, which is surprising to me, but...
Traditionally, he was not very good into Bravo, yeah. But Aether Wildfire is...
so we will have a look at the meta right now a second as well, then.
Yeah, absolutely. So this isn't the top 64. We will get the top 64 posted on social media and things probably after the stream wraps up. But obviously, we're seeing some of these heroes do very, very well. We're seeing a lot of Oldham and Viserai going into the top 64 just based on the tables that are playing now. But, not to give a one-sided view of the meta, we have Dorintheas on 7 wins who are totally going in. We have a Katsu on 6 wins who's probably going in. So there is definitely some variety in the top matchups. And, of course, we have the Icelander who was on stream a few games ago who's also going into the top cut tomorrow. So remember, it is a top 64, so there are a lot of players that are going to make it into the top tomorrow. And when we go into tomorrow, anything is possible, for these players to keep going and keep winning.
I'm excited to see so many Ultim players.
Yeah.
Because that's definitely a hero that thematically is just really cool to me. Pun intended, I guess.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Oldham. I've played him quite a lot in Blitz over the past few months. And Oldham teaches you a lot about the game that playing a lot of aggro-focused heroes doesn't necessarily teach you.
Yep.
You have to be paced, you have to be measured, you have to pitch properly, you have to plan for your end game, you have to block well and block at the right times. You learn a lot of skills in terms of like playing Flesh and Blood better as a player, playing a deck like Oldham. Not that you don't learn them playing aggro, but it's a different set of skills. And Oldham teaches you those control skills really, really well.
Yeah, and I think Oldham is also, once you like, sometimes you have these boogeyman decks in the format that you feel like, that's completely unbeatable because they're so hyper aggro. But then when you play Oldham, you feel like, hey, actually, this is fine. I feel like I have a chance to win
14
against
damage, that's not that much. It's
Yep.
fine. Yeah, and Oldham really does, he has that, we'll call it a big shield, just in terms of like how much damage he can actually stop. You know, Crown of Seeds plus shield, that's 2 free
and
damage.
the flexibility now with the Ramset or the Stalagmite.
Yeah.
So that you can very easily switch between the two in order to make it difficult for the heroes that you're facing off against.
And it's quite funny because we keep talking about Oldham control, but Oldham aggro is what we've seen a lot on the stream today. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, because people might get a bit confused, that the Oldham control deck is less aggressive but still has some aggression. The Oldham aggro deck still has the capability of blocking very well and controlling a little bit.
And pushing out a lot of damage.
Yeah, so when we talk about one archetype or another, sometimes with a hero like Oldham, it's more about how the deck is leaning rather than necessarily like the overarching, you know, it only does this. Because you'll find with a lot of decks in Flesh and Blood, no deck ever only does something, unless maybe it's an OTK deck or a combo deck. But most decks are...
And then you're not even talking about like is it an Earth or an Ice Oldham or a hybrid. Because there's some variation between those two builds as well. And
yeah, exactly.
They can swing both ways.
That aggro Oldham we saw earlier, he was like, I play Mulch because I find it's really threatening to people's arsenals. I'm like, yeah, why not? You fuse that Earth card all you want. Like, never mind all the Oldhams that are stacking their deck full of Channel Lake Phrygias. You're just there playing Mulch. You're like, I'm cool. I'm here for it, you know?
Well, everyone's waiting for the channel.
It's true,
but nobody's waiting for Mulch to suddenly pop down onto the playing field.
Yeah. So looking at this meta, are there any heroes that you're surprised aren't more represented here?
I guess Chain.
Okay, yeah.
Chain is something that I would definitely have expected to be at least 10 players of. Because Chain is just a very solid deck in Blitz right now.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm kind of missing. I would have expected a little bit more Dorinthea players. But other than that, it looks about right in terms of meta spread.
So I'll say that if this had happened a month ago, I think we would have seen a lot more Benji. But people kind of realised that his combo just doesn't land as well when your opponent knows how to block.
The thing about Benji is, like, you can make the combo land by playing the slow game, but the majority of Benjis, they seem to be in this mindset, like, okay, I need to go fast, and just keep emptying the hand. And that doesn't work for Benji if you're up against a hero that has a lot of armor.
Yeah, like you literally can't hit Spring Tidings unless you have a Razor Reflex.
Yeah, and the thing with Benji is if you want to be successful with Benji, and this is from my personal practice, because it's one of my main decks, and you want to win from Warriors and Guardians and the likes, you really need to get them in a situation that they overblock one of your attacks. You go into a second Tidings and then you throw a Razor Reflex or something onto that, so you still get like your 4 or 5 draw, and then you finish the game. And I feel it kind of plays into the Ninja archetype, because the Nin part of Ninja, it means patience, and I think that's especially true for Benji. You need to be very patient. You need to, if your opponent is not running enough armor, take advantage of that, go all in. But if they have like 7+ armor, be very careful how you're going to proceed your game plan.
The only other hero I think was kind of missing is KO. I have this theory that if enough KO players show up, one of them wins the tournament. And people keep not allowing me to be proven right because not enough of them are showing up. Where are my dice rolling, good people who are just coming in willing to take everything?
We had a KO at our skirmish. So
it could win. It could win really hard. It just needs to keep going. If you only have one, then it's never going to win because that guy is just going to roll ones all day, you know.
But is it a good idea in a long stretch tournament with 10 rounds, even though you know, like, four out of 6 of your rolls are not going to work out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're actually wrapping up the stream there for today. We're going to be streaming some side events and stuff tomorrow, as well as the main event. So come back tomorrow, the top 64. If you look on Tournament Center social media and some of the things we've been talking about, the Tournament Center Discord and the Twitter, you'll be able to get the top 64. I'm sure LSS, Fab TCG will be tweeting about it as well. So that will all be out there. We'll have that published and you can see who's in the top 64 tomorrow. We'll be coming back around the same time to start. So that's 9:30 a.m. CET tomorrow morning. For the main event, top 64, it'll be, I think, 5 rounds of Swiss into the top 8 cut. And then we'll be streaming some side events as well. It's going to be really great. I've been Steelfer. It's been a fantastic day.
I'm Kugane. Everyone probably knows me already, but I've had a lot of fun today.
Yeah, I think it's been brilliant.
A lot of great matchups, and let's see how it's going to be like tomorrow.
Yeah. So once again, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks LSS for putting this on. It's a fantastic event, fantastic venue. Everyone is so enthusiastic to be here. And I mean, it's the first calling in Europe, guys. It's amazing. And the venue here and the vibe and everything is brilliant. So can't be more than happy to be here. And it's going to be amazing tomorrow as well.